Chapter 2604. The third level of the demon-slaying art, the Koan Pring diagram. At this moment, demon-slaying old monster was full of sarcasm and confidence. After cultivating for tens of thousands of years, I finally comprehended the Koan Pring diagram. Demon-slaying old monster said, "Today, I will use your flesh and blood as a sacrifice to my Koan Pring diagram." This was the first time demon-slaying old monster had used the third level of the demon-slaying art. It was also the strongest enemy he had encountered. In the beginning, he had underestimated his opponent, which had allowed his opponent to easily break through his defense. Now, he was going to give it his all. The Koan Pring diagram was his strongest trump card and also his last killing move. He could only succeed, not fail. Below, many martial artists were already extremely shocked. Their hearts trembled as they shouted crazily. This world-shocking battle was too brilliant, leaving everyone stupefied. The ancient super-divine beast, the Koan Pring, had unparalleled void abilities, the elder of the Thunder Punishment tribe said. "I wonder how it compares to the Void tribe?" The elder of the Void tribe stared at the Koan Pring and thought for a while. Then, he said, "The Koan Pring is an ancient super-divine beast. Its talent is unparalleled. Although the Void tribe and it both use the Void Dao, our methods are different. Moreover, the Koan Peng's talent is not limited to the Void." According to the elder of the Void tribe, the Void tribe's Void Dao was not weaker than the Koan Peng's. "I really want to see how Fong Chen will break through the third level of the demon-slaying art," the elder of the Holy War tribe said with a smile. The more he watched the battle, the more he liked Fong Chen. He wanted to pull Fong Chen into the Holy War tribe and teach him the invincible battle intent. Unfortunately, there were too many people eyeing Fong Chen. There were the Void tribe, the Thunder Punishment tribe, the Monster race, and the Blood tribe. He could only think about it. Whoosh! At the top of the astral boundary, the Koan Pring spread its wings. Its wings instantly enveloped the entire astral boundary. Then, the Koan Pring opened its bloody mouth and an extremely wild devouring power came out of its mouth. Devouring was one of the Koan Peng's divine powers. It was said that the Koan Peng could devour everything in the world. Now that it had used the devouring power, it was devouring power, demon-slaying power. Buzz. The myriad sword domain expanded, instantly slowing down the invasion of the devouring power. Fong Chen held the hidden star sword in his hand as he stood at the peak of the star boundary. A gale blew past, but he stood tall and upright. His dark eyes looked at the Koan Pring in the sky. "If it was the real Koan Pring, I might not be able to do anything. But you are just an illusion." Fong Chen sneered, and the hidden star sword once again hacked out. Whoosh! The dazzling Shura sword skill burst out with a terrifying aura. At the same time, Fong Chen jumped up and rushed towards the Koan Peng's shadow with the star-hidden sword in his hand. Rip! The Koan Peng spread its wings. Its huge wings instantly cut apart the powerful Shura sword light. At this time, Fong Chen held the star-hidden sword and approached the Koan Peng's shadow. "Kill!" Fong Chen's fighting spirit surged. He roared, and the star-hidden sword fiercely stabbed into the Koan Peng's shadow. Ding ding ding! The sound of metal colliding was heard. The Koan Peng's shadow looked up to the sky and roared. It opened its bloody mouth, and a terrifying suction force shrouded Fong Chen. As for its pair of wings that hung down from the sky, it had firmly trapped the hidden star sword. He failed. Everyone's face turned pale when they saw this. Facing the Koan Pring, no matter how monstrous Fong Chen was, he was destined to lose. The Koan Peng was too powerful. The third level of the demon-slaying art was beyond the knowledge of many supremacies. With the third level of the demon-slaying art, demon-slaying old monster can enter the top 20 of the supremacy list, the elder of the Void tribe said. Even the Star Heaven Lord, who was standing in the void and presiding over the battle, kept changing his expression. The battle had been out of his control from the beginning. demon-slaying old monster had cultivated the third level of the demon-slaying art. Even he was a little shocked by this level of combat power. Even I can't resist the attack of the third level of the demon-slaying art, the Star Heaven Lord said to himself. At the same time, he was praying for Fang Chen. After this battle, if Fang Chen doesn't die, he will definitely enter the top 20 of the supremacy list. This was the consensus of the upper echelons of the big clans. Unfortunately, everyone shook their heads and sighed. It was obviously impossible to resist the third level of the demon-slaying art. With demon-slaying old monster's temperament, he would not let a tiger go back to the mountain. Black-Red Supremacy clenched his fists, ready to attack at any time. Ha ha, boy, in the end, you still die in my hands. Demon-slaying old monster laughed sinisterly when he saw Fang Chen trapped. The star-hidden sword was caught by the Kunpeng's shadow and could not move. His body was wrapped in a terrifying devouring power. Buzz. Around his body, the thousand-sword domain resisted the devouring power tenaciously. Although I have to admit that your strength is beyond my expectations, Fang Chen said, the final result will not change. Boom. The innate soul reversal technique was used, and a terrifying soul Dao power instantly burst out. Crack! The soul power spear carried an incredible power and pierced toward the Kunpeng's shadow. Dong! When the Kunpeng's shadow shattered the soul power spear, it neglected its control of the devouring power. It was at this moment that Fang Chen's strength exploded and escaped from the devouring power. Then, he tapped his toes in the void and rushed toward the Kunpeng's shadow like a cannonball. Is he courting death? Many people shook their heads and did not understand Fang Chen's actions. He knew that the Kunpeng was unbeatable, but he rushed toward it blindly? Was this not courting death? Only the eyes of the high-level elders of the Void Tribe and the other big clans lit up as if they were anticipating something. Whoosh! Whoosh! Under everyone's gaze, Fang Chen traveled through time and space and arrived in front of the Kunpeng's shadow. Roar! A deafening roar came from the Kunpeng's bloody mouth. Go to hell! Demon-slaying old monster waved his walking stick and shouted. It was time to end the battle. A cold light flashed in Fang Chen's eyes. When the Kunpeng's bloody mouth was about to reach him, he took out the mysterious sky cone nail. Boom! Suddenly, the mysterious sky cone nail exploded with unprecedented strength. The terrifying airwave blasted the Kunpeng's shadow away. Dong! The Kunpeng's shadow shook and was extremely unstable. How is this possible? Everyone was dumbfounded and exclaimed in surprise. Fang Chen was in an invincible position when he resisted the Kunpeng? What was going on? Finally, a careful martial artist noticed the weapon in Fang Chen's hand. What's that? Holding the mysterious sky cone nail, Fang Chen injected the strength in his body into the mysterious sky cone nail. At the same time, he traveled through time and space, swaying back and forth in front of the Kunpeng's shadow. Kill! The Void Mystic Scripture was activated. The mysterious sky cone nail's power suddenly increased by dozens of times. Its attack power reached a terrifying level. Crash! The mysterious sky cone nail slashed lightly and the void shattered. The Kunpeng's shadow was greatly shaken. Its wings fluttered and the star-concealing sword was freed and returned to Fang Chen's hand. Shura Sword Technique. The star-concealing sword in one hand and the mysterious sky cone nail in the other. With both hands, Fang Chen was like a god of war at this moment. Kill! The roar resounded through the sky. The mysterious sky cone nail carried an invincible force and heavily bombarded the Kunpeng's body. Crack! Under everyone's gaze, the Kunpeng's wings were cut off by the mysterious sky cone nail. Blood splattered all over the sky. The Kunpeng's shadow roared at the sky and flapped its other wing, trying to fight back. Crack! Another crisp sound was heard. The Kunpeng's other wing was also cut off. Without its wings, the Kunpeng was like a fish out of the sea. No! The sudden turn of events caused the demon slayer old monster to roar furiously. However, it was useless. The star-concealing sword followed closely behind the mysterious sky cone nail and pierced into the Kuan-Peng's shadow. Dong! The sky shook and the space collapsed. The Kuan-Peng's shadow was shattered under the combined attack of the star-concealing sword and the mysterious sky cone nail. Bang! The demon slayer monster's body was like a meteor. He smashed into the peak of the astral world and created a huge pit. In the void, a proud figure stood there for a long time. He held a sword in one hand and an awl in the other. He looked like a living god. He's too strong. What weapon is that? Why do I feel suffocated? A hammer-like weapon. Could it be? Suddenly, the faces of the upper echelons of the big clans changed drastically. They all exclaimed, "The mysterious sky cone nail." Only Great Emperor Su Xian's weapon, the mysterious sky cone nail, could unleash such a powerful and shocking force. The entire astral world trembled. Even the demon slayer monster, who had performed the third level of the demon slayer technique, could not resist Fang Chen's sharpness. He was too strong. He was so strong that many venerables felt despair. He was not an ultimate venerable, but he was stronger than an ultimate venerable. The entire space was dead silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. They were in a state of shock. Chapter 2605. The entire starry sky was in shock. Countless martial artists were dumbfounded. The excitement of this battle was far beyond their imagination. The result was also beyond everyone's expectations. Demon Slayer was a powerhouse ranked in the top 40 on the Venerable list. When he displayed the third level of the Demon Slayer technique, the powerhouses of the major clans all agreed that he had the strength to rank in the top 20 on the Venerable list. However, he was defeated by Fang Chen even though he had absolute power. It was too shocking to the point where it couldn't be any more shocking. Of course, the ordinary martial artists were shocked by Fang Chen's strength that defeated Demon Slayer. The powerhouses of the major clans were shocked by the mysterious sky cone nail in Fang Chen's hand. Back then, Great Emperor Su Xian's name shook the world, and this mysterious sky cone nail had accompanied him throughout his life. The mysterious sky cone nail, it really is the mysterious sky cone nail. Many powerhouses began to get excited. That was the mysterious sky cone nail. The existence of the mysterious sky cone nail meant that Fang Chen had obtained Great Emperor Su Xian's inheritance. Now everyone finally understood. No wonder Fang Chen's strength was so heaven-defying at such a young age. It was all because of Great Emperor Su Xian's inheritance. Under everyone's gaze, Fang Chen took a step forward and arrived in front of Demon Slayer. At this moment, Demon Slayer was in a sorry state. He was covered in blood and his aura was weak. Swoosh! Fang Chen raised the hidden star sword and stabbed down without any hesitation. Crack! A wild power burst out of the star-concealing sword, shattering the Demon Slayer's head. Rip! Demon Slayer roared into the sky. His primordial spirit light ball escaped into the void, trying to escape. However, it was too late. Whoosh! A sword came from the west and pierced through him. Boom! Demon Slayer's primordial spirit shattered. A powerhouse of a generation with a prominent reputation still died in the end. Did Demon Slayer die just like that? Many martial artists could not accept the fact in front of them. They felt as if they were dreaming and had yet to wake up from the shock. Kid, hand over the demon sealing tower. The werewolves are a branch of the dark vampires. You're going against the dark vampires by destroying them. Suddenly, two voices broke the silence of the astral boundary. Voila! Elder Shui and Elder Yao Jun leaped to the peak of the astral boundary. What is it? Fang Chen's eyes were sharp as he turned to look at the two of them. You want to attack? Fang Chen asked coldly. With his current strength, he didn't care about these two people at all. Kid, don't think that you're invincible just because you killed Demon Slayer, Elder Shui said. We demons fear no one. Boom! The two elders joined forces and attacked together. A deafening sound resounded through the sky. In the sky, two slender figures exuded a vast amount of power as they swooped down towards Fang Chen. Fang Chen frowned, displaying the Azura sword skill once more. Whoosh! A resplendent sword light shot out and pierced toward Elder Yao Jun at lightning speed. At the same time, he leaped and arrived in front of Elder Shui. Bang! The two of them punched each other. The wild power collided and exploded. Elder Shui and Elder Yao Jun joined forces. Their attack power isn't weaker than Demon Slayer. This time, Fang Chen is in danger. He didn't activate the mysterious sky all. Could it be that he still can't control it? If that's the case, he's destined to lose. The powerhouses of the major clans discussed. Despicable. The Xiao clan patriarch and Venerable He Qi roared angrily and joined the battle. Get lost. Elder Yao Jun roared furiously upon seeing this. Immediately, he threw a punch forward. Roar. The deafening roar of a beast was endless. The wild power swept towards the Xiao clan patriarch and Venerable He Qi. Bang. Venerable He Qi was sent flying by the wild power, but the Xiao clan patriarch blocked it. Your opponent is me, the Xiao clan patriarch said. Fang Chen, who was fighting fiercely with Elder Shui, felt warmth in his heart when he saw this scene. However, he didn't plan to involve the Xiao clan. Patriarch, please step back. I alone am enough to deal with the two of them. Fang Chen transmitted his voice. The Xiao clan patriarch's expression changed. He looked at Fang Chen doubtfully. Trust me. These two small fries can't defeat me, Fang Chen said confidently. In this battle, he wanted to let the world know how powerful Fang Chen was. Seeing the confident Fang Chen, the Xiao clan patriarch retreated from the battle in the end. Be careful, the Xiao clan patriarch warned. You're courting death. Elder Yao Jun and Elder Shui were even more furious after being humiliated by Fang Chen. They attacked fiercely and overbearingly. The powerhouses of the major clans were all wondering what trump card Fang Chen had. Why didn't he ask the Xiao clan patriarch for help? Roar. Just as Elder Yao Jun was about to get close to Fang Chen, a tiger's roar reverberated through the sky. Following that, a humongous figure whizzed out, causing the sky to tremble. Rip! The demon tiger and beast clawed at the air with its claws. A violent aura rushed out. Elder Yao Jun's figure quickly retreated. It's you. Elder Yao Jun recognized the demon tiger and beast. The king of the desolate realm's demon race, the demon tiger and beast. You betrayed the demon race? Elder Yao Jun's expression was cold as he roared angrily. Humph! The demonic tiger beast snorted coldly and launched a fierce and overbearing attack. Dong! The sky shook. The battle between the two demon races was too intense. What? The demon tiger and beast? Even the upper echelons of the major clans were surprised. They didn't expect Fang Chen's trump card to be the demon tiger and beast. Thinking of this, everyone shook their heads and sighed. With the demon tiger and beast blocking one of them, the remaining one is no match for him. You're courting death. Seeing that Elder Yao Jun was blocked, Elder Shui's body was covered in a bloody mist. He forcefully activated his darkness bloodline. 1. The darkness bloodline surged in his body. At the same time, a scarlet beam of light shot out. Darkness bloodline? Fang Chen murmured. The bloodline copper mirror reacted strangely. A layer of light emerged and enveloped his entire body. When the scarlet beam of light bombarded his body, the power within was instantly absorbed by the bloodline copper mirror and then merged into Fang Chen's bloodline. Dong! A vast aura emerged. The trace of darkness bloodline that had already appeared in Fang Chen's bloodline suddenly surged. 1. The darkness aura enveloped the astral plane. After feeling this aura, everyone trembled. Darkness bloodline? It was normal for Elder Shui to have the darkness bloodline, but it was surprising that Fang Chen also had the darkness bloodline. It must be the wolf god slew. Someone analyzed. The werewolf clan and Fang Chen had a feud because Fang Chen had obtained the wolf god's slough. Everyone present was a top expert in the chaotic void, so they could think of the same thing with just a thought. They looked at Fang Chen with their mouths agape. They were speechless for a long time. Absorbing the bloodline power of the wolf gods, Slough could evolve his own bloodline into the darkness bloodline. Wasn't this too overbearing? One had to know that not every member of the dark kindred possessed the dark bloodline. Back then, the 5 wolf gods had only evolved the wolf god's bloodline to the extreme. They hadn't transformed it into the darkness bloodline. But Fang Chen had done it. A human warrior had done something impossible. It was too inconceivable. Darkness bloodline? Elder Shui exclaimed. A complicated look appeared in his eyes. Bang! Without the suppression of the darkness bloodline, Elder Shui's attack couldn't withstand a single blow. The hidden star sword shot out again and pierced Elder Shui's chest. Crack! Elder Shui's body exploded and blood mist spewed out. The power of the bloodline copper mirror was unleashed to the maximum. It quickly absorbed all of Elder Shui's blood. At this time, Elder Shui had turned into a bag of bones. Bang! It was another stunning strike. The great elder of the Blood Clan had fallen. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Everyone's hearts were in turmoil. They couldn't imagine what kind of miracle this godlike man in front of them could create. Crash! Fang Chen turned his head and looked at Elder Yao Jun. There was a flash of fear in the latter's eyes. Die! Under the demon tiger and beast's entanglement, Elder Yao Jun couldn't dodge at all. In the end, he was pierced by the hidden star sword. Crack! The astral world shook. 2 ultimate experts were killed by the same person in a few breaths. This scene was too shocking. Many experts from the major clans were shocked. Their faces were full of bitter smiles. After today, Fang Chen's name would be known throughout the chaotic void. No honorable ones would dare to attack him. Chapter 2606. He had killed 2 powerhouses in a row and was extremely powerful. Fang Chen's body exuded a terrifying pressure. He stood there as if he was a world unto himself. Whoosh! The hidden star sword spun a few times in the void, emitting a sword cry. It seemed to be telling its owner that it had not killed enough. Suddenly, many warriors retreated, for fear of provoking Fang Chen and losing their lives. Elder Shui, Elder Yao Jun, many powerhouses of the Dark Blood Clan and the Demon Clan roared angrily at the sky. Some people were afraid of Fang Chen, and some people were blinded by hatred and rushed toward Fang Chen with all their strength. Kill! Fang Chen did not show any mercy. The hidden star sword drew a perfect trick, and a vast sword light pierced through the crowd rushing toward him. Crack! Wherever the sword light passed, the Venerables were split in half one after another. The scene was so cruel that it made people's hearts palpitate. Blood mist spewed out in the air. In a moment, the peak of the astral realm was filled with a scarlet aura. Fang Chen stood there with the hidden star sword in his hand like a fiend god. He's a demon. Finally, after Fang Chen massacred a group of powerhouses, the warriors of the 2 clans did not dare to fight with their lives. They quickly retreated, their eyes full of cold, killing intent. Retreat. It was unknown who shouted, but the martial artists of the 2 races immediately dispersed in a hubbub. Fang Chen did not chase after them. For him, these people were not to be feared, and they could not even arouse his desire to kill. The vast astral realm was dead silent. There were no more voices against Fang Chen, nor were there any voices mocking him. Everyone's eyes were full of shock, and their hearts were set off by stormy waves. The top powerhouses of the big clans looked at each other and smiled bitterly. The combat strength that Fang Chen had just erupted was not weaker than theirs. Most importantly, he had only cultivated for a short time, and it was very likely that he would step into the ancient god realm in the future. Whoosh! Venerable Black-Red was the happiest. He had watched Fang Chen grow up. Back then, he had accidentally wandered into the void star sky and met this fellow. He had casually imparted the Azura sword Dao to him. Who would have thought that after so many years, he would actually surpass his master? To push the Azura sword Dao to a higher level, even his best friend, the demon sword Venerable, would not be able to reach such a level. How did you spend the past several hundred years in the Blackstone prison? Isn't that too perverted? Venerable Black-Red leaped to the peak of the star boundary and asked with a smile. Senior Heichi Fong Chen cupped his fists in greeting. Even though his strength had long surpassed supremacy Heichi, he still owed the latter a favor, thus he had to treat him with respect. Heichi and I originally thought that we would sacrifice everything in the Xiu family to save you. Who would have thought that you would be so strong? It seems that we worried too much. The Xiu family patriarch also walked over with a smile. Fong Chen appreciates the patriarch's kindness. If the Xiu family needs me in the future, I will not hesitate to help. Fong Chen grinned. Ha ha, good. Your words are enough. No matter what happens in the future, even if you become the enemy of the entire world, you will always be one of the 5 feudal lords of the Xiu family in Azure Net Heaven. The Xiu family patriarch expressed his stance. He was telling Fong Chen that the Xiu family would always stand by Fong Chen's side. The other Venerable's eyes were filled with envy. When Fong Chen was weak, everyone looked down on him and no one was willing to befriend him. Now that he had become strong, they wanted to befriend him, but he simply ignored them. After chatting with the Xiu family patriarch and supremacy Heichi for a while, the 3 great elders of the Void tribe, the Thunder Punishment tribe, and the Hallowed tribe slowly walked over. They walked side by side and stood in front of Fong Chen, nodding slightly with admiration on their faces. As expected of the strongest prodigy since ancient times. You deserve this title, the Void tribe elder said. That's right. You killed Demon Slayer Old Monster, Elder Shui and Elder Yao Jun on your own. In the entire primal chaos void, I'm afraid only the legendary ancient god can suppress you. When Fong Chen killed Demon Slayer, the 3 of them thought that he was strong enough to be ranked in the top 15 of the Venerables list. Although there were more than 10 extreme Venerables in front of him, they could only force him to retreat. However, at the very most, they were only able to force Fong Chen back. It would be very difficult for them to defeat him. Thinking of this, everyone understood. The guy in front of them had unknowingly reached a level that they could only look up to. Are the 3 of you here because of the Blackstone prison? Fong Chen's eyes flashed with indifference. He put away the hidden star sword, stood with his hands behind his back, and said calmly. Hearing this, the 3 of them's expressions changed. The Blackstone prison was very important. If Fong Chen really mastered the way to leave the Blackstone prison, the consequences would be unimaginable. After all, a large number of peerless powerhouses had been born in the Blackstone prison for countless years. If they came out, it would definitely cause chaos in the Chaos Void. That's right. Since Brother Fong knows, we won't keep you in suspense. The Void Tribe Elder said frankly, since ancient times, no one has been able to leave the Blackstone prison since it existed. You've been in there for hundreds of years. Not only did you successfully return, but your strength also skyrocketed. We're very curious about what you experienced in the Blackstone prison. The elders of the Thunder Punishment tribe and the Hallowed tribe also looked at Fong Chen. The 3 of them could basically represent the 3 tribes. Hearing this, Fong Chen pondered for a moment. Then, he raised his head and glanced at the 3 of them with his sharp eyes. Then, he said, the Blackstone prison is like the information you have. The environment is very harsh and not suitable for cultivation at all. However, because of this, those who can survive in such a harsh environment are all peerless geniuses. At this point, he paused for a moment and continued, after I entered the Blackstone prison, I also experienced the struggle to survive from the bottom. However, I was lucky and obtained some opportunities. My strength kept increasing and I finally caught the attention of the War King, one of the 5 great kings. No matter how strong Fong Chen was, He couldn't offend the 5 great clans at once. The Yao clan and the Dark Blood clan had a grudge with him that couldn't be resolved. Therefore, he had forcefully killed Elder Shui and Elder Yao Jun. As for the Void tribe, the Thunder Punishment tribe, and the Hallowed tribe, they basically didn't have much interaction with him. Fang Chen didn't want to make enemies, so he made up the information. Of course, he wouldn't say the mission given to him by the 5 great kings. 5 great kings? Hearing this, everyone cried out involuntarily. After Fang Chen explained the 5 great kings in detail, everyone was dumbfounded. They didn't expect such peerless powerhouses to appear in such a barren place like the Blackstone prison. According to what you said, the combat power of the 5 great kings is comparable to that of an ancient god? The Thunder Punishment tribe elder asked. Fang Chen nodded. In the Blackstone prison, the origin energy is so thin that it's almost non-existent, and the heavenly energy is even rarer. They just lack an opportunity. Otherwise, they would have stepped into the ancient god realm long ago. However, you don't have to worry. The power of the Blackstone prison is far from what you can imagine. They can't get out. But how did you get out? The Hallowed tribe elder asked doubtfully. I think you guys recognized the weapon in my hand before? Fang Chen said. The mysterious sky cone nail. Great Emperor Su Xian's weapon, the mysterious sky cone nail, was famous. How could they not recognize it? To be honest, I obtained the inheritance of Great Emperor Su Xian. You guys can't imagine the means of an ancient god. I made use of the many means left behind by Great Emperor Su Xian to escape by luck. Fang Chen said. Brother Fang, for the safety of the human tribe, please cooperate with us. The 3 great elders said. Fang Chen's body emitted a vast aura. His eyes were filled with coldness. The 3 of you, I've said what I need to say. Do the 3 of you not believe me? Fang Chen said with displeasure. How would I dare? It's just that, say no more. Even if your tribe leader comes personally, I'll say the same thing. Fang Chen waved his hand and interrupted. If you want my ancient god inheritance, feel free to try. Fang Chen had already made it very clear. The expressions of the 3 elders changed a little. In the end, they sighed and gave up. Firstly, even if the 3 of them joined forces, they might not be able to capture Fang Chen. Once the latter escaped and angered him, the consequences would be unimaginable. Secondly, after watching the great battle at the peak of the star boundary, they did not want to be enemies with Fang Chen. Chapter 2607. The Star Heaven Lord's eyes widened as his heart trembled. The 3 major clans had actually retreated. They were forced to retreat by Fang Chen. Wasn't this too exaggerated? The Star Heaven Lord stood at the peak of the star boundary and watched the 3 major clans retreat. He couldn't recover from the shock for a long time. Supremacy He Qi and the many experts of the Xiu family were already cheering. In the Chaos Void, the 5 major clans and 3 super clans had existed for countless years. Even Supremacy Bing Wu back then couldn't change this situation. But now, it had been changed by a guy who had just entered the profound god realm. He had killed the great elders of the Dark Blood race and the Demon race and forced the other 3 major clans to retreat. Who wouldn't respect such strength? You rascal! The Star Heaven Lord walked to Fang Chen's side and grinned. Looks like you've gained a lot in the past few months. It's all thanks to you, Heavenly Lord. Otherwise, Fang Chen didn't finish his sentence, but he was full of admiration for the Star Heaven Lord. Although you're so powerful that you're almost invincible, you can't be careless. The Star Heaven Lord warned, the 5 major clans have been able to stand for countless years. They're not as simple as they seem. Their foundations are unimaginably deep. This time, you've killed Elder Shui and Elder Yao Jun. You've completely stood on the opposite side of the 2 major clans. Be careful in the future, the Star Heaven Lord warned. The battle had shocked the world. Everyone was terrified. News of this world-shaking battle at the summit of the astral boundary spread very quickly. In the vast primal chaos void, the 33 heavens were like a gust of wind, sweeping across rapidly. Every martial artist in every corner was trembling. Who exactly was this guy called Feng Chen? Why was he so powerful the moment he appeared? The top 15 of the supremacy list represented the top ranks of the chaos void. Everyone was envious. Some of the martial artists who had interacted with Feng Chen before were happy, while others were disappointed. In the void star sky, many senior brothers and senior elders of the Wuji sword sect were overjoyed when they heard the news. They never dreamed that Feng Chen's strength had reached such a level. I'm not dreaming, am I? He killed Old Monster Slayer, Elder Shui, and Elder Yao Jun in one battle? Jian Wuji crazily shouted. The entire Void Star Heaven was happy for Feng Chen. At the peak of Void Star Sky, Ancestor Xing He and the other old farts. Galaxy, your miniature universe has produced an incredible talent, the hunchbacked elder said with a smile. That's right. Back then, we all tried to persuade you to give up on the miniature universe and focus on improving your power. Who knew that you would be so stubborn and want to nurture the miniature universe? Now, it seems that your approach was right. Feng Chen came from the galaxy universe. That is his root. No matter how much he grows in the future, he will never forget the galaxy universe. The old men sighed. I really don't know if this fellow is the reincarnation of an ancient god or not. Isn't his cultivation speed too fast? The hunchbacked old man curled his lips. Thinking about how these old farts had cultivated for countless years, they still hadn't reached the level of a supremacy. However, a guy who had cultivated for less than 20,000 years was already famous in the chaos void. Hunchback, are you envious? The bearded man said. Feng Chen's potential is the strongest since ancient times. Even the Void race, the Thunder Punishment race, and the Holy War race recognized him as the strongest prodigy since ancient times. Can you compare? Yes, I can't compare. Hearing the old farts talking about Feng Chen, Ancestor Xing He's face turned solemn. While he was happy for Feng Chen, he was also worried for him. The Dark Blood race and the Devil race were unimaginably strong. How could Feng Chen fight against these two behemoths by himself? Galaxy, don't think too much. I've seen Feng Chen a few times. He's not a reckless person. This battle at the peak of the astral boundary is probably to announce his return to the world, right? Yes, we can't help Feng Chen, but we can't drag him down, the hunchback said firmly. The hunchbacked old man's gaze was resolute as he said, Void Star Sky is Feng Chen's backyard. No matter what, we have to protect Void Star Sky at all costs. The old farts nodded. Qing Ho, who stayed in Void Star Sky, seemed to be stimulated after hearing about his brother's deeds. He directly announced that he would go into seclusion and wouldn't come out until he broke through. At the same time, Emotions Barbarian waved his war hammer after receiving the news. He almost destroyed the Chiu family's headquarters. Ha ha, as expected of my brother, the barbarian laughed. Behind him, many experts of the Chiu family were also overjoyed. The Spirit Void Patriarch trembled with excitement. The stronger Feng Chen was, the greater the power of the Chiu family would be in the future. Is the Chiu family going to become a super family in the chaos void in my hands? Void race. Su Zichen was speechless for a long time after hearing the news. He stood in the square for 3 days and 3 nights before finally choosing to go into seclusion. Lei Pu of the Thunder Punishment race was the same. He was also stimulated by Feng Chen and made up his mind to not come out until he became a peak supremacy. The Holy War race's Sky Warriors and Holy Warriors were the same. Those geniuses who had interacted with Feng Chen before were left behind one by one. Now, he had reached the peak of the Chaos Void and was respected by tens of thousands of people. Buter Heaven, Dark Blood Race. Bang! The Dark Patriarch smashed the stone table in front of him with a fist, his face full of anger. Patriarch, Feng Chen is too arrogant. He doesn't put us dark blood race in his eyes at all, a supremacy beside him whispered. Elder Shui represents us dark blood race, but he didn't show any mercy and killed him directly. What's more, our dark blood race's supreme treasure, the Sword of Darkness, is still in his hands. The enmity between the Dark Blood clan and Fang Chen was so great that it was uncountable. The Dark Patriarch's eyes flickered as he pondered. He must have a secret, the Dark Patriarch thought. The Dark Clan leader thought to himself, if he can get out of the Blackstone prison, he must have mastered a secret technique. It's not the technique of Great Emperor Su Xian that he mentioned. Soon, the Dark Patriarch made a decision. He wanted to meet Fang Chen personally and see how strong he was. At the same time, in the demon race, thousands of demons gathered to discuss a plan to kill Fang Chen. We demon race cannot be humiliated. Fang Chen must die. That's right. Fang Chen is the most powerful genius in human history. He killed a peak supremacy in less than 20,000 years. If he is allowed to grow, he will most likely reach the ancient god realm. Once Fang Chen reached the ancient god realm, the demon race would face the most dangerous moment. The Demon Slayer Old Monster's third level of the Demon Slayer art already has the strength to challenge the clan leaders of the 5 great clans. However, Fang Chen was still able to kill him. This shows how strong he is. He's at least in the top 10 of the Venerable ranking. Unless Lord Demon Emperor personally takes action, it will be somewhat difficult to kill this child. Peak supremacies were rare even among the major clans. Every time one of them died, it would be a great loss. The demon race was enraged by the death of Elder Yao Jun. Therefore, they did not want Fang Chen to kill more peak supremacies. This emperor will personally go and meet him, said the emperor. The demon race was in an uproar. Astral sky. The astral sky shook after the battle. However, the astral boundary was unusually quiet. The Xiao clan had returned to the azure sky. Many forces were plotting against the Xiao clan. They needed to be deterred at all times. There were only 4 people in the Astral Heaven Lord's palace. His daughter Fang Shi, his wife Star and Moon, and his uncle Master, the Astral Heaven Lord. Fang Chen, what do you plan to do next? Asked the Astral Heaven Lord. Fang Chen pondered for a moment. Uncle Master, the Dark Kindred and the Demon Race will not take this lying down. I am not afraid of them, but I don't want my wife, daughter, family, and friends to suffer with me. The Astral Heaven Lord waved his hand. You don't need to worry about this. Your wife and daughter will cultivate in my palace for the time being. As for your family and friends, the 2 major clans will not do such despicable things. The 2 major clans were also concerned about their reputation. Fang Chen heaved a sigh of relief. With the Astral Heaven Lord's strength and prestige, the 2 major clans would not dare to openly invade. A few days later, Fang Chen made all the necessary arrangements and quietly left the astral sky. Chapter 2608. As soon as he left Stellar Sky, Fang Chen entered Immortal Cave Mountain. Back in Immortal Cave Mountain, he had sensed the existence of a supreme true treasure, but he was too weak to explore it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In front of Billowing Lake, Fang Chen walked on the waves. Wherever his feet passed, the sparkling waves rippled. Whoosh. Fang Chen cast the time collapse skill and his speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Immortal Cave Mountain. Immortal Cave Mountain. Seeing Immortal Cave Mountain again, he was still shocked. The invisible power that surrounded Dark Cave Mountain gave people a shocking feeling. So strong. The first time he came, Fang Chen's cultivation was not enough to feel the powerful power of Immortal Cave Mountain. This time, he stepped into Immortal Cave Mountain with an invincible aura. Buzz. Ripples flickered and Fang Chen was already in Immortal Cave Mountain. Corrosive desert. Fang Chen grinned. It was indeed a coincidence. The last time he came, he fell into the corrosive desert and spent a long time to leave carefully. But this time, it was not necessary at all. Dong. He stood on the ground and sand instantly wrapped around his feet, corroding them continuously. Condense! Fang Chen bellowed, and the aura around him vibrated, sending the sand flying. Whoosh! 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 Using the time collapse skill, he quickly left the corrosive desert. I remember it was in the north. Fang Chen recalled the dangerous aura he sensed in Immortal Cave Mountain. Moving all the way to the north, the entire Immortal Cave Mountain gave off a desolate feeling. After flying for 3 days, Fang Chen suddenly found 2 figures fighting fiercely in the wilderness below. 2 honorables? Fang Chen was stunned for a moment. He did not expect to meet human honorables here. Demon honorable, you are too much. A green-robed honorable holding a long sword roared angrily. What a joke! The primal chaos void is a place where the strong prey on the weak. Hurry up and hand over what you have obtained. Otherwise, you will definitely die. The warrior known as the Demon Supremacy exuded a majestic demonic aura. His strength was clearly superior to the green-robed Supremacy. Run! The body of the green-robed Reverend flashed as he threw out a punch. A boundless fist light appeared in the sky and exploded when it was about to reach the demon Reverend. Crack! The demon lord's body was affected by the explosion, and his clothes were in a mess. You are courting death. The demon Supremacy was thoroughly enraged by the green-robed Supremacy's actions. With a stomp of his foot, 2 black balls appeared between his palms. Thunderbolt Chaos Bead explode. The demon lord roared at the medical saint. 2 black balls whizzed out and went straight to the back of the cyan-robed lord. Boom! The Thunderbolt Primal Chaos Bead exploded in an instant, and a violent force engulfed the azure-robed Supremacy. The latter's face was gloomy and filled with despair. Dong! At this moment, a stalwart figure appeared out of nowhere, forcefully blocking the explosive power of the chaotic Thunderbolt Bead. Buzz! All of the explosive power was absorbed by Fang Chen's body. He looked at the demon Supremacy mockingly, and the latter's face changed instantly. He stopped in his tracks and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you? Why are you interfering in my affairs?" The demon Supremacy purposely announced his name, hoping to scare Fang Chen. However, the latter was unmoved. Demon Supremacy? Never heard of it. Fang Chen shook his head and said indifferently. You, the demon Supremacy was furious. He clenched his fists and said coldly, "Kid, this has nothing to do with you. You better not interfere, or else what?" Fang Chen asked. "Or else I will take your life." As soon as the demon Supremacy finished speaking, he threw out a punch. Bang! However, to his surprise, Fang Chen stood there quietly, allowing his punch to land on the latter's body. You are courting death. Seeing that Fang Chen did not dodge, the demon Supremacy sneered in his heart. He increased his strength and continued to attack. Dong! When his fist made contact with Fang Chen's body, he suddenly felt a powerful force that made him tremble. It went through his fist and drilled into his body. Crack! His internal organs were damaged, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Bang! His body was sent flying. This sudden turn of events left the green-robed Venerable Master dumbfounded. Isn't he too strong? He just stood there and sent the demon Supremacy flying? Who exactly are you? The demon Supremacy roared. He had never heard of such a young Supremacy in the chaotic void. Fang Chen. Never heard of him. The demon Supremacy's eyes flickered, and he thought to himself, a rogue cultivator? Thinking of this, the demon Supremacy pretended to cup his fists at Fang Chen and said, "Sir, I was wrong just now. Let's end this here." With that, the demon Supremacy walked behind Fang Chen. When Xiao Chen brushed past Fang Chen, he suddenly attacked at lightning speed. Rumble! This time, the demon Supremacy used his strongest trump card. A bright light burst out. Humph! Unfortunately, Fang Chen was already prepared. He sneered and punched the demon Supremacy's head. Crack! The demon Supremacy's head exploded, and his body and soul were destroyed. It seemed like a long time, but in fact, all of this happened in a flash. The green-robe supremacy was dumbfounded. The demon's supremacy had died? Moreover, he did not have the power to fight back when facing this mysterious supremacy. It was too terrifying. An ultimate supremacy? The green-robe supremacy looked at Fang Chen and thought to himself, perhaps, only an ultimate supremacy could unleash such a powerful force, right? However, he was still wrong. How could an ordinary ultimate supremacy be as powerful as Fang Chen? Thank you, Senior. The green-robe supremacy cupped his fists and thanked him. No matter what, it was the mysterious supremacy in front of him who saved him. What's your name? Fang Chen asked faintly. Senior, my name is the green-robed supremacy. The green-robed supremacy said, my master is Qingshan supremacy. Qingshan supremacy? Fang Chen had heard of this person. He was a powerhouse in the top 10 of the supremacy list, and the only rogue cultivator among the top 10. He was famous. Senior, have you heard of my master? Seeing Fang Chen's expression, the green-robed supremacy asked. Yes. Fang Chen did not linger on this topic. Instead, he asked, what's with the mark on your forehead? Hearing that, the green-robed supremacy's expression changed drastically. He looked at Fang Chen warily and fell silent for a moment. If I'm not wrong, the aura released by the mark comes from a mountain. Fang Chen shrugged. The green-robed supremacy looked at Fang Chen with a complicated expression. After thinking for a long time, the green-robed supremacy still told him what he knew. Senior, the mark on my forehead does come from that mountain. However what? Fang Chen asked. However, that mountain has now been razed to the ground. The green-robed supremacy said, a group of mysterious powerhouses appeared and razed that mountain to the ground. I hid in the dark and heard them say that they seemed to be looking for something. Mysterious powerhouses? Fang Chen frowned. Those mysterious powerhouses are not from the human race or the demon race. It's very strange. I can't sense a trace of origin energy from them. The green-robe supremacy's words made Fang Chen extremely curious. Where are they? Take me to them, Fang Chen said. Although he did not know the origin of that group of mysterious powerhouses, Fang Chen was bold and fearless. Moreover, he entered Immortal Cave Mountain this time for that supreme treasure. He guessed that the supreme treasure was most likely obtained by the mysterious powerhouses. The green-robed supremacy looked troubled. Don't worry, I'll protect you. In the end, the green-robed supremacy agreed to take Fang Chen there. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Fang Chen flew side by side with the green-robed supremacy. The latter's speed was too slow. You're too slow. Fang Chen grabbed the green-robed supremacy and used the space-time collapse technique to travel through the void in an instant. What? The green-robed supremacy was dumbfounded. How could a supremacy's speed be so fast? Wasn't it too exaggerated? A few days later, Fang Chen and the green-robed supremacy arrived at a wasteland. There was a tent in the center of the wasteland. Fang Chen closed his eyes and sensed carefully. He instantly realized that the tent was at the mountain that had once terrified him. It's indeed been razed to the ground. Senior, we can't go any closer. We'll be discovered. The green-robe supremacy was a little afraid. Chapter 2609. Fang Chen shrouded the tent with his divine sense but found nothing. This tent was not an ordinary tent as it had the effect of isolating divine sense. Raising the mountain to the ground and then building a tent here. What's the purpose? Fang Chen frowned and fell into deep thought. Thud thud thud. At this moment, the tent moved and two black figures walked out from it. At first glance, the two black figures seemed to be from the demon race. They had 2 horns on their foreheads and looked ferocious. Most importantly, they had 3 arms. They're not from the human race? Fang Chen was surprised. These 2 people were somewhat similar to the multi-hand race that he had seen before. However, Their auras were much stronger than the multi-hand races. "It's too stuffy in the tent, so I came out to get some air," one of the strange people in blue said with some dissatisfaction. "That's right. I really don't understand what Boss is thinking. For countless years, our clan has basically occupied Dark Cave Mountain. How many human cultivators have died at our hands? Yet Boss is still so cautious," another person said. "It's said that Boss found a supreme treasure. If we can get it, our race can be reborn." Although the two of them were dissatisfied, they still guarded the tent conscientiously. Occupy Dark Cave Mountain? Hearing this, Fong Chen's heart trembled. What race were they, and why were they hiding in Dark Cave Mountain? He had never heard of such a race in the chaotic void. "Senior." The green-robed supremacy was about to speak when he realized that Fong Chen had disappeared. In the next moment, he saw Fong Chen appear in front of the tent. Whoosh! The void flickered and a ripple appeared. Then, the two strange people disappeared. Bang! A heavy sound came from beside him. He looked down and was shocked. "Human!" After seeing Fong Chen, the twin-horned person roared angrily, "Let us go quickly, or Boss won't let you go." Bang! Fong Chen slapped the twin-horned person in blue. The latter's mouth was swollen and he screamed miserably. However, Fong Chen had already set up a powerful array here, so no sound could be transmitted out. "What race are you?" Fong Chen asked. "Foolish humans, you dare to challenge my clan? All of you must die." Crack! Fong Chen punched the blue-clothed twin-horned man, instantly shattering his head. "You still have one more chance," Fong Chen said calmly. Seeing this, the other twin-horned person trembled. His heart was filled with terror as he continuously retreated. "You can't kill me." "That depends on whether you cooperate with me or not," Fong Chen said with a sinister smile. The twin-horned man pondered for a moment, then quickly said, "I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. I only ask that you let me go." "What race are you?" Fong Chen asked again. "We are the Rhinoceros Horn Clan." Hearing this, Fong Chen frowned. He had never heard of the Rhinoceros Horn Clan. "Are you also part of the demon race?" "Humph, what's so great about the demon race? The power of our clan is beyond the imagination of the demon race. If we appear, the entire chaotic void will have to submit." The twin-horned man was full of confidence when he spoke of his clan. "Then why are you in Dark Cave Mountain?" Fong Chen continued to ask. After a long period of questioning, Fong Chen came to a realization. At the same time, he was also shocked. He did not expect the Rhinoceros Horn Clan to be from the Celestial Worthy Sea. There was the Celestial Worthy Sea in the south and Dark Cave Mountain in the north. In the chaotic void, these were the two most powerful secret realms. In terms of danger, Dark Cave Mountain was still alright. However, the Celestial Worthy Sea was a forbidden area for Venerables. Even an ultimate Venerable might die if he entered. There were even rumors that the ancient god experts in the chaotic void had cultivated in the Celestial Worthy Sea for a long time. And the Rhinoceros Horn Clan in front of him was actually from the Celestial Worthy Sea. "What's in the Celestial Worthy Sea?" Fong Chen could not help but ask. "There are many clans in the Celestial Worthy Sea. The competition is very cruel. The slightest carelessness can lead to death. And my clan is a clan abandoned by the Celestial Worthy Sea." "What?" Even the green-robed Venerable widened his eyes. He could not calm down for a long time. The Rhinoceros clan that occupied the entire Dark Cave Mountain was actually a clan abandoned by the Celestial Worthy Sea. Since the chaotic void was born, time has flowed like water. In every era, there will be a clan that dominates the chaotic void. However, no matter how strong a clan is, there will be a day when it will decline. And those clans that used to dominate the chaotic void were forced to enter the Celestial Worthy Sea after their decline. The Rhinoceros clan said, "It's the same for you humans. After this era, you will also enter the Celestial Worthy Sea." He learned many secrets about the celestial worthy sea from the Rhinoceros clan. However, he was not a core member of the Rhinoceros clan, so he did not know much. In general, 90% of the current Dark Cave Mountain was controlled by the Rhinoceros clan. The leader of the Rhinoceros clan was an ancient god expert. There were countless venerables in the clan. In terms of overall strength, they were not weaker than the demon race. Fang Chen's heart trembled. He did not expect such a powerful clan to exist in Dark Cave Mountain. What are you looking for? Since the appearance of the sword principal treasure last time, our sleeping clansmen were awakened. We have been making plans. Our first goal is to fully control Dark Cave Mountain and then find the Xianming Heart, the Rhinoceros clan member said. The Xianming Heart? The Xianming Heart is the core of the entire Dark Cave Mountain. If you can refine the Xianming Heart, you will be able to control Dark Cave Mountain. Control Dark Cave Mountain? You mean? The Rhinoceros clan member glanced at Fang Chen and nodded. You are right. Dark Cave Mountain is not a secret realm at all. It is a legendary pinnacle treasure. A treasure. Immortal Cave Mountain was actually a supreme treasure. This was too shocking. If he was a supreme treasure, then who was the one who refined him? The Rhinoceros clan member seemed to have seen through Fang Chen's doubts and shrugged. I don't know either, but our leader once said that Dark Cave Mountain is closely related to the celestial worthy sea. It is very likely that it was refined by a supreme expert of the celestial worthy sea. Fang Chen had never heard of such a secret before. He was truly shocked. After a long time, he calmed down and carefully sorted out the useful information he had obtained. He did not need to care about the celestial worthy sea for the time being. His target should be the Xianming Heart, the core of Dark Cave Mountain. He carefully recalled the powerful aura he had sensed before leaving Dark Cave Mountain and then looked at the aura of the mark on the forehead of the green-robed Venerable. Fang Chen was basically certain that the Xianming Heart was hidden on the mountain peak that he had once seen. However, the mountain peak had been razed to the ground by the Rhinoceros clan. Have you found the Xianming Heart? Fang Chen asked. The Rhinoceros clan member shook his head and smiled bitterly. The Xianming Heart has a spirit. It is rejecting our Rhinoceros clan, but we are not worried at all. It is now trapped underground and cannot move. Our leader is in seclusion. The day he comes out is the day the Xianming Heart will be subdued. When he mentioned the leader, the Rhinoceros clan member's face was full of excited smiles. That was an ancient god elite. He could kill someone with a thought. In front of an ancient god, a venerable was like an ant. Even someone as strong as Fang Chen could not fight back against an ancient god. Licking his dry lips, Fang Chen thought to himself, it seems that if I want to get the Xianming Heart, I have to take advantage of the time before the leader comes out of seclusion. Logically speaking, Fang Chen did not want the Rhinoceros clan to get the Xianming Heart. First, if the Rhinoceros clan obtained the Xianming Heart, they would be able to leave Dark Cave Mountain. By then, the chaotic void would be filled with blood. Second, the Xianming Heart was also very useful to him. After refining the Xianming Heart, he would be able to control Dark Cave Mountain at will. By then, who among the ultimate venerables would be able to resist his attack? Even if he encountered an ancient god elite, he would be able to escape unscathed. Thinking of this, Fang Chen's eyes were burning. He was even more eager to get the Xianming Heart. Rip! Fang Chen grabbed the Rhinoceros clan member's head and searched his soul. No. The Rhinoceros clan member cried out miserably, but he could not resist. After a while, the soul search ended. All the information surged into Fang Chen's mind. I see. Fang Chen grinned. He did not expect this tent to have such a magical effect. Let's go. Fang Chen brought the green-robed Venerable and quietly approached the tent. Bang! As soon as they left, the Rhinoceros clan member who had his soul searched exploded. Chapter 26:10. Senior. The green-robed Venerable was shocked and did not dare to approach. However, He could not break free and could only follow into the tent. He learned from the Rhinoceros Horn clan that there was a peerless formation in the tent. This formation was the Rhinoceros Horn clan's formation and could confine the void. The Rhinoceros Horn clan raised the mountain peak to the ground and then placed the tent here to confine the heart of Xianming with the formation. Everything within tens of thousands of miles of the underground was sealed by the clan's protective formation. Buzz. As soon as he entered the tent, Fang Chen felt a powerful aura of the formation. What a powerful formation! Fang Chen's eyes lit up and he was quite excited. He did not expect to encounter such an exquisite formation here. It was too surprising. The aura of the formation is rich, and it turned into a vortex to confine the void. Isn't this the ultimate formation comprehension in the 3,000 scrolls of formation principles? Fang Chen murmured. He looked around and soon found the center of the formation. The Rhinoceros Horn clan's formation was indeed very powerful. The 36 heavenly stems combined to form a majestic formation cyclone. Within the cyclone, there is the use of the power of time and space rules. Finally, the power of destruction and creation complemented each other to form the outermost binding. Fang Chen sighed. Perfect. This is a perfect formation. The person who created this formation must be a top formation master. In Fang Chen's opinion, at least a Venerable could not create such a peerless formation. Even an ordinary ancient god wouldn't be able to do that. The Rhinoceros Horn clan's patriarch? Fang Chen shook his head and denied his idea. If the Rhinoceros Horn clan's patriarch created it, then with his strength, he did not need to go into seclusion at all. He could definitely forcibly control Immortal Cave Mountain. However, he did not do so, which meant that his strength had not reached that level yet. Phew! Thinking of this, Fang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Senior, this formation is too mysterious. We are lost, the green-robed Venerable said. Shut up! Fang Chen scolded and then sat down cross-legged. The aura of the formation permeated around him. In his mind, the 3,000 scrolls of formation principles incantation was transmitted. He used this incantation to break the formation. It was extremely spacious underground. Winding passageways led to the darkness. Many Rhinoceros Horn clan members were busy digging. In the middle of the empty space stood a fierce-looking man with 4 horns on his forehead. Great Elder, won't we alarm the heart of the profound underworld if we mine so recklessly? Someone asked. If the Patriarch does not come out, we can't do anything to the heart. If the Xuanming's heart takes this opportunity to escape, we're dead meat. Many people were worried. After all, they were facing a Xianming heart and not an ordinary object. Mine properly. This is not something you should care about, the 4-horned man scolded. After being scolded like this, the other clansmen curled their lips and continued to mine. The 4-horned man did a quick check and found nothing unusual underground. He turned around and walked into a pitch-black tunnel. The 4-horned man said humbly. The man sitting cross-legged in front of him was the young master of the Rhinoceros Horn clan. Under the full training of the Rhinoceros Horn clan, he had reached the level of an ultimate honorable. He was very talented and was valued by the Patriarch. The Patriarch even said that the young master was a rare super genius in the Rhinoceros Horn clan. He would definitely be able to step into the ancient god realm in the future and very likely reach the level of the Rhinoceros Horn clan's ancestors. Therefore, the entire Rhinoceros Horn clan respected and feared the young master. How is it? The young master asked without opening his eyes. Young master, the heart of the Xianming is not moving for the time being, but it is hidden deep underground. It is too difficult to find. But don't worry, the young master. Our clan's formation has sealed off the area. The heart of the Xianming has nowhere to run. The young master nodded and said, We have to get the heart of the Xianming no matter what. Don't worry, young master. I know the importance of the heart of the Xianming. The 4-horned man chuckled. Once you get the heart of the Xianming, not only will you be able to control Mount Dongming, but you will also be able to open the Blackstone prison. Although the Blackstone prison is a prison of the human clan, it must have given birth to extremely top monsters over the years. If you can use them, you will be like a tiger that has grown wings. All right, you may leave, the young master said. Hearing this, the four-horned man left the passage. The bright passageway turned dark once again. On the ground, Fang Chen was carefully studying the operation law of the Supreme Formation. Suddenly, his ears twitched as he heard a conversation. His heart was in turmoil. He widened his eyes in disbelief. The heart of the Xianming can open the Blackstone prison? Fang Chen was completely stunned. He had been looking for a way to open the Blackstone prison. According to the 5 great kings, only an ancient god could break it with brute force. However, now that he thought about it, it was not that simple. The heart of the Xianming. Fang Chen clenched his fists tightly. His heart was burning. This time, he entered Dark Cave Mountain to search for the supreme treasure under the powerful aura that he had sensed back then. Who would have thought that he would learn so many secrets? The Rhinoceros clan, the heart of the Xianming, the heavenly Venerate Sea, and the dominant clans of every era. All the information made Fang Chen more convinced. The chaotic void was far from being as simple as it seemed on the surface. The 5 great clans must have a strong foundation to be able to suppress the chaotic void for so many years. At first, he did not think much of it. However, compared to Dark Cave Mountain and the heavenly Venerate Sea, he could feel the strength of the 5 great clans. He shook his head hard and stopped thinking about it for the time being. At this moment, Fang Chen was thinking that he had to get the heart of the Xianming no matter what. Let's give it a try. Thinking of this, Fang Chen began to try to penetrate into the formation. Hiss. A strong array Dao aura instantly spread out. In the blink of an eye, it penetrated into the formation. Below, in the dark passage, the young master suddenly opened his eyes. Who is it? Whoosh. With a leap, the young master disappeared into the ground. Rip. In the blink of an eye, the young master's figure appeared on the ground. Human. After seeing Fang Chen and the green-robed honorable, the young master's face was filled with shock. Bang! The young master threw out a punch and a violent fist radiance exploded in an instant. Rumble! The violent force wrapped around Fang Chen. You are courting death. At this moment, the young master saw the green-robed honorable who was trying to escape. With a bang, the young master smashed the latter's head. Trash! The corners of the young master's mouth curled up as he laughed coldly. He then strode towards Fang Chen. Die! The young master clenched his fist again. Like a dark tide, his fist smashed into the power that enveloped Fang Chen. What kind of force is this? Fang Chen was a little surprised to be bound by the terrifying force. The power that bound him was extremely strange. It did not contain a shred of origin energy. Is this a unique method of the Rhinoceros clan? Fang Chen said, this force has a strong corrosive force. Even a top honorable can't resist it. The body of 10,000 swords was activated to the extreme. Illusory sword lights appeared on the surface of his skin. These sword lights gathered together and instantly forced back the force that bound him. Immediately after, the domain of 10,000 swords was opened. The young master's fist fell into a quagmire. Its speed decreased sharply. The ripples on the fist spread out and were absorbed by the domain of 10,000 swords. Damn it! The young master cursed and increased his strength. His other fist also suddenly blasted out. Dong! Fang Chen quickly threw out a punch and collided with it. Bang! 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 The 2 fists collided. The young master and Fang Chen both took a few steps back. A genius like you actually appeared in the human clan? The young master said coldly. Your status in the Rhinoceros clan is probably not low, right? Fang Chen said. Although they had only exchanged blows once, He knew that the young master's strength was not weaker than Demon Slayer's. In other words, if the Rhinoceros clan could enter the chaotic void, the young master's strength could be ranked in the top 15 of the honorable list. The Rhinoceros clan was indeed tricky. You're very strong. There are almost no limit honorables who can match you, right? The young master said with a sinister smile. If the other members of the Rhinoceros clan met you, they would almost be unable to fight back. Unfortunately, you met me. Your attainments in formations are not bad. You actually managed to enter the clan's guarding formation quietly and even tried to penetrate the formation with your divine consciousness. How bold of you! Chapter 26:11. The young lord looked at Fang Chen as if he was looking at his prey and said sarcastically, "You might be a high and mighty genius in other people's eyes. But in my eyes you are nothing. You know the secret of our Rhinoceros Horn clan. So, you must die," the young lord said in a gloomy voice. He reached out his hand and grabbed at the void. All of a sudden, the void shattered and a black hole appeared. A terrifying suction force erupted. Rhinoceros Horn Killing Technique. The young lord performed the Rhinoceros Horn Killing Technique. The two horns on his forehead rapidly grew in size. They tore through the tent and soared into the sky. At the same time, all the aura of the rhinoceros horn under the ground was absorbed by him. When his horns grew to a certain extent, he let out a long howl towards the sky. Then, his figure flashed and appeared in front of Fang Chen. "Get lost." He gathered all the strength in his body and threw a punch. The power of this punch was enough to kill an ordinary peak Venerable realm expert. Dong the terrifying fist light hit the young lord's body and forced him to retreat. However, while the young lord was retreating, his horns that had grown to a certain extent swooped down with the aura of death. What is that? The young master's horns flickered with a resplendent light, giving Fang Chen a feeling of impending death. Azura Sword Technique. The star-concealing sword whizzed out. Fang Chen performed the Azura sword technique without hesitation. A terrifying and domineering sword light burst out from the star-concealing sword. Crack the sword light hit the young lord's horns hard. The earth shook and the mountains shook. The entire time and space seemed to be confined. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Chen tipped his toes and performed the time collapse technique. The star-concealing sword stabbed at the young lord's chest. "You are courting death," the young lord sneered. Layers of terrifying halos emerged from his body to block the attack of the star-concealing sword. Unfortunately, he underestimated the power of the star-concealing sword. The power of a void fragmentation realm weapon was not something he could imagine. A crisp sound was heard. The young lord's chest was penetrated. Blood splattered everywhere and his body was sent flying. A void fragmentation realm weapon? The young lord cried out involuntarily, his eyes burning with passion. Ever since the Rhinoceros Horn clan was driven out of the Empyrean Sea, they never obtained too many cultivation resources again. Despite the size of the Rhinoceros Horn clan, their strongest weapon was only a top-grade Chaos grade. At this moment, seeing the hidden star sword in Fang Chen's hand, the young master's eyes widened. "I must get it." The young master had completely fallen into madness. Rhinoceros Horn Killing Technique, the second move. The young master had performed the second move of the Rhinoceros Horn Killing skill. It was a ferocious killing move. However, from the initial unfamiliarity to the current familiarity, Fang Chen began to suppress the young master. After all, the latter was only an extreme venerable one. Mysterious Heaven Cone Nail. After continuously using the Azura sword skill, Fang Chen forced the young lord to retreat. At the same time, his body was covered in blood. Fang Chen found an opportunity. The moment the young lord attacked, Fang Chen took out the mysterious heaven all. Crack! The mysterious heaven's cone nail once again erupted with an incredible power. As if the great Emperor Su Xian was reborn, the true scripture of Su Xian circulated quickly. The aura around Fang Chen's body soared to the extreme. Dong! The mysterious heaven's cone nail carried a shocking force and bombarded the young master's horns. Crack! The young master's horns broke. A miserable scream came out of the young master's mouth. He looked up to the sky and roared, his face ferocious. His blood spurted out from his broken horns, and his aura collapsed. The rhinoceros horn clan's most fundamental weapon was their horns. Now that Fang Chen had cut off his horns, it directly caused the young master to fall into a state of rage. "I'm going to kill you!" The young master waved his hand, and the clan's protective formation surged wildly. Imprison! The young master controlled the formation and began to imprison Fang Chen. Fang Chen was almost stunned by the young master's aura. After calming down for a moment, he realized that the young master was just bluffing. "You've only grasped a little bit of it," Fang Chen sneered. The young master could only activate a trace of the clan's protective formation's power. This power was not a threat to him. On the contrary, he could take advantage of the young master's wholehearted control of the formation to kill him. Whoosh! The space-time collapse technique was cast, and the next moment, he appeared in front of the young master. Buzz! The aura of the formation path filled his body, and the comprehension of the 3,000 scrolls of formation path revolved around his heart. The formation controlled by the young master was ineffective against him. The hidden star sword in his left hand stabbed out, and the mysterious heaven's cone nail in his right hand slashed out. Bang! The young master blocked the attack of the hidden star sword with his bare hands, but he did not block the attack of the mysterious heaven's cone nail. Crack! Under the powerful attack of the mysterious heaven's cone nail, half of the young master's body turned into a meat paste. The young master screamed crazily. His face was ferocious, and his scarlet eyes were filled with hatred. "I'm going to tear you into pieces." Although he had fallen into madness, he still maintained a trace of rationality in his heart. While the young master was screaming, he was also secretly contacting the four-horned man. "Come and save me." Boom! A vibrating force came from underground. Not good. Fang Chen cursed inwardly. He immediately increased his strength and penetrated the young master's head in one fell swoop. Whoosh! The young master's primordial spirit was suspended in midair. He wanted to escape, but he was caught by Fang Chen. "Let go of the young master." A furious roar came, and then the four-horned man rushed over with a vast aura. Too late. Fang Chen threw the young master's primordial spirit into the demon ceiling tower, and then quickly retreated. Whoosh! Whoosh! The space-time collapse technique was cast, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the four-horned man's sight. "Damn it!" The four-horned man roared angrily and issued a kill order. In Dark Cave Mountain, all the Rhinoceros Horn clan began to arrest Fang Chen. Whoosh! After traveling for more than 10 days, Fang Chen felt that it was almost safe. Only then did he find a secluded place and hide. "Now that I've been discovered, it will be difficult to sneak in next time," Fang Chen said. "However, I might be able to get some useful information from the young master." Demon Ceiling Tower. On the empty ground, a huge monster army led by the demon tiger and beast stood densely on the ground, their auras fluctuating. In front of the demon tiger and beast, there was a primordial spirit in a sorry state. Bang! Every time the primordial spirit tried to escape, the demon tiger and beast would send it flying with a slap. "Little thing, you're too inexperienced," the demon tiger and beast said calmly. At this moment Fang Chen came in. "Master," the demon tiger and beast said with a simple and honest smile. If it wasn't for the person in front of him, he didn't know when he would be able to revive. "How is it?" Fang Chen asked. "This guy's primordial spirit is very unique. I've studied it. Unless you use brute force to shatter it, it's impossible to destroy it," the demon tiger and beast said. Fang Chen nodded. As a member of the Rhinoceros clan, it was normal for his primordial spirit to be unique. "You're the Rhinoceros clan's young master?" Fang Chun walked to the primordial spirit, and asked. "Despicable," the young master said coldly. He was furious. "What?" Fang Chun shrugged and said, "As the young master of the Rhinoceros clan and a limit venerable expert, are you such a sore loser? Or is the Rhinoceros clan like this?" "You!" The young master was furious. "If it wasn't for the fact that I spent too much energy searching for the heart of Xianming, do you think you can suppress me?" Slap! The demon tiger and beast slapped the young master's primordial spirit, causing the latter to grit his teeth in pain. "Show some respect to my master," the demon tiger and beast said. "Remember, you're now a prisoner." Although the young master was very angry, he had learned his lesson and was no longer angry. What could he do if he fell into someone else's hands? "What do you want to know?" the young master asked calmly. "I want to know everything about the heart of Xianming and your Rhinoceros clan," Fang Chun said. The young master shook his head. "Impossible. You can't have the heart of Xianming. As for my Rhinoceros clan, it's useless even if you know. When my clan leader comes out of seclusion, everything will be fleeting. Mount Dongming will eventually fall into our hand. The strength of my clan is not something you can imagine. But you fell into my hands." Fang Chun interrupted the young master and said directly. "Humph, I've said it before. You won with an unfair advantage. If you have the ability, wait until I reconstruct my body and recover from my injuries. Then we can have a fair fight," the young master said. Fang Chun chuckled and looked at the young master as if he was looking at an idiot. "Do I look like a fool to you?" The young master was silent. Fang Chun slapped the young master's primordial spirit and sent it flying. "You're now a prisoner. You have no choice." Chapter 26:12. As the young master of the Rhinoceros Horn clan, it was certain that he would inherit the Rhinoceros Horn clan in the future. But now, he had been reduced to a prisoner. Moreover, he had to suffer such humiliation. The young master's heart was filled with anger, but he did not dare to vent it. His life was in the other party's hands. In order to survive, he had to endure the humiliation. "Just you wait. The day the king of my clan comes out of seclusion will be the day you die." The young master had personally experienced Fang Chun's strength, so he did not dare to act rashly for the time being. He could only let Fang Chun trample on him. In his heart, he hoped that the clan leader would come out of seclusion. The clan leader was an ancient god expert. His methods were so powerful that countless people trembled in fear. Unfortunately, he had been in seclusion for a long time and had not come out. "Tell me the distribution of the Rhinoceros Horn clan in Dark Cave Mountain, or I'll crush your head," Fang Chun threatened. The young master's primordial spirit light ball trembled. After torture, he had obtained a lot of information from the young master. The Rhinoceros Horn clan's layout in Dark Cave Mountain was much more powerful than Fang Chun had imagined. Fang Chun could not resist. This was what he thought. Although the Rhinoceros Horn clan only had one ancient god expert, and the rest were all ultimate venerables, Fang Chun did not dare to be careless. Such a peerless clan had once dominated the chaotic void in a certain era. Their foundation was so deep that even the 5 great clans could not compare. He had to act quickly before the Rhinoceros Horn clan obtained the Xianming heart. Otherwise, once the Rhinoceros Horn clan succeeded, they would definitely take control of Dark Cave Mountain and once again enter the chaotic void. No matter what, Fang Chun was also a part of the chaotic void. Whether it was for the human race or for himself, he had to stop the Rhinoceros Horn clan. The Xianming heart. Every time he thought of the Xianming heart, Fang Chun's heart burned. It was the key treasure that could open the Blackstone prison. The forces in the Blackstone prison were not to be underestimated. If he could use them, he would definitely be able to make use of them. If he could use it, then the great clans would be nothing. Thinking of this, Fang Chun threw the young master's primordial spirit to the demon tiger and beast and left the demon sealing tower. In the vast dark cave mountain, all the rhinoceros horn clan members were looking for Fang Chun. How dare he ruin the plans of our rhinoceros horn clan? We must tear him into pieces. Young master has been kidnapped by thieves. We must save him. Countless venerables of the clan rose roar. They searched every corner of Immortal Cave Mountain for Fang Chun. One day, Fang Chun had just appeared when he was discovered by two members of the Rhinoceros Horn clan. Stop! One of the members of the Rhinoceros clan shouted. Sword, 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 swords, Chen's sword, 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 sword. The powerful sword light covered the sky and pierced the body of the Rhinoceros Horn clan member. Crack! The S to Beza's body. When the other member of the Rhinoceros Horn clan saw this, he hurriedly sent a message to the clan. Die! Fang Chun tiptoed and appeared in front of the Rhinoceros Horn clan member like a gust of wind. He stabbed the hidden star sword, cutting off the rhinoceros horn and smashing its head. In a flash, Fang Chun killed the two venerables of the Rhinoceros Horn clan. Killing venerables with a flick of his finger was Fang Chun's real combat strength. Two ordinary venerables. Looking at the corpses on the ground, Fang Chun waved his hand and put the two corpses into the demon sealing tower. The Rhinoceros Horn clan was a foreign clan. Their body structure was completely different from that of the demon clan. Their bodies contained a powerful aura, which was extremely important to the demon beast army in the demon sealing tower. Every time Fang Chun killed a member of the Rhinoceros Horn clan, he would put the corpse into the demon sealing tower. The news has been sent back. It won't be long before the Rhinoceros Horn clan attacks here. Fang Chun's eyes flickered, and a bold idea came to his mind. Hunting the Rhinoceros Horn clan. Only an expert like Fang Chun would dare to come up with such a crazy idea. In a moment, Fang Chun perfected the plan. First of all, he set up a powerful formation in the area of 100 miles. When Fang Chun stepped into the profound God realm, he had completely comprehended the 3,000 scrolls of formation principles. Previously, after comprehending the Rhinoceros Horn clan's formation, he had a thorough understanding of the 3,000 scrolls of formation principles. At the same time, Fang Chun also discovered something. Although the Rhinoceros Horn clan's formation was very powerful, the members of the Rhinoceros Horn clan were not very interested in formations. After discovering this, Fang Chun could set up the formation boldly without any worries. Rise! With a low shout, he raised his hands. Rumble! A deafening sound resounded through the sky, and the surrounding towering trees swayed endlessly. All the weeds within a few hundred miles were rustling. Buzz! Suddenly, layers of light screens appeared in the void. Finally, these light screens were connected under the control of Fang Chun's hands. Dong! When the last light curtain was connected, a semicircular cover was formed within a radius of 100 miles, enveloping the land within it. According to the saying on Earth, it was like a pot lid. Whoosh! Fang Chun's hands quickly formed a seal, and with a flick of his finger, rays of light shot into the ground. Formation base done. Fang Chun said softly. 108 formation bases were completely built, and the formation was faintly taking shape. However, there was still one last step missing, which was the core of the formation, which was also the most important part. Swoosh! Fang Chun bit his finger, and a drop of essence blood shot out and dripped into the formation. Suddenly, 108 rays of light intertwined, completely enveloping the drop of essence blood. Hiss! In the blink of an eye, the core of the formation was formed, and Fang Chun placed it in the center of the formation. Whoosh! 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 Dark aura spread out, mixed with bits of bloody red light. This was a special effect brought about by the dark bloodline. Eh! Fang Chun exclaimed softly, and his face was full of surprise. He did not expect to succeed. Using the power of the special bloodline to build the core of the formation was found in the 3,000 scrolls of formations. It was Fang Chen's first time trying it in practice, and he did not expect to succeed so easily. I was worried that the extreme venerable of the Rhinoceros clan might see through this formation. But now it seems that I was overthinking, Fang Chen said with a smile. The powerful power brought about by the dark bloodline completely concealed the core of the formation. Only those who were stronger than Fang Chen in terms of formations could see through the formation. Condense. With Fang Chen's low shout, the formation was finally completed and began to operate automatically. Whoosh! Fang Chen jumped out of the formation and stood on a towering tree, looking down at the formation, but he could not see anything. Let's wait for the Rhinoceros clan to take the bait. Fang Chen grinned. A few days later, the first group of people from the Rhinoceros clan finally arrived. There were a total of 8 people, and the leader was an extreme venerable, while the other 8 were top-notch venerables. According to the news, the murderer is here. The leader of the extreme venerables looked around and said coldly, "Look carefully, he shouldn't have gone far." The 8 venerables did not find anything and walked straight into the formation that Fang Chen had set up in advance. Buzz. The 8 of them were instantly lost in the formation. "Welcome to the kingdom of death." An evil voice came from the void. "Who is it?" The leader of the extreme venerables roared angrily. His aura shook and his horns expanded, emitting a terrifying aura. "The person who will kill you." Rumble. The formation was fully activated, and a crazy killing power came whistling, instantly forcing the 8 of them into a sorry state. At the same time, Fang Chen came over leisurely and punched one of the top-notch venerables. Crack! The top-notch venerable could not resist at all and his head was shattered. The first one. After a few punches, 7 top-notch venerables were all killed. "You're courting death." The last extreme venerable, who was the leader, had scarlet eyes as he used the innate ability of the Rhinoceros clan. Unfortunately, with the restriction of the powerful formation, he was no match for Fang Chen at all. He was very unwilling to die under the star-concealing sword. Perfect! The first group of people from the Rhinoceros clan were all killed, and it did not even cause any pressure to Fang Chen. "Your food is here again." With a wave of his hand, the 8 corpses were sent into the demon sealing tower. At this moment, the young master's primordial spirit, who was trapped in the demon sealing tower, almost went berserk. Smack! At the critical moment, the demon tiger and beast slapped it away. Then, he grabbed a member of the Rhinoceros clan and ate it raw. Chapter 26:13. In the following month, batches after batches of people from the Rhinoceros clan arrived. However, the outcome of each batch was the same. All of them died in the hands of Fang Chen. The monster army in the demon sealing tower happily devoured the corpses of the Rhinoceros clan members. In just a month, the Rhinoceros clan lost 50 venerables, including 7 limit venerables. Venerable Rhinoceros Mountain walked slowly in front. With every step, he had to stop and think for a long time. Behind him, there were 9 limit venerables. In the past month, only 7 limit venerables had died. This time, 10 limit venerables had come. Venerable Rhinoceros Mountain was known as the strongest person below the ancient god realm in the Rhinoceros clan. He was the Grand Elder of the Rhinoceros clan. In the past month, there had been a continuous stream of people dying. He finally realized that something was wrong. Today, he came personally with the 9 venerables. "Venerable Rhinoceros Mountain, what did you find?" one of the venerables asked. Venerable Rhinoceros Mountain frowned and said, "There's a very powerful formation in front." "What? A formation?" the 9 venerables exclaimed. Could it be that the person who secretly went against our Rhinoceros clan and kidnapped our young master is a formation master? The Rhinoceros clan's formation was too powerful. It made the venerables subconsciously think that a formation master was very powerful. But don't worry, everyone. Watch how I break this formation. Venerable Rhinoceros Mountain said confidently. Whoosh! Venerable Rhinoceros Mountain leaped and floated in the air. His eyes were like lightning as he looked at the void in front of him. Streams of aura burst out from his eyes. These auras condensed into threads in the void, carrying a shocking power as they rushed toward the semicircular cover of the formation set up by Feng Chun. Boom! A deafening sound was heard as the threads bombarded the semicircular cover and exploded instantly. Flames soared into the sky, and the aura was powerful. Buzz! The semicircular cover of the formation gradually appeared in front of Venerable Rhinoceros Mountain and the others. It's really a formation. The 9 supremacies cried out in surprise. They didn't expect such a powerful formation to be hidden here. What an exquisite formation! Although it's not as good as our clan's formation, it's not weak either. The Honorable Rhinoceros Mountain came to a realization. It was no wonder that more than 50 honorable ones had fallen here. I'd like to see how capable you are. Rhinoceros zoon 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 zoon. In the next moment, he punched out with both fists. Dong! The 2 fists smashed onto the semicircular cover and were immediately rebounded. Venerable Rhino Mountain's body kept retreating as he staggered. His fist was in pain, and traces of blood flowed out from his knuckles. The sneer on his face suddenly froze. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the semicircular cover. How is this possible? Supremacy Rhino Mountain turned pale with fright. This formation was much more powerful than he had imagined. Venerable Rhino Mountain, what should we do now? The 9 supremacies asked. The formation is too powerful. We can't break it in a short period of time. If that scoundrel is hiding inside, we can't do anything either. Damn it, don't let me run into you, or I'll make sure you die a graveless death. The 9 supremacies kept cursing. Only Venerable Rhino Mountain's expression gradually calmed down. He waved his hand and said, "This formation is beyond my expectations, but it's not impossible to break it." What? Do you have a way, Venerable Rhino Mountain? The 9 supremacies were extremely excited when they heard that. Venerable Rhino Mountain nodded and said, "I have an idea, but it'll take time. The 9 of you will guard one side and listen to my orders." "Yes, sir." The 9 supremacies quickly spread out and stood in 9 directions of the semicircular cover, responding to Venerable Rhino Mountain from afar. At this moment, Feng Chen saw Venerable Rhino Mountain's actions clearly through the formation. "Is this guy the Rhinoceros Clan's Supreme Venerable?" Feng Chen murmured. "I can feel the terrifying power contained in his body. If I were to fight him, it's hard to say who would win." Even someone as strong as Feng Chen did not have the confidence to win against Venerable Rhino Mountain. After all, Venerable Rhino Mountain was the strongest person below the ancient god realm of the Rhinoceros clan. He was not someone the supremacies on the supremacies ranking in the outside world could compare to. "Master." Suddenly, Demon Tiger and Beast's voice was heard. The young master of the Rhinoceros clan said that the 10 people outside the formation are basically the strongest forces of the Rhinoceros clan. Demon Tiger and Beast continued, "Master doesn't have much confidence in fighting them head-on, but since they won't be able to break the formation in a short period of time, I have an idea." "What idea?" "Master, use the space-time collapse technique to leave this place. While they're breaking the formation, it'll be enough for you to get close to the heart of Xianming." The demonic tiger and the revered beast didn't finish their words, but Feng Chen was smart enough to know. "You mean?" Feng Chen's eyes lit up. "That's right, why didn't he think of this? Wasn't his goal now to get the heart of Xianming? Wasn't this the best opportunity?" The patriarch of the Rhinoceros clan had yet to come out of seclusion, and Venerable Rhinoceros Mountain and the other core experts of the Rhinoceros clan were also attracted here. A cicada shedding its carapace. Fang Chen thought of this term. He sneered and said to Venerable Rhinoceros Mountain outside the formation, "Venerable Rhinoceros Mountain, don't waste time. You can't break my formation." Buzz. His voice traveled outside the formation, and it immediately angered the 9 supremacies. "Brat, you're courting death." At the same time, the 9 supremacies gathered together and attacked the formation with all their might. Dong! A deafening sound was heard, and the formation shook for a while before calming down. Whoosh! On the other side of the formation, Fang Chen had already escaped into the void and left the huge formation. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. He kept shuttling through the void. After traveling for a long distance, he looked back and could still hear the shaking sound. "A bunch of idiots," Fang Chen mocked. The higher his realm, the more he felt the power of the space-time collapse technique. Now, the combat strength of his clone had already reached the level of a Venerable. However, he had never left the Azura universe. While perfecting the universe, he comprehended the path of space-time. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A few days later, Fang Chen came to the front of the tent. The tent was still standing, but it clearly felt different from the first time he came. "Go in." Fang Chen rushed into the tent with a big stride. Immediately, he was surrounded by the powerful aura of the formation. A familiar feeling came again. After sensing for a while, he found that there were almost no powerhouses in the formation. They were all minors. "Where's the heart of Xianming?" Fang Chen muttered. After reading the 3,000 scrolls of the formation path, the Rhinoceros clan's protective formation was basically useless to Fang Chen. "Let's go!" Fang Chen shouted softly as his body burrowed into the ground. Whoosh! Soon, he appeared below the underground rock layer. Where would the heart of Xianming be hidden? Fang Chen muttered to himself. Suddenly, a few voices came, and miners came here. "Let's go." Fang Chen was just about to leave when he was discovered by the miners. "Stop!" Whoosh! As soon as the miners spoke, they were killed by Fang Chen at lightning speed. However, the sound had already spread, and the miners underground were in a mess. "Oh no, someone broke into the underground!" Someone shouted, and suddenly all the clansmen of the Rhinoceros clan were alarmed. Who dares to break into the forbidden area of the Rhinoceros clan? The Rhinoceros clan Venerable guarding the underground led his clansmen and rushed over. Whoosh! Using the Azura sword technique, several sword lights flashed out in a row, and the Venerable leader was killed directly. Many of his clansmen were also killed by Fang Chen. For a moment there was an uproar underground. In front of the semicircular formation, there was a bright ball in the palm of Venerable Rhinoceros Mountain, and it was as dazzling as the sun. The ball contained Venerable Rhinoceros Mountain's super understanding of the formation path, and the powerful strength of the Rhinoceros clan. Attack together. After a few days of research, Venerable Rhinoceros Mountain finally found the 108 array bases of the formation and the core of the formation. At this moment, he gave the order, and the 9 Venerables joined forces and exploded with their strongest power, blasting at a certain point of the semicircular cover. Crack! The powerful attack landed on a certain node and exploded with a loud bang. The formation shook and was about to break. At this moment, the ball in Venerable Rhinoceros Mountain's hand suddenly attacked. Dong! The formation was shattered, and the semicircular cover collapsed in an instant. Where is he? Chapter 26:14. When the formation was broken, Venerable Rhino Mountain and the others had wild smiles on their faces. However, when they searched for him, they found that there was no one in the formation at all. He must be hiding in the dark. Let's find him. Humph! How dare he play this trick in front of the Rhino Horn clan? Tear him into pieces. We must tear him into pieces. The Venerables of the Rhino Horn clan were all furious. The 9 Venerables began to search frantically and even bombarded the void with powerful forces, trying to force Fang Chen to appear. However, at this moment, Venerable Rhino Mountain heard a piece of news. Venerable Rhino Mountain, something bad has happened. A mysterious expert has broken into the forbidden area and is killing everyone. What? Venerable Rhino Mountain's expression changed drastically. Compared to Fangchen, the forbidden area was more important. Luring the tiger away from the mountain? Although Venerable Rhino Mountain did not want to believe it, the facts in front of him told him that this was a complete plan. Amazing. Venerable Rhino Mountain said eerily, "How many years has it been since someone dared to play tricks in front of me?" Venerable Rhino Mountain waved his hand and led the 9 Venerables back to the forbidden area. At this moment, below the forbidden area, countless members of the Rhino Horn clan were chasing after Fangchen. Fangchen kept diving and knew how deep he had gone underground. Along the way, he killed countless members of the Rhino Horn clan. Breaking into the forbidden area of the Rhino Horn clan is an unforgivable crime. Suddenly, a thunderous roar could be heard. Venerable Rhino Mountain? Fangchen was stunned for a moment and immediately said, "Dong." Suddenly, he felt the gravity around him increase rapidly and his body was sinking. Die thief. Above his head, a bright palm print fell with a whistling sound. Fangchen threw out a punch to block the palm print. Crack! The palm print and the fist light collided. His body was like a kite, constantly smashing into the depths of the ground. Die. At the same time, Venerable Rhino Mountain once again threw out his strongest attack. The entire underground was destroyed by his powerful force, and Fangchen's body disappeared without a trace. Rumble! After the powerful force dissipated, what came into view was a battered and exhausted underground. Where Venerable Rhino Mountain stood, there was a bottomless hole in front of him. The surrounding rocks were filled with potholes. This was caused by Venerable Rhino Mountain's powerful strength. "Is that guy dead?" a paragon asked. Venerable Rhino Mountain walked to the black hole and looked down. Immediately, he saw a clear stream. Is this the mysterious underworld water that nurtures the mysterious underworld heart? All of a sudden, Venerable Rhino Mountain cried out. Wasn't the heart of Xian Ming the treasure that the Rhinoceros Horn clan was looking for? Ha ha ha, I've finally found the Xianming heart. Honorable Rhino Mountain laughed maniacally. His face was full of smiles. After searching for so long, he still hadn't found it. But now, his furious attack had opened up a hole, and he had found the Xianming water. The Xianming water nurtured the Xianming heart. It was always moving, always changing. Formation, come. Honorable Rhino Mountain could not care less. With a wave of his hand, he controlled the clan's formation and quickly sealed the pool of Xianming water. Splash! Layers of waves rippled on the surface of the Xianming water as if it wanted to escape, but it could not break free from the clan's formation. That guy has fallen into the Xianming water. He'll definitely die. After doing all this, Venerable Rhino Mountain sneered. The Xianming water was too corrosive. Even a limit Venerable would have a slim chance of survival if he entered. As for a top-notch Venerable, once he fell in, he would definitely die. The Xianming water has been sealed and can't escape. From today onwards, stop mining and wait for the clan leader to come out of closed-door cultivation to capture the Xianming heart, Venerable Rhino Mountain said. During this period, I'll lead the 9 of them to guard the Xianming water. With Venerable Rhino Mountain guarding the place, the Xianming water could not cause any waves at all. Many members of the Rhinoceros Horn clan were overjoyed. They were one step closer to controlling Mount Dongming. Thud! Under the powerful impact, the defense formed by the 10,000 swords body collapsed in an instant. Only a layer of sword chi halo could barely wrap around his body. Under Venerable Rhino Mountain's final attack, Fangchen fell into the Xianming water with a thud. Hiss! 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 As soon as he entered the pool, Fangchen felt a strong corrosive force corroding his body. What a strong corrosive force! What is this place? Fangchen's heart trembled. He was very confused. Buzz! He activated the 10,000 swords body again, trying to resist the strong corrosive force. Master! The mysterious heaven cone nail appeared on its own. Its body emitted a dazzling light that enveloped Fang Chen within. Instantly, Fang Chen felt that the corrosive force was isolated and his body was no longer damaged. This is the Xianming water. A voice came from the mysterious heaven cone nail. The water that nurtures the Xianming heart is very corrosive and overbearing. If a top Venerable One falls into it, there is no chance of survival. If an ultimate Venerable One is contaminated by the Xianming water, there is a slim chance of survival. A slim chance of survival. Fang Chen was stunned for a moment. He immediately recalled the situation where his body was corroded and felt a lingering fear. However, Master can rest assured. A slim chance of survival proves that there is always a slim chance of survival. As for you, Master, your life belongs to the slim chance of survival. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen's hanging heart was finally at ease. He vaguely realized that the mysterious heaven cone nail seemed to know something. After all, it was once a native of Mount Dongming. I have to say that the Rhinoceros Horn clan does have some tricks up their sleeve. They can actually bind the erratic Xianming heart to a very small area. The mysterious heaven cone nail said, however, it is not that easy to obtain the Xianming heart. Can we store the Xianming water and bring it out? Fang Chen threw out such a question. In future battles, there is no need to make a move. I can just sprinkle a few drops of the Xianming water. No one below the ancient god is my opponent. Fang Chen grinned and said. He had long forgotten about the dangerous environment. The mysterious heaven cone nail was speechless. This was the Xianming water. In this world, other than Mount Dongming, what else could store the Xianming water? Master, shouldn't your focus be on the Xianming heart? As long as you obtain the Xianming heart, do you have to worry about not being able to bring the Xianming water away? The mysterious heaven cone nail explained patiently. After listening to the latter's explanation, Fang Chen gave an oath. Then, you also said that the Xianming heart is very difficult to obtain. Do you think I have a chance? Or do you already have a way? The mysterious heaven cone nail was speechless. It did not even want to talk to Fang Chen. Now, the Xianming water is confined by the Rhinoceros Horn clan's formation. Master, you can find the loophole of this formation. The mysterious heaven cone nail laughed and said, Master, you can try to communicate with the Xianming heart. You mean? Suddenly, Fang Chen's eyes brightened. This was indeed a good idea. The Xianming heart had a spirit. He was in the Xianming water. If he communicated with it, it should be able to sense it? Let's try. Fang Chen closed his eyes and communicated with the Xianming heart with his thoughts. On his body, rays of light gradually flashed and finally spread around the Xianming water. Why is there no movement? Fang Chen tried to communicate with it. However, the Xianming water was dead silent. There was no movement at all. Master, you must be patient. The Xianming heart may have been secretly observing you. The mysterious heaven cone nail reminded. All right. Fang Chen continued to communicate. In his mind, a voice sounded. I can help you break free from the Rhinoceros Horn clan's formation. Are you willing to acknowledge me as your master? Fang Chen's thoughts spread out. He believed that the Xianming heart would definitely be able to hear it. This state lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. There was still no response from the Xianming heart. Damn it. Fang Chen had the urge to curse and retracted his thoughts. How is it? Is it still not working? The mysterious heaven cone nail asked. There is no reaction at all. I am extremely suspicious if the Xianming heart exists in the Xianming water. Fang Chen cursed. The Xianming heart is not an ordinary item. It is very difficult to gain its recognition, the mysterious heaven cone nail said. Although he was helpless, he still had to try. Rip. Just as he was about to continue communicating, a ray of light suddenly appeared under his feet. The ray of light was very weak at first. However, in the blink of an eye, it became extremely dazzling. What is that? Upon seeing this, Fong Chen's heart beat faster. He was extremely excited. To read a novel, please visit Chapter 2615. The mysterious underworld water was unusually thick, giving people a feeling of oppression. Although he had the protection of the mysterious sky cone nail, Fong Chen still felt the pressure on his chest. From this point, one could see the dominance of the mysterious underworld water. Fong Chen tried countless times to communicate with the heart of mysterious underworld, but there was no effect. Finally, just as he was about to go crazy, he was surprised to find that below the mysterious underworld water, a bright light appeared. Upon seeing this, Fong Chen hurriedly dove down. What a strong resistance! After diving down for a short distance, he felt that the resistance was too strong, and he was panting. However, this could not stop Fong Chen from diving down. The mysterious sky cone nail successfully played the role of a powerful weapon. It wrapped around Fong Chen and slowly dove down. It seemed like a very short distance, but it took Fong Chen half an hour. Splash! Finally, he arrived at the light. Fong Chen noticed that there was a tattered rattan tree at the light. What is this? This rattan tree did not have any redeeming qualities from its appearance, but it emitted a dazzling light. This rattan tree must be extraordinary. To be able to survive under such a strong corrosive force, this rattan tree successfully attracted Fong Chen's attention. Master, this should be the rope that binds the heart of mysterious underworld, the mysterious sky cone nail said in a low voice. What? Fong Chen exclaimed. This rattan tree was actually a rope? In his mind, he thought of a scene. A peerless powerhouse refined the rattan tree into a rope and tied the heart of mysterious underworld around his neck. He did not dare to imagine. Was this not too crazy? This rattan tree seems to be the legendary innate E-wood, the mysterious sky cone nail continued. Innate E-wood is the top existence among the wood attribute treasures. It continuously emits a strong vitality. Wearing it for a long time can promote a human martial art practitioner to improve rapidly. The mysterious sky cone nail briefly explained the effects of the innate E-wood. Fong Chen's heart trembled again. Fong Chen widened his eyes and was speechless. Not only could the innate E-wood release a strong vitality to enhance the strength of human martial artists, but it could also release the E-wood chi to heal martial artists. In other words, as long as one possessed the innate E-wood, it would be as if one possessed an immortal body. One would be able to rapidly heal one's injuries in an extremely short period of time. To put it simply, his healing ability had become extremely fast. Normally, it would take a month, 2 months, or even a year to heal, but with the E-wood aura, it could be healed in a matter of minutes. As long as your primordial spirit is not destroyed, the E-wood aura will be able to help you reconstruct your physical body in a short period of time. This was the last sentence spoken by the mysterious heaven cone nail. It completely shocked Fong Chen. There was actually such a heaven-defying plant in this world. It was too inconceivable. In the ancient times, the connate E-wood once appeared in the chaos void. However, as time passed and the world changed, the connate E-wood disappeared and never appeared again. The vessel spirit of the mysterious heaven cone nail said, presumably, the owner of Dark Cave Mountain was a peerless powerhouse. Otherwise, he would not have used the connate E-wood as a rope. After the shock, Fong Chen was even more speechless. How many top powerhouses would go crazy for a treasure like the connate E-wood? However, the former owner of Dark Cave Mountain only used it as a rope to wear the heart of Xianming. Presumably, in the eyes of that peerless powerhouse, the connate E-wood was not even as important as Dark Cave Mountain. Fong Chen muttered. No matter what, finding the connate E-wood was still a great gain. Fong Chen's hands quickly reached out and touched the connate E-wood. Buzz! The seemingly aged connate E-wood suddenly exploded with a vast amount of energy and entered Fong Chen's body through his palms. So comfortable! Fong Chen immediately felt extremely comfortable in his body. This was the Khanate Iwood Chi. Buzz. The true void mystic scripture automatically operated and protected Fang Chen's internal organs. At the same time, it was also absorbing the Khanate Iwood Chi. Whoosh! Just as Fang Chen was enjoying himself, the Khanate Iwood Chi suddenly disappeared and the Khanate Iwood in front of him dimmed completely. What's going on? Fang Chen was shocked. He looked around and did not find anything unusual. However, the Khanate Iwood had dimmed and no longer shone. Are you sure you can help me? An ancient voice sounded in Fang Chen's mind. Dong. His mind trembled like thunder, and his body staggered a little. After stabilizing himself, Fang Chen widened his eyes and stared at the Khanate Iwood in disbelief. Are you the heart of Xianming? Fang Chen's breathing became rapid and he asked anxiously. The other party fell into silence. After a long while, the voice slowly sounded again. I can sense the aura of Great Emperor Su Xian on you. The voice was mixed with complicated emotions. I also found the Xiantian cone nail. You should be the successor of Great Emperor Su Xian, right? Fang Chen nodded and continued to listen. If you can really help me get out of here, I'll give you a chance to be recognized as my master. Hearing this, Fang Chen almost jumped up in excitement. Really? Fang Chen asked in disbelief. The Khanate Iwood suddenly cracked and a crystal the size of a thumb with beautiful patterns carved on it slowly floated in front of Fang Chen. Heart of Xianming. After seeing the thumb-sized crystal, Fang Chen was excited and shouted loudly. The heart of Xianming emitted a gentle Xianming aura. It seemed eerie, but it was peaceful. The moment it appeared, the entire Xianming water underwent a huge change. The Xianming water surged wildly and the pressure on Fang Chen was reduced. At the same time, the strong corrosive force disappeared instantly. All the Xianming water enveloped the heart of Xianming completely. After a short moment of shock, Fang Chen regained his confidence and said confidently, the clan guarding formation of the Rhinoceros Horn clan is very powerful. With my strength, I can't break it with brute force. However, I have a way to tear a corner of the clan guarding formation. I think you can escape with your strength, right? How long can you hold on? The heart of Xianming asked. 3 seconds. Fang Chen said after a brief calculation. After all, the clan guarding formation was too powerful. If he held on for too long, he would be noticed by Honorable Rhinoceros Horn clan leader, who was in seclusion. 3 seconds? The heart of Xianming said, that's enough. Fang Chen was secretly happy. Although he did not get the heart of Xianming, he had the chance to gain its recognition. This was a rare opportunity. Fang Chen pointed at the Khanate Iwood in front of him and said with a smile, this, if you can gain my recognition, I'll give you the Khanate Iwood. The heart of Xianming said, when the time comes, the entire Immortal Cave Mountain will be yours. The Khanate Iwood will not be so magical in your eyes. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Fang Chen said seriously, then I'll prepare first. When everything is ready, I'll start. The heart of Xianming swayed slightly as if it was answering Fang Chen. When Fang Chen was preparing, the heart of Xianming floated in front of the Xiantian cone nail. The two treasures seemed to be communicating. After a while, Fang Chen was ready. Because it was related to the heart of Xianming, Fang Chen did not dare to be careless. He was well prepared this time. Honorable Rhinoceros Horn clan has completely bound this pool. The difficulty of breaking it has increased. But don't worry, just listen to my command. After Fang Chen finished speaking, he rushed to the surface of the Xianming water. Buzz. The power of the formation path in his body emerged and enveloped his entire body. Then, he muttered the 3,000 scrolls of formation path. His understanding of the formation path flowed in his mind. Hiss. He pointed his finger lightly. Suddenly, the vast power of the formation path, carrying an unbelievable aura, rushed to a corner of the Xianming water. Dong! The finger beam hit the edge of the clan guarding formation. In order to not be discovered by Honorable Rhinoceros Horn Clan, Fang Chen did not dare to use his full strength. The finger beam corroded the clan guarding formation bit by bit. An hour later, a corner of the clan guarding formation was torn. It was a very small corner, almost only a crack. But it was enough. Move. Fang Chen roared. Splash. The majestic Xianming water rolled up a shocking wave. The heart of Xianming absorbed the connate wood and instantly drilled into the towering wave. Rip. The mighty Xianming water drilled out of the crack of the clan guarding formation and quickly disappeared. Let's go too. Fang Chen waved his hand and put away the Xiantian cone nail. He took a step forward. Chapter 26:16. Fang Chen turned into a black dot and disappeared into the formation. After that, the formation gradually healed as if nothing had happened. In the underground forbidden area, Supremacy Rhino Mountain led the 9 supremacies and personally guarded the cave. He was extremely excited when he thought about how the heart of Xianming had been imprisoned by the formation. I wonder when the clan leader will come out of seclusion? Supremacy Rhino Mountain thought to himself. Buzz. All of a sudden, a layer of ripples that were so tiny that they were barely visible appeared on the clan's protective formation. Supremacy Rhino Mountain narrowed his eyes but did not find anything unusual. He immediately closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. In his opinion, the strange movement of the formation should be a sign that the Xianming water was struggling. Void Mountain, 100,000 miles below the ground. A pool of water appeared out of nowhere and instantly corroded the surrounding rock. Soon, a natural pool was formed and the Xianming water poured into it. Splash! Fang Chen's figure followed closely behind and appeared at the same place. Phew! Seeing the Xianming water in front of him, Fang Chen heaved a sigh of relief. He was worried that the heart of Xianming would leave him behind after it escaped from the formation. Now it seemed that he had thought too much. Whoosh! Whoosh! Shocking waves surged and above the huge waves, a piece of connate wood appeared. There was a sparkling crystal on top of the connate wood. The heart of Xianming. Although he had seen it once, he still felt his heart beat faster when he saw it again. As expected of the core of Dark Cave Mountain, Fang Chen could not help but exclaim. The aura emitted from the heart of Xianming was too powerful. If not for the Rhino Horn Clan's formation, who could suppress the heart of Xianming? Thank you. A deep voice came from the heart of Xianming. Fang Chen could tell that it was thanking him from the bottom of its heart. It's nothing. Moreover, I'm doing it for my own benefit, Fang Chen said bluntly. Rip. An illusory light shot out from the heart of Xianming and condensed into a shadow. The mysterious man nodded to Fang Chen and praised him. To be able to reach such a level at such a young age, as expected of the inheritance of Great Emperor Su Xian, the virtual figure said. Even Great Emperor Su Xian wasn't as outstanding as you back then, right? Fang Chen chuckled but didn't say anything. The Rhinoceros Horn Clan was originally a clan abandoned by the Empyrean Sea. They came to my Immortal Cave Mountain to show off their prowess and even wanted to take over Immortal Cave Mountain. How could I let them do as they wished? The Phantom said, the Rhinoceros Horn Clan's clan guarding formation can confine the void. Although I am the core of Immortal Cave Mountain, I can't do anything about it. After all, when Master left, he basically dismantled all the defenses in Dark Cave Mountain. Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat when he heard the Shadow's words. The Master of Dark Cave Mountain left? He took note of this sentence. Where did that peerless expert go? Or rather, was he still alive in the chaotic void? Back then, in order to pursue the peak of martial arts, Master resolutely embarked on an extreme path. He knew that this path was very likely to lead to a dead end, but he didn't give up. Before he left, he dismantled all the defenses in Dark Cave Mountain and refined them into a more powerful treasure, the Phantom sighed. If not for that, how could the Rhinoceros Horn Clan be so arrogant in my territory? The Phantom was very angry when he mentioned the Rhinoceros Horn Clan. However, it seemed that he couldn't do anything to the Rhinoceros Horn clan. The Phantom seemed to have seen through Fang Chen's thoughts and explained, "The Rhinoceros Horn clan has an ancient god expert who controls the power of heaven and can resist all the attacks in Dark Cave Mountain. Even I can't do anything to him." "Senior, after saying so much, you still haven't told me what I have to do to get your approval?" This was what Fang Chen really cared about. Once he got the approval of the heart of mysterious underworld, it meant that he could control Dark Cave Mountain and open the Blackstone prison. At that time, his power would instantly soar to the point where he could contend with the great clans. If it was an ordinary person, they wouldn't have such an opportunity. If you want to inherit Dark Cave Mountain, you need to be a peerless genius. However, I can sense great Emperor Su Xian's aura on you, and your talent is not weak, so I'll give you a chance. I hope you'll cherish it, the Phantom said. While Fang Chen was stunned, the mysterious Heaven's Cone Nail transmitted its voice. "Before the old master got me, he also tried to get the approval of the heart of mysterious underworld, but he failed in the end." This was what he knew when the mysterious Heaven's Cone Nail communicated with the heart of mysterious underworld. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen was enlightened. Master left in a hurry and didn't leave anything behind. All these years, when I had nothing to do, I made some rules to help Master find a successor, the Phantom said with a chuckle. Fang Chen suddenly felt his scalp go numb. All these years, I made a total of 4 rules, which are 4 checkpoints. If you can pass them, you can get my approval, and I'll call you Master, the Phantom said. 4 checkpoints? Fang Chen asked. The Phantom nodded and said, "These 4 checkpoints can't be passed with just strength. It's a comprehensive test of all aspects. Not only do you need strong potential and strength, but you also need strong intelligence. In short, in these 4 checkpoints, there's danger everywhere, and there's a test everywhere." Splash! The Phantom waved its palm, and suddenly, 4 patterns appeared on the surface of the mysterious underworld water. The first pattern was a hammer. The second picture was of a fan, the third picture was of a person, and the fourth picture was blank. The 4 patterns represent the 4 checkpoints. You can choose for yourself, the Phantom said. Is there any hint? Fang Chen asked. The Phantom shook its head. You'll know after you choose. Looking at the 4 patterns, Fang Chen's expression gradually became serious. These 4 patterns, what do they represent? Fang Chen was very confused. Make your choice quickly, the Phantom urged. Fang Chen frowned, glanced at the 4 patterns and said, I choose the 4th pattern. Hearing this, the Phantom laughed and said, Congratulations, you've chosen the 4th pattern. What does this pattern represent? It represents, while Fang Chen was waiting nervously, the Phantom said with a playful smile, 1 more checkpoint. What? Fang Chen opened his eyes wide, thinking that he had misheard. The Phantom repeated, You didn't mishear. Those who choose the blank pattern will have to pass 5 more checkpoints. Why is that? Fang Chen asked with a bitter face. The Phantom waved its hand, There's no why. This is the rule I made. Fang Chen felt bitter in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. What a pervert! Fang Chen couldn't help but murmur. The illusory figure flung his sleeves, and a strong force swept Fang Chen into the blank screen. Splash! Waves splashed on the surface of the mysterious underworld water. The 4 patterns disappeared and were replaced by a smooth and flat mirror surface. On the mirror, Fang Chen's figure suddenly appeared. In a strange space, Fang Chen stood on a mountain peak, looking down at the earth, but found nothing. What the hell is this place? Fang Chen couldn't help but curse. He had been very careful to choose the 4th pattern, but this was the result. Dong! Thunder flashed in the sky, and a domineering voice came. Walk down the mountain, and you pass. Hearing this voice, Fang Chen was a little confused. Walk down the mountain? What kind of test was this? Visually estimating, this mountain peak was roughly 10,000 meters away. This bit of distance was nothing to a profound God realm martial artist at all. go down. Without even thinking about it, Fang Chen executed spacetime collapse. With a leap, he arrived at the foot of the mountain. Failed. In the sky, dark clouds gathered, and the dark aura turned into two shocking words. What? Fang Chen staggered and almost fell? He had followed the rules, so why did he fail? 2 more chances. In the sky, the majestic voice came again. Splash. The scene changed, and Fang Chen was back on the mountain peak. What's going on? Fang Chen frowned and fell into deep thought. Suddenly, he thought of the previous sentence. Walk down? Don't tell me I have to walk down? Thinking of this, Fang Chen was secretly delighted, and quickly walked down the mountain. Walking took a little longer, but when he reached the foot of the mountain, the 2 cold words were still in the sky. Failed. The second failure, and there was only one last chance left. Fang Chen was finally a little anxious. Chapter 26:17. What kind of stupid test is this? Returning to the mountain peak again, Fang Chen was flustered and exasperated. He cursed loudly. I can't fly down and I can't walk down. What should I do? The rules clearly say that I just have to walk down. Why did I fail? Above the Xianming water, the shadow's gaze fell on the mirror. Seeing Fang Chen's flustered and exasperated look, he said, You think you're so smart. If Fang Chen heard him, what would he do? Returning to the strange space, Fang Chen stood on the mountain peak in a daze. From the initial impatience in his heart, he had now calmed down. Since it's a test, there must be a way. Fang Chen tried to soothe his impatience. I can't be anxious. The more anxious I am, the more likely I will fail. I only have one last chance. I can't afford to fail. The rules said to walk down. It was understandable that he failed the first time he flew down. But he still failed the second time. Fang Chen couldn't understand. If he failed, he had to analyze the reason for his failure. After concluding, he could choose the right method to pass the test. Fang Chen sat down on the ground, thinking quickly. When I walked down just now, he pondered and analyzed carefully. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Fang Chen's hair was messy. He couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he racked his brains. During this period, he couldn't help but want to try several times. But in the end, he took his foot back. Without 100% confidence, he couldn't easily try. Now Fang Chen was very upset. Why was he so reckless in the beginning and wasted 2 chances? He was helpless, but there was nothing he could do. What's going on? Fang Chen stood up from the ground and roared to the sky, venting his helplessness. Master, the rules say to walk down. You didn't break the rules, but you failed. I suddenly had an idea. Suddenly, the honest-looking 3-eyed bear king transmitted his voice. Fang Chen asked hurriedly. All this time, I felt that Master had entered the wrong path. He said to walk down, but didn't say in which direction. Let's put ourselves in his shoes. What if everything we see is illusory? What if the sky is below us and the wasteland is above us? 3-eyed bear king said. But Fang Chen slapped himself on the head. That's right, why didn't I think of that? In the world of martial artists, the difference between up and down, their geographical location was also very different from that of ordinary people. Walk up? Fang Chen looked up at the blue sky and prepared to give it a try. I hope it. He activated the power in his body. Step by step, he ascended to the sky. Stepping on the void, there wasn't much pressure. In the blink of an eye, he had already walked more than 90 steps, but there was still no movement. Fang Chen rejoiced in his heart as he continued ascending. 95, 96, 97, 98. When he took the 99th step, the world suddenly turned upside down. Fang Chen felt that the scene of him being upside down had suddenly reversed. The whole world seemed to have reversed 180 degrees. His head appeared above him. As for the mountain from before, it was now right above him. Is it really like this? Fang Chen was stunned for a moment, and then began to get excited. In the sky, thunder sounded. The black aura condensed into two dazzling words: success. Success. Fang Chen was dancing with joy, but his body suddenly disappeared. The next moment, he appeared in front of the mysterious nether water. Not bad, your comprehension is not bad. The virtual shadow grinned. Fang Chen was speechless. Could it be that this old man was bored and casually came up with this checkpoint? Is this a test? Fang Chen couldn't help but ask. The virtual shadow spoke with assurance. What do you know? I'm testing the martial artist's IQ. If you don't have enough IQ, how can you pass? In the eyes of the world, the bottom is the bottom, and the top is the top. In my test, it's the opposite. I use people's perception of normal things to confuse people. Although what the virtual shadow said was very reasonable, Fang Chen was speechless. The mysterious nether heart, the core of Immortal Cave Mountain, could actually set up such a test. He was speechless. Well, you've passed the first level. Now you can go to the second level. The virtual shadow rolled up his sleeve and sent Fang Chen into a mysterious space again. Absorb the demon blood in front of you. In the sky, the rolling voice whistled. A huge pool appeared in front of Fang Chen. The black demon blood rippled in it, emitting a terrifying aura. Absorb the demon blood? Fang Chen was stunned for a moment, and then immediately took a few steps back. After the first level, Fang Chen didn't dare to make a move easily. Could it be a trap? The stupid first level could actually be used as a level. Fang Chen felt like 10,000 alpacas were galloping in his heart. Fang Chen began to carefully analyze the loopholes in the rules. In front of the mysterious nether water on the mirror. Seeing this, the virtual shadow laughed loudly, his face full of mockery. However, just as he was about to laugh, the smile on his face suddenly froze. It was replaced by surprise. This guy absorbed it just like that? The virtual shadow watched with wide eyes. In fact, it wasn't that Fang Chen wanted to absorb it, but that the dark bloodline in his body absorbed it automatically. Stop! Fang Chen shouted in his heart. He wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Buzz! As the demon blood was absorbed, the dark bloodline aura became stronger. Crack! After a while, the demon blood was completely absorbed. With a bang, Fang Chen's body vibrated, and then the dark aura filled his body. The bloodline copper mirror collapsed, turned into specks of light, and sank into Fang Chen's bloodline. This is? Fang Chen's eyes widened and his heart trembled. For a long time, the bloodline copper mirror had been nurturing the wolf god bloodline. And after a long time of effort, a trace of the dark bloodline power finally appeared. However, it still needed time to completely transform. But now, after absorbing the demon blood, the bloodline copper mirror broke it down automatically and injected it into the bloodline. It helped the wolf god bloodline to complete the evolution. Dong! Fang Chen clenched his fists, and the powerful bloodline power in his body soared into the sky, shaking the entire sky. Evolution. Dark bloodline. Since ancient times, he was the only human with the purest and strongest dark bloodline. What a strong bloodline power! Looking inside his body, Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. The power of the dark bloodline was too strong. It was much stronger than that of Elder Shui, whom he had killed. I wonder what rank my dark bloodline is in the Dark Kindred? Fang Chen murmured. Dong! In the sky, dark clouds gathered and two big words appeared. Success. This level is normal, but, thinking of this, Fang Chen couldn't help but shake his head. This was definitely not a test of the heart of Xianming, but a prank. This was a level that he claimed to have thought of over countless years? Fang Chen was speechless. Splash! In front of the Xianming water, the virtual shadow nodded in satisfaction. You are too lucky, aren't you? You actually have the dark bloodline, no wonder you can absorb the demon blood so easily. The virtual shadow said, You are lucky this time to pass, but you won't be so lucky next time. Fang Chen almost vomited blood. This was called luck? Damn it, why didn't you say that the level you set was retarded? He didn't know why, but after seeing the virtual shadow, he really couldn't help but rush up and beat him up. But in the end, he restrained himself. What? You want to beat me up? The virtual shadow saw through Fang Chen's thoughts. Fang Chen fell into silence, not even wanting to look at the virtual shadow. The latter was complacent, as if the level he set was so shocking. How can the common people understand my thoughts? The virtual shadow stood with his hands behind his back, looking like a master. He was condescending, pointing at the world. You think your heart is as clear as a mirror, but in fact it is chaotic. You think you are smart, but in fact you are stupid. Are you trying to show off your superiority? Fang Chen cursed in his heart. Seeing Fang Chen's flustered and exasperated look, the virtual shadow laughed and said, Kid, you have cultivated for too short a time. When you reach my level, you will know my mentality. Okay, back to the topic. The next 3 tests are not that simple. I hope your luck is as good as always. Chapter 26:18. 3 pictures appeared on the surface of the Xianming water. The 4th blank picture had already disappeared. Fang Chen started to choose from the remaining 3 pictures. The first picture was a hammer, the second was a fan, and the third was a man. After the previous 2 tests, Fang Chen did not dare to choose recklessly. He chose the first picture. Whoosh! His body moved and he came to a strange space. With a bang, countless ferocious beasts appeared in front of him. Kill 100,000 ferocious beasts with pure strength. A deafening voice came from the sky. Moreover, there was a time limit. If he could not complete the task within a month, he would fail. That's insane. Fang Chen could not help but curse. The beasts in front of him were all at the honorable realm. Although they were only at the honorable realm, killing 100,000 of them in a month was still a joke. I can't waste time. Boom. A vast amount of energy surged out from his body and quickly gathered on his fist. With a punch, the body of a ferocious demonic beast near Fang Chen exploded. Next, Fang Chen fell into an endless slaughter. Moreover, he was killing the ferocious beasts with pure physical strength. His speed of killing was greatly reduced. On the mirror, the virtual shadow was observing him. The myriad sword body has reached its peak. I wonder if it can evolve into the chaos sword body. At the mention of the chaos sword body, even the face of the illusionary figure turned solemn. Crack! Every time he punched out, he would be able to kill 1 or more demonic beasts. The frenzied massacre had consumed a great deal of Fang Chen's energy. A day later, Fang Chen was so tired that he was gasping for breath. He could no longer move. He stood in the air to recover. I only killed 100 beasts in a day. Fang Chen was at a loss. Killing 100,000 beasts in a month was an impossible task. It was too difficult. However, he did not give up. Continue. After a short rest, he continued to kill. Buzz. The myriad sword body was pushed to the extreme, and the myriad sword domain was opened. All the ferocious demonic beasts within 10,000 miles were more or less affected, and their movements slowed down. The pressure on Fang Chen suddenly decreased, and his strength continued to increase. Boom! When his strength reached its peak, he threw out a punch, instantly killing a large number of people. Ripples of sword chi appeared on the surface of his body. As time passed, his myriad sword body was undergoing subtle changes. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The subtle power of the way of the heavens and earth poured into his body, speeding up the transformation of the myriad sword body. 3 days later, 1,000 ferocious demonic beasts were killed. 10 days later, he had killed over 10,000 ferocious demonic beasts. 20 days later, Fang Chen had completely fallen into a state of madness. He was punching out all the time, and he even seemed to be in a state of chi deviation. In the blink of an eye, it was already the 29th day. Boom! After killing the ferocious beasts in front of him with a single punch, the densely packed beasts charged forward like a tide, drowning Fang Chen's body. Whoosh! Fang Chen took a deep breath, dragged his tired body, and rushed into the crowd of ferocious demonic beasts. Dong! The deafening sound was incessant. Finally, under continuous perseverance, Fang Chen's body collapsed. Crack! The claws of a ferocious demonic beast tore off a piece of flesh from his arm. Suddenly, blood spurted out, and the last straw in his heart fell. His body finally could not take it anymore. Crack! Countless ferocious demonic beasts were fighting to tear at his body. I can't give up. Relying only on his strong will to persevere, Fang Chen struggled to get up from the ground, activated the myriad sword body to the extreme, and threw out a punch. This punch took away the last of his strength. The ferocious demonic beasts that were tearing at his body were all killed. However, there were too many ferocious demonic beasts in this mysterious space, and it was simply unimaginable. Fang Chen's mind was a little blurred, but even he did not know that the myriad sword body was quietly changing. Destruction and establishment. This was the evaluation of Fang Chen by the virtual shadow. In the past month, he had witnessed Fang Chen's battle with his own eyes. He was also quite emotional. If it was someone with a weak will, he would have given up long ago. However, even if he used up the last of his strength, he did not give up. The myriad sword body is transforming. A bright smile appeared on the virtual shadow's face. When he first set up this checkpoint, he had considered this point. Those who could pass the checkpoint would definitely have an earth-shaking change in their body. In the process of passing the checkpoint, strengthening the body and accelerating the transformation of the body, this was what the virtual shadow wanted. I hope you can succeed. In his heart, the virtual shadow was still very much looking forward to Fang Chen's physique evolving into the strongest physique in sword principle, the chaotic sword body. However, he still underestimated the power of the chaotic sword body. Almost in an instant, Fang Chen's myriad sword body completed the transformation. Destruction and establishment, a life and death struggle. Dong! His body trembled. The aura of the myriad sword body rapidly disappeared and was replaced by a brand new aura. This aura contained a strand of Heaven Dao energy. Gotcha! Fang Chen discovered that the surface of his skin was shedding. What is this? Fang Chen was shocked to discover that his body had undergone a huge transformation. The myriad sword body had disappeared, but the myriad sword domain still existed. Heaven Dao energy? Fang Chen was completely shocked. 1. The heavenly energy that flowed through his body rumbled. Then, it turned into dense information that surged into Fang Chen's mind. At that moment, Fang Chen was enlightened and became wild with joy. Chaotic origin sword body? Fang Chen was dumbfounded. Wasn't the strongest sword body in the primal chaos void the chaotic origin sword body? His myriad sword body had actually transformed into the chaotic origin sword body. Ha ha! Fang Chen was ecstatic. He laughed loudly, venting out the helplessness he felt for the past month. Gotcha! He clenched his fist, shattering the void. His fleshy body had reached its strongest state. I see. Now, he finally understood the true essence of this stage. Kill. With a roar, he punched out. A fist the size of a small mountain exploded amidst the horde of ferocious beasts. A wild energy wave swept across, causing the densely packed ferocious beasts to fall to the ground. Seeing this, Fang Chen became even more excited. A single punch had killed more than 10,000 ferocious beasts. This is great. Previously, he could only barely kill more than 10,000 ferocious beasts in 10 days. But now, he could do it with a single punch. Indeed worthy of the chaotic origin sword body. Fang Chen was overjoyed. He punched out a few more times. Dong! A deafening sound reverberated across the sky. It was as if the entire sky was about to be shattered by Fang Chen. In the end, he easily killed more than 10,000 ferocious beasts and successfully passed the stage. Success. Seeing the two words in the void, Fang Chen smiled brightly. Voila! The scene changed back to the mysterious underworld water. Not bad. The illusory figure nodded in satisfaction. Since ancient times, there have been a total of 100 people who passed this stage. Out of the 36 sword cultivators, you are the only one who completed the transformation of your fleshy body. Congratulations, you have successfully evolved the myriad sword body into the higher-level chaotic origin sword body. Fang Chun clasped his fists and thanked the illusory figure. But you shouldn't be too conceited. Everyone thinks that the chaotic origin sword body is the strongest sword body in the primal chaos void. But in reality, it isn't. I hope that one day your chaotic origin sword body will evolve into the strongest sword body. Amen? Fang Chun felt his heart trembling. The chaotic origin sword body wasn't the strongest sword body? Then what was the strongest sword body? Even though Fang Chun was curious, the illusory figure did not say anything. First, consolidate your cultivation and comprehend the chaotic origin sword body. 1 month later, you will continue to pass the stage. This time, the illusory figure was more humane. He actually gave Fang Chun 1 month to comprehend the chaotic origin sword body. Many thanks, Senior. Fang Chun did not waste any time. He sat down cross-legged and began comprehending the chaotic origin sword body. 1. Within his body, sword chi was in a mess. It was like a volcano erupting. It was extremely shocking. Chaotic origin sword body. Fang Chun muttered softly. The chaotic origin sword body was instantly activated. Strands of heavenly Tao energy flowed on the surface of his skin. Interesting fellow. Looking at Fang Chun, the illusory figure grinned. Even though you did not reach my expectations of evolving into the chaotic origin sword body, it is still not bad. The illusory figure sighed. My expectations were too high. How could the chaotic origin sword body be so easy to evolve? Forget it, forget it. The illusory figure shook his head. For more novels to read, please visit Chapter 2619. The second picture was of a fan. According to Fang Chun's conjecture, this level should be a test of speed, right? Sure enough, in the strange space, Fang Chun appeared on a tall mountain peak. And there was another mountain peak 1,000 meters away from him. In the middle of these two mountains, there was a stairway that connected the two mountains together. However, there was a wild hurricane on the stairway, and Fang Chun's task was to pass through it. Clang! Fang Chun cast the space-time collapse technique, and his speed soared to the extreme, turning into an afterimage as he whizzed out. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint, Fang Chun arrived at the sky stairway. If it was under normal circumstances, a distance of 1,000 meters would only take the blink of an eye. However, this time, Fang Chun encountered a strong resistance. The space-time collapse technique that he was proud of had its effect sharply reduced. When he arrived on the stairway, he only flew for 30 meters before he felt a strong resistance, and his speed was greatly reduced. How is this possible? Fang Chun was dumbfounded. The wild hurricane on the stairway contained a biting cold, killing intent, and it blew on his body coldly, making his scalp tingle. Dong! Suddenly, his primordial spirit felt a shock, and then a tingling feeling extended from his head. Continue. Fang Chun didn't dare to stay any longer and continued to move forward. 40 meters, 50 meters, 60 meters. When he moved forward 70 meters, he finally couldn't move forward. At this moment, his head felt like it was about to explode. Poochie! He spat out blood and his face was pale. Retreat. Before the wild hurricane arrived, he quickly retreated and returned to the mountain peak. Phew! He took a deep breath, and an uncontrollable look of surprise appeared on his face. The hurricane on the stairway targets the primordial spirit. If I persist for too long, my primordial spirit will definitely be destroyed. Fang Chun murmured, his face full of helplessness. Although the previous levels were difficult, there were traces to be followed. But this time, he was really helpless. With his attainments in space-time Tao, he could barely rush to a distance of 70 meters. It was incredible. In the distant Azura universe, the mortal world and the cultivation world had been perfected. His avatar was in the miniature universe and was in the process of perfecting the deity world. Voila! The bone progenitor suddenly appeared. What happened? I saw a strange sight in Dark Cave Mountain. Fang Chun told the bone progenitor about the stairway to heaven, and the latter fell into deep thought. After a long while, the bone progenitor said, "The only way now is for us to work together and push the space-time Tao to a higher level." With the help of Fang Chun, the bone progenitor's cultivation had reached the level of a profound god. However, what he cared about the most was the space-time Tao. I have a vague premonition that if space-time Tao is improved again, there will be earth-shattering changes. It might even be pushed to the highest level, the bone progenitor said in a low voice. All right, let's deduce it together. The monsters and the kindred were all searching for Fang Chun in the vast chaotic void. That damned guy. In the pitch-black void, two enormous figures stood proudly. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with cold, murderous intent. If it weren't for the Void Tribe, Thunder Punishment Tribe, and Holy War Tribe who insisted on stopping me, I would have completely destroyed Mo Shatian, the Monster Tribe leader said coldly. I also went to Void Star Sky, but the old bastard of the Thunder Punishment Tribe appeared and stopped me, the Dark Tribe leader said calmly. After all, the two heavens belonged to the 33 heavens of the chaotic void. The major clans of the current era would not allow them to destroy these heavens as they wished. Fang Chun is indeed not in these two heavens, the Dark Tribe leader said. It seems that the rumors about him entering Dark Cave Mountain are true. On this day, the Dark Tribe leader and the Monster Tribe leader walked side by side into Dark Cave Mountain. Although the two experts were not ancient gods, they were top 10 experts on the Venerable list. The reason why the 5 major clans could stand proudly in the chaotic void for billions of years without falling was because they had ancient gods in charge. The ancient god ancestor would not appear easily unless the clan was in danger. However, in the eyes of the Dark Tribe leader and the Monster Tribe leader, dealing with Fang Chun was not enough to alarm the ancient god ancestor. Soon, the two arrived at Dark Cave Mountain. Oh? What clan is this? The two discovered the Rhinoceros clan. Human, damn it! Supremacy Rhinoceros Mountain was furious when he discovered that the Dark Nether Water and Fang Chun had disappeared. He ordered the Rhinoceros clan to search every corner of Dark Cave Mountain to find Fang Chun. After finally discovering the two humans, the Rhinoceros clan vented all their anger on them. Kill. Hundreds of Rhinoceros clan members charged at the two. You're courting death. The Dark Tribe leader waved his hand, and a blood-red light spread out. Crack. His hand pressed down, and a large number of Rhinoceros clan members were squashed into meat paste. At the same time, many Rhinoceros clan members screamed. Demon! The Rhinoceros clan members roared as they frantically retreated. Die! The Monster Tribe leader was even more ruthless. He attacked quickly and killed many Rhinoceros clan members. If you and I work together, even if we encounter an ancient god, we can contend with him, the Monster Tribe leader said. He was ranked 4th on the supremacy list, and the Dark Tribe leader was ranked 5th. The top 3 were the Void Tribe leader, the Thunder Punishment Tribe leader, and the Holy War Tribe leader. Strictly speaking, the 5 of them could no longer be considered supremacies. This was because they had touched the most important step and had taken it. Heavenly Venerables were the level between supremacies and ancient gods. The 5 of them had already become Heavenly Venerables and were the only 5 remaining Heavenly Venerables in the Chaos Void. An ultimate supremacy was already considered a top combat power, but it was still not worth mentioning in front of a Heavenly Venerate. Of course, the title of Heavenly Venerate was only circulated among the upper echelons of the Chaos Void. The world did not know. Supremacy Rhinoceros Mountain. 2 human warriors were found at the entrance of Dark Cave Mountain. They are very strong and killed one of our teams. Someone reported while panting. What? Supremacy Rhinoceros Mountain's face was gloomy as he said coldly, "Damn humans." Supremacy Rhinoceros Mountain led many members of the Rhinoceros Horn tribe over in a mighty manner. However, after he exchanged blows with the Dark Tribe leader and the Monster Tribe leader, he suddenly turned pale with fright and fled in panic. Trying to escape? The Dark Tribe leader sneered and flicked his finger. A black finger ray immediately shot out and chased after Supremacy Rhinoceros Mountain. The Monster Tribe leader also sneered. The guy in front of him was quite strong, but unfortunately, there was still a gap between him and them. Die. The Dark Tribe leader was very confident that his finger was enough to kill Supremacy Rhinoceros Mountain. Buzz. Right at this moment, a layer of golden halo appeared around Venerable Rhino's body and instantly enveloped him. Crack! The finger ray collided with the golden halo and dissipated. How dare you! Suddenly, a shocking voice was heard. Then, a round face appeared in the sky. Ancient God. The two of them were shocked. There really was an ancient god in Dark Cave Mountain. You killed my tribe. You deserve to die. The round face in the sky said coldly. Don't panic. The Monster Tribe leader's expression changed. He was unusually calm and said in a low voice, "It's just an illusion of the ancient god. The real one is not here yet." What should we do? The Dark Tribe leader asked. Ancient gods could not be insulted. Even if the two of them joined forces and had the strength to resist the attack of an ancient god, they should not forget that this was Dark Cave Mountain. Retreat. The Monster Tribe leader made a decision. Destroying an ancient god illusion would not solve the problem. On the contrary, it would completely enrage the ancient god. Obviously, neither of the two tribe leaders wanted to provoke an ancient god. Whoosh! The two of them left. The round face in the sky did not chase after them. Tribe leader Supremacy Rhinoceros Mountain called out, "I will come out of seclusion in 100 years. We will talk about everything after I come out." The round face in the sky dissipated. The Dark Tribe leader and the Monster Tribe leader came out of Dark Cave Mountain dejectedly. "I haven't been in Dark Cave Mountain for many years. I didn't expect it to change so much," the Dark Tribe leader said. "Yes, if you don't become an ancient god, you will only be an ant." The Monster Tribe leader sighed. The two of them looked at each other. This mysterious tribe has occupied Dark Cave Mountain. Fang Chen is most likely dead. After saying that, the two tribe leaders parted ways. From then on, there was a legend in the world that there was an ancient god expert in Dark Cave Mountain. The great clans were all shocked and scrambled to find out the news. Chapter 26:20. In the strange space of Immortal Cave Mountain, Fang Chen sat cross-legged on the mountain peak, surrounded by extremely rich space-time power. Space-time. His original body and avatar were comprehending the space-time Tao together. Whoosh! In a trance, the time around him seemed to be imprisoned, but it soon began to move again. The space-time Tao was a combination of time and space. It was very mysterious. In the blink of an eye, 30 years had passed. During this period, Fang Chen had been sparing no effort to comprehend the space-time collapse technique. At a certain moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and a smile appeared on his face. Buzz! With a thought, the space in front of him was instantly sealed. Even time itself was completely sealed. Seeing this, Fang Chen nodded in satisfaction. After 30 years of hard work, he finally comprehended the true meaning of the space-time Tao. All this time, I have been going in the opposite direction of the space-time Tao. Fang Chen stood up and sighed. Following one's heart is the true foundation of the space-time Tao. For 30 years, Fang Chen had been constantly studying the space-time Tao and constantly trying to break through the stairway to heaven. His progress was great, and the stairway to heaven was proof. 3 months ago, he had already rushed to a distance of 500 meters. It was equivalent to walking half the distance. This was very shocking for the virtual shadow. Let's try again. Fang Chen opened his palm. Immediately, a wild wind gushed out from the void, creating a loud noise. After 30 years of hard work, I have comprehended this ultimate move. I hope it will succeed. Stellar transposition. For the past 30 years, his avatar had been studying the spacetime Tao with the bone progenitor. And now, they had finally comprehended a higher level of the spacetime Tao. When the spacetime collapse technique was improved to the extreme, it would evolve into stellar transposition. And this was also the goal they would strive for in the spacetime Tao from now on. Whoosh! Fang Chen took a deep breath. After he was fully prepared, he took a step forward and stepped onto the stairway to heaven. Whoosh! The space-time collapse technique was quickly used, and his body turned into an afterimage and whizzed out. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! On the stairway to heaven, Fang Chen's speed was as fast as lightning, and there was almost no trace of him. 10 meters, 100 meters. He kept moving forward on the stairway to heaven. Soon, he arrived at the 500-meter mark. The pressure here already made his soul feel extremely uncomfortable. If he continued forward, his primordial spirit would definitely be heavily injured, and the gains would not make up for the losses. That's enough. Fang Chen muttered to himself as a cold light shot out from his pitch-black eyes. Boom! A deafening sound came from his body. Then, his hands formed a complicated seal, and a mysterious aura appeared in the sky. At this moment, with Fang Chen as the center, the entire spacetime seemed to be completely imprisoned. Even the origin energy in the void was confined, unable to move. Stellar transposition. A roar came from Fang Chen's mouth. With a stomp of his foot, the confined space suddenly shattered. Following that, the world spun and Fang Chen's figure suddenly disappeared. Voila! In the next second, Fang Chen's figure appeared at the other end of the stairway. Boom! A wild hurricane howled, and the entire sky seemed to be on the verge of shattering under its power. Did I succeed? Fang Chen was dumbfounded as he looked at the mountain under his feet. After a long time, he looked up to the sky and roared. He did not expect to succeed. Ha ha ha, I really did it. Stellar transposition was definitely a milestone in the space-time Tao. It was too powerful. The resistance of the last 500 meters of the stairway to heaven had definitely surpassed the celestial master level and was close to that of an ancient god. However, stellar transposition had forcibly shifted the scene and moved Fang Chen's body to the other end. However, judging from the previous action, Fang Chen also knew the weakness of stellar transposition. Stellar transposition is strong, but its shifting ability is limited. Under such a strong resistance, 500 meters is the limit, Fang Chen murmured. On the smooth mirror above the Xianming water, the virtual shadow was stunned when he saw this scene. The virtual shadow was a little dazed, and it took a long time to recover. Spacetime Tao? The virtual shadow smiled bitterly. He did not expect this guy to pass the hurdle that he had carefully set up so easily. Amazing. The virtual shadow could not help but sigh. He expected that to successfully pass this hurdle, he would need to be at least a celestial master expert. However, Fang Chen in front of him was only an ordinary venerable in terms of cultivation, and his strength was only that of an ultimate venerable. He had actually succeeded. It had to be said that he was the most monstrous genius since ancient times. Voila! Fang Chen appeared in front of the virtual shadow. The latter gave him a thumbs up and praised him. Boy, I didn't expect your attainments in spacetime Tao to be so strong. Senior, you're flattering me, Fang Chen said modestly. The virtual shadow waved his hand. No one knows better than me about the hurdle that I set up. You were able to pass it successfully. In the entire chaotic void, even an ancient god would have to put in a lot of effort to kill you. If he wanted to kill Fang Chen, He would need to have absolute strength to confine the void and prevent him from using stellar transposition. Only then would he be able to succeed. However, in the face of a strong enemy, Fang Chen would not be so stupid as to leave time for his opponent to confine the void, would he? Therefore, there was nothing wrong with the virtual shadow's words. You've passed the fourth hurdle. I congratulate you in advance. The virtual shadow cupped his fists and congratulated him. Fang Chen was a little stunned. Wasn't there another hurdle? According to his speculation, the fifth hurdle should be more difficult. The virtual shadow smiled mysteriously and waved his sleeve, sending Fang Chen into a strange space. Rumble! The deafening sound of thunder resounded through the sky. This space was filled with a murderous aura. At a glance, there were smoke signals everywhere, as if there had been a great battle. What's the test of this hurdle? Fang Chen murmured. Buzz. At this moment, a scene appeared in the sky. A black-robed man, holding a saber, exuded a vast aura. Cut the void, step on the path to heaven, and pursue the pinnacle of martial arts. The black-robed man said in a deep voice. As soon as he finished speaking, the saber in his hand suddenly whizzed out. Crack! The whole world was trembling. It was impossible to describe how amazing that saber was. Fang Chen was so shocked that he was dumbfounded. His body was trembling. There was actually such an expert in the world. The power of that saber was enough to destroy the entire chaotic void, right? At this moment, Fang Chen finally realized that the black-robed expert should be the master of Immortal Cave Mountain. Rip! The saber, which carried the aura of death, slashed the vast void. The rift exploded as a dense black aura burst out from it. Fang Chen was dumbfounded and his heart raced. Although it was just a portrait, Fang Chen could clearly feel that the black aura contained a majestic aura of death. Go! The black-robed man turned his head and looked behind him. He smiled evilly and then rushed into the black aura. Crack! The black-robed man rushed in, causing the black aura to become chaotic and eventually disappear into the chaotic void. The void that was split open by the black-robed man gradually healed. It was as if nothing had happened in the entire sky. Only Fang Chen could feel the shocking scene. It was too shocking. Perhaps only an ancient god expert could create such a shocking scene. Fang Chen swallowed his saliva. The shock in his heart could not be described with words. Crash! At this moment, the strange space was fragmented. Fang Chen once again returned to the dark nether water. At this time, the virtual shadow looked at Fang Chen with awe. Greetings, Master. The virtual shadow cupped his fists at Fang Chen and said loudly. Fang Chen pointed at himself in disbelief. What did you call me? Master. The virtual shadow smiled. This was deliberately left behind by the old master. In fact, for everyone, passing the fourth stage is considered passing. As for the fifth stage, it is not difficult at all. You just have to look at the scene left behind by the old master. The virtual shadow explained. Fang Chen suddenly understood. So that was the case. He was really shocked by the scene. Now, his mind was recalling the scene of the black-robed man splitting the void and the dense black aura behind the void. That black aura was too destructive and terrifying. If that black aura appeared in the chaotic void, it would definitely be a natural disaster. He did not dare to think about it. He shook his head and temporarily put the shock to the back of his mind. To read the latest novel, please visit Chapter 26-21. The meaning of the fifth stage was to allow future generations to witness this shocking scene. Although Fang Chen did not understand why the master of Dark Cave Mountain would do this, he knew that he had succeeded. Thinking of this, his face was filled with excitement. This meant that from today onwards, he would be able to completely control Dark Cave Mountain. Ha ha! Fang Chen laughed in his heart as he looked at the virtual shadow. Master, you have passed the fifth stage and gained the recognition of the old master. As long as you refine me, you will be able to control the entire Dark Cave Mountain. After the virtual shadow finished speaking, it turned into a stream of light and entered the Xuanming's heart. Buzz. The Xuanming's heart emitted a gentle light as it floated in front of Fang Chen and landed in his palm. How do I refine it? Fang Chen pondered. Master, as long as you drip a drop of essence blood on it, you will be able to refine it quickly. The virtual shadow's voice came from the Xuanming's heart. Fang Chen bit his finger and forced out a drop of essence blood. Drip. The essence blood that contained the dark bloodline landed on the Xuanming's heart and was absorbed by it. In an instant, the light on the Xuanming's heart became even brighter and lit up the entire dark underground. Buzz. Fang Chen felt a powerful force enter his mind and merge with his primordial spirit. Dong. His primordial spirit shook and his body staggered slightly. Then, he felt that he had refined the Xuanming's heart. With a thought, he could control the Xuanming's heart. I see. After refining the Xianming heart, a large amount of information surged into Fang Chen's mind. It was all about Immortal Cave Mountain. Dark Cave Mountain. Fang Chen's eyes were burning as he was overjoyed. Once he controlled the Xuanming's heart, he would be able to control Dark Cave Mountain. If I control Dark Cave Mountain, will I be able to kill the ancient god of the rhinoceros horn tribe? Fang Chen asked. After pondering for a moment, the Xuanming's heart said, Master, the methods of an ancient god expert are incredible. With your current strength, even if you control Immortal Cave Mountain, you won't be able to kill him. At most, you can trap him in Immortal Cave Mountain. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded gently. This was enough. At the very least, the Rhinoceros Horn clan could not harm the human race. When he was strong enough, or when the Blackstone prison was opened, he could use the 5 kings to kill the ancient gods of the Rhinoceros Horn clan. With this in mind, Fang Chen began to control Immortal Cave. 1. At the same time, strange changes took place in the vast and boundless Immortal Cave Mountain. Wild heavenly energy appeared in the sky. Every time a strand of heavenly energy appeared, it would explode and form a mushroom cloud. Dong. Deafening noises rang out incessantly. The Rhinoceros Horn clansmen who were frantically searching for Fang Chen in Dark Cave Mountain felt the aura of death approaching. What a powerful pressure! The change in Dark Cave Mountain caused the pressure to become stronger. Their bodies involuntarily prostrated themselves on the ground, unable to move. Supremacy Rhino Mountain. Someone shouted, hoping that the Venerable Rhino Mountain could save them. What's going on? On a mountain peak that reached the clouds, the Venerable Rhino Mountain stared at the sky. His pitch-black eyes emitted an icy cold gaze. The huge Dark Cave Mountain is experiencing strange changes. The pressure in the void has become stronger. Those below the peak supremacy realm will not be able to resist it. The Venerable Rhino Mountain said in a deep voice. Even he found it hard to resist. Crack. The Venerable Rhino Mountain's clothes were torn apart and cracks appeared on the surface of his skin. Damn it! The Venerable Rhino Mountain cursed in his heart. Suddenly, a bold idea appeared in his mind. Could it be, thinking of this, the Venerable Rhino Mountain's face was filled with disbelief. He shook his head frantically, unwilling to believe his own thoughts. Impossible. He's just a venerable. How could he refine the heart of Xianming? In the sky above the Xianming water. In just a short moment, Fang Chen had gained complete control over Dark Cave Mountain. He carefully checked the information about Dark Cave Mountain in his mind. It turned out that Dark Cave Mountain was a supreme void fragmentation realm treasure. Theoretically speaking, it was already the strongest treasure in the primal chaos void. Even the ancient gods would be envious of it. Almost no one below the ancient god realm could resist the attack of Dark Cave Mountain. Even ancient god realm experts would be trapped once they fell into the mountain. After gaining control of Dark Cave Mountain, Fang Chen could be considered to have soared into the sky. This is great. Fang Chen clenched his fists tightly, feeling overjoyed. Now, he finally had the initial capital to fight against the great clans of the current era. Demon race, dark blood race. Fang Chen's eyes were cold and there were traces of blood in the darkness. Rip. Fang Chen waved his sleeve, and kept all the Xianming water into his summer ring. The heart of Xianming no longer needed the Xianming water to recognize its master. Coincidentally, the Xianming water could be used by Fang Chen. After gaining control of the heart of Xianming, the Xianming water could no longer affect him. After doing all this, Fang Chen's figure flashed and shot out from the ground 100,000 li * 500 m per li underground. Dong. The moment he appeared, the mushroom cloud in the sky instantly dispersed and disappeared. The heavenly vision that affected the entire dark cave mountain also disappeared instantly. With a thought, Fang Chen moved the Rhinoceros Horn clan members all over Dark Cave Mountain to the wasteland at the foot of the mountain. Many members of the Rhinoceros Horn clan were in a panic. Why are we here? What the hell is going on? Did the Patriarch come out of seclusion? The Patriarch must have come out of seclusion. Otherwise, who could have moved us here quietly? On the vast wasteland there were many black figures. They were all members of the Rhinoceros Horn clan. They looked at each other and finally looked at Venerable Rhinoceros Mountain, who was at the front. Venerable Rhinoceros Mountain was indeed the great elder of the Rhinoceros Horn clan. He had seen the world and quickly recovered from his shock. He looked around and sized up his surroundings with vigilance. Suddenly, he saw a figure on the mountain peak. A human warrior? Venerable Rhinoceros Mountain suddenly raised his head. Two terrifying rays of light shot out from his pitch-black eyes as he looked at the mountain peak. However, when he saw the appearance of the black figure clearly, his face was ferocious and he was furious. "It's you?" The anger in Venerable Rhinoceros Mountain's heart instantly erupted. Die. Venerable Rhinoceros Mountain took a step forward and climbed to the mountain peak. A powerful attack landed on Fang Chen's body. Fang Chen stood quietly and did not move. He looked at Venerable Rhinoceros Mountain with a smile. Boom! The wild attack landed on Fang Chen's body in a frenzy. The scene that was supposed to happen did not happen. Crack! Those extremely powerful attacks instantly dissipated when they came into contact with Fang Chen. How is this possible? Venerable Rhinoceros Mountain was shocked and shouted crazily. He knew very well how powerful he was. Even a heavenly venerable would not dare to let him attack. However, the guy in front of him was unscathed? What's going on? Venerable Rhinoceros Mountain was completely dumbfounded. Venerable Rhinoceros Mountain, I haven't seen you for 30 years and you're still so hot-tempered, Fang Chen said with a faint smile as he stretched out his palm and gently patted the dust off his clothes. How did you do it? Venerable Rhinoceros Mountain looked at Fang Chen as if he was looking at a monster and could not help but take a few steps back. Fang Chen smiled and did not say a word. Venerable Rhinoceros Mountain's face turned completely serious. Have you refined the heart of Xianming? He thought of the heaven and earth vision that happened on Mount Dongming, and the fact that all the Rhinoceros Horn clan members, who were scattered in every corner of Mount Dongming, were transported here at the same time. It was impossible for a venerable to do it if an ancient god did not appear. Unless he refined the heart of Xianming and controlled the entire Mount Dongming. That's right, Fang Chen answered directly. Venerable Rhinoceros Mountain's face immediately darkened. He exuded an aura of vicissitudes as if he had aged more than 10 years in an instant. I have indeed refined the heart of Xianming and am prepared to destroy the entire Rhinoceros Horn clan, Fang Chen said. Humph, my clan leader is an ancient god expert. Do you think that you can destroy my clan just because you control Mount Dongming? Venerable Rhinoceros Mountain sneered. Fang Chen spread his hands and said, Actually, you know the power of Mount Dongming, but you are unwilling to admit it. You, Venerable Rhinoceros Mountain was speechless. As you think, I do not have the ability to kill an ancient god now. However, I can use Mount Dongming to trap him and kill the rest of the Rhinoceros Horn clan members at will. However what? Venerable Rhinoceros Mountain asked. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at Venerable Rhinoceros Mountain. However, I do not intend to do so. If the Rhinoceros Horn clan is willing to submit to me. Before he could finish his sentence, Venerable Rhinoceros Mountain interrupted him. It is impossible for the Rhinoceros Horn clan to submit to a human ancient martial art practitioner like you, Venerable Rhinoceros Mountain said. Chapter 26-22. It was within Fang Chen's reason that the Rhinoceros Horn clan was unwilling to submit. Fang Chen was not too angry. He had his own ideas. If he wanted to fight against the major clans, he had to have his own forces. Otherwise, it would be impossible to fight alone. Since that's the case, I'll suppress all of you here. The entire Immortal Cave Mountain was under Fang Chen's control. He suppressed all of the Rhinoceros Horn clan in the wasteland. Buzz. All of a sudden, a wild sound came from the distant horizon. Then, a vast power whizzed out. Venerable Rhinoceros Mountain and the others widened their eyes in excitement. The Patriarch has come out of seclusion. Many people were celebrating. The Patriarch was the pillar of the Rhinoceros Horn clan. Him coming out of seclusion meant that the Rhinoceros Horn clan could rise again. Patriarch, please kill this boy. Many members of the Rhinoceros Horn clan prostrated themselves on the ground and shouted. Their voices shook the heavens and alarmed the Patriarch of the Rhinoceros Horn clan. Who dares to slaughter the members of the Rhinoceros Horn clan? A thunderous voice came from the vast power. A huge rhinoceros from the Rhinoceros clan suddenly appeared. His two horns contained an extremely majestic power. His figure was so tall that it blotted out the sky as if it wanted to swallow the entire sky. He stood there like a demon god. Even Fang Chen felt wary. An ancient god. Fang Chen exclaimed inwardly. This was the first time he had seen an ancient god. The Patriarch of the Rhinoceros Horn clan was an ancient god expert. His aura had completely surpassed that of a peak Venerable or even a heavenly Venerable. This is a true ancient god. Fang Chen was shocked to discover that the aura of an ancient god expert was completely different from that of a peak Venerable. Moreover, the power of the heavenly path automatically surrounded their bodies, forming a powerful defense. No wonder. After a long time, Fang Chen woke up from his shock. He secretly activated Immortal Cave Mountain, and layers of halos blocked in front of him. Only then did he barely resist the powerful aura of the Patriarch of the Rhinoceros Horn clan. Patriarch. Venerable Rhinoceros Mountain, who was suppressed in the wasteland, shouted. The Patriarch waved his hand, indicating that he already knew. Sky Sovereign. The Rhinoceros Horn Chief looked at Fang Chen with his gong-sized eyes. Immortal Cave Mountain is my territory. The Rhinoceros Horn clan is the ruler of this place. You, a human celestial venerable, dare to invade my Rhinoceros Horn clan. You deserve to die. Rumble. The Rhinoceros Horn tribe chief waved his hand. Instantly, a vast amount of energy whizzed out. The sky collapsed, and the entire space trembled. That vast power condensed into a powerful palm print that directly enveloped Fang Chen. Die. The chief of the Rhinoceros Horn tribe said coldly, You should be proud of dying at the hands of an ancient god. Everyone below the ancient god realm was an ant. It was only at this moment that Fang Chen understood the true meaning of this sentence. If Shao Chen did not control Immortal Cave Mountain, he could not imagine how he could have blocked the Rhinoceros Horn clan chief's attack. Crack! When the Rhinoceros chief's powerful attack collided with the halo around Fang Chen's body, a crisp sound rang out. Then, the Rhinoceros Horn Patriarch's palm print actually shattered. The Rhinoceros Horn tribe chief's expression changed. His figure flashed, and with a whoosh, he appeared in front of Fang Chen. Before he could finish speaking, Fang Chen activated the heart of Xianming with all his strength. The heart of Xianming emitted a dazzling light that caused all of Immortal Cave Mountain to tremble. Suppress. Fang Chen growled. The powerful energy of Immortal Cave Mountain rippled out and surrounded the Rhinoceros Horn Tribe Chief. You control Immortal Cave Mountain? The Rhinoceros Horn Tribe Chief cried out, a hint of shock flashing in his eyes. His body rapidly retreated. However, it was useless. Immortal Cave Mountain was too powerful. Even an ancient god realm expert would not be able to escape from it. Crack! Gathering all the energy of Immortal Cave Mountain, Shao Qin used all his strength to force the Rhinoceros Horn Tribe Chief back. Damn it! The Rhinoceros Horn Tribe Chief furiously roared and attacked with all his strength. Rumble! Inside Dark Cave Mountain, a wild power exploded. The energy fluctuations that spread out caused the suppressed clansmen of the Rhinoceros Horn Tribe to scream miserably. One clansman after another fell, which made the Rhinoceros Horn Tribe Chief even more anxious. Let's go. Finally, the Rhinoceros Horn Tribe Chief made a decision. He clenched his teeth, roared, and punched away the powerful energy, then fled. You can't escape. Fang Chen sneered. With a wave of his hand, the internal structure of Immortal Cave Mountain changed. Soon, a space was created, trapping the Rhinoceros Horn Tribe Chief within. What a pity! After doing all this, Fang Chen pursed his lips. If he was not so weak, he could use Immortal Cave Mountain to severely injure the Rhinoceros Horn Tribe Chief, even if he could not kill him. But now, the Rhinoceros Horn Tribe Chief could not do anything. Once the 5 Great Kings are released, I'll deal with you, Fang Chen said. At this point, there were no more opponents in Immortal Cave Mountain. In order not to attract the attention of the Dark Blood race and the Yao race, Fang Chen did not put away Immortal Cave Mountain. Voila! Fang Chen suddenly appeared behind Immortal Cave Mountain. Now that he had the heart of mysterious underworld, he could enter and leave Immortal Cave Mountain as he wished. Let's go and see Jiur. Fang Chen looked ahead. It was the brilliant void impasse behind Immortal Cave Mountain. His disciple Kongjiu was in the brilliant void impasse. At his neck, the innate wood transformed into a rope and tied the heart of mysterious underworld. Traces of innate wood aura spread out, providing Fang Chen with a powerful healing ability. Stellar transposition. With a step, he arrived at the brilliant void impasse. In the past 30 years, Fang Chen's body had undergone earth-shaking changes. Not only did he control Immortal Cave Mountain, but his myriad sword body had also evolved into the chaotic origin sword body. His overall strength was close to that of a heavenly Venerable. If he borrowed the power of Immortal Cave Mountain, it would be easy for him to suppress a heavenly Venerable. Brilliant void impasse. The Kong clan, the Bai clan, and the Ling clan. Ever since Fang Chen took Kongjiu as his disciple and suppressed the Bai clan and the Ling clan, the Kong clan was basically the only clan in the brilliant void impasse. Even their enemies, the Bai clan and the Ling clan, had to bow down to them. In the past few hundred years, the Kong clan had developed rapidly and reached its peak. Kongjiu's strength had also increased greatly. He was even known as the #1 genius in the brilliant void impasse. All the younger generation paled in comparison to Kongjiu. In the Kong clan's residence, Kongjiu stood in a pavilion with his hands behind his back. His dark eyes looked at the blue sky with a solemn expression. When he heard the voice, Kongjiu turned his head and saw his father. Father! Jiur, are you still thinking about that matter? Father Kong asked. Father, do you think the rumor in the chaotic void 30 years ago is true? Is that person my master? 30 years ago, an earth-shattering piece of news spread to the brilliant void impasse. Everyone was shocked. However, what shocked Kongjiu the most was that the person's name was the same as his master's. However, everyone thought that it was impossible for that person to be Kongjiu's master. To be able to fight against the major clans, He must be an unparalleled expert. It would be great if that person is your master. Father Kong sighed. The crisis of our Kong clan can be resolved. Hearing his father's words, a trace of determination flashed in Kong Jiu's eyes. No matter what, we can't let the Kong clan be destroyed, Kong Jiu said. A few hundred years ago, an expert appeared in the Brilliant Void Impasse. He declared that the Brilliant Void Impasse was his territory from then on. There were many opponents, but he killed them all with a wave of his hand. This scene deeply shocked the three major clans. The Ling clan and the Bai clan immediately submitted. Although the Kong clan was unwilling to submit, they had no choice but to lower their heads. In the past few years, the Kong clan's development had been slow because of this expert. 30 years ago, however, everything had changed. When the news that the expert who killed the demon slayer, Elder Shui, and Elder Yao Jun was called Fang Chen spread, the expert in the Brilliant Void Impasse panicked. He was afraid that the expert was Kong Jiu's master, so he stopped suppressing the Kong clan. However, after 30 years, the expert disappeared without a trace. This made him conclude that the expert only had the same name as Kong Jiu's master, and they were not the same person. Therefore, he began to suppress the Kong clan again. He even made the Kong clan hand over all the cultivation resources in the ancestral shrine. He even threatened that if the Kong clan did not submit in 3 days, the Kong clan would no longer exist in the Brilliant Void Impasse. Jiu we have already made a decision. No matter what, we will protect you and leave, Father Kong said. Chapter 26-23. Kong Jiu was the hope of the Kong family. As long as he was still alive, the Kong family would rise again one day. Father, I want to live and die with the Kong family, Kong Jiu said stubbornly. Jiu if you die, our Kong family will be completely destroyed. Father Kong said, in 3 days, all of us will go to the Bai family territory. At that time, we will self-destruct to buy time for you. After you leave the Kungsu impasse, go find your master as soon as possible. Remember, don't let your emotions affect your decisions. Before Father Kong left, he patted Kong Jiu's shoulder heavily. Kong Jiu's expression was complicated, and his heart was filled with anger. He hated himself for being too weak and unable to help the Kong family solve their problem. If Master was here, he would definitely be able to destroy everything with his iron fists, Kong Jiu muttered, missing his master very much. Jiu Suddenly, a voice came from the void. Who is it? Kong Jiu looked around vigilantly, but he didn't find anything unusual. It's me. Fang Chen appeared from the void and landed beside Kong Jiu. Kong Jiu's eyes widened immediately, and he looked at Fang Chen with a burning gaze. His body stiffened. Master? Kong Jiu didn't dare to imagine that his master would appear directly when he was still missing him. This isn't like you. Fang Chen rubbed Kong Jiu's head and smiled. Kong Jiu burst into laughter and said, Master, where have you been all these years? Jiu misses you so much. Good disciple, I went to a dangerous place, but I came out 30 years ago, Fang Chen said. By the way, I heard you say that the Kong family seems to be in danger? Kong Jiu's expression changed when he heard this. What's going on? Did the Bai family and the Ling family attack the Kong family? Fang Chen asked in a deep voice. If that was the case, he didn't mind completely destroying the Bai family and the Ling family. Kong Jiu shook his head and said, Back then, Master came to the Kungsu impasse and suppressed the Bai family and the Ling family with strong means. Although Master has disappeared, his power is still there. They don't dare to go against our Kong family. A few hundred years ago, a strange person came to the Brilliant Void impasse. He called himself the Evil Demon Ancestor. He was extremely strong and had a dark and vicious personality. He used his absolute power to suppress the 3 big families in the Brilliant Void impasse and turned the Brilliant Void impasse into his secret cultivation ground, Kong Jiu said. Evil Devil Ancestor? Hearing this, Fang Chen's eyes flickered. If he remembered correctly, the demonic ancestor was ranked 11th on the Reverend ranking. The Bai family and the Ling family have pledged allegiance to the evil demon ancestor, using the latter's powerful means to continuously target our Kong family. The evil demon ancestor has even threatened that if our Kong family does not hand over the cultivation resources in the ancestral shrine in 3 days, he will personally annihilate our Kong family. Faced with an ultimate Venerable One, the Kangs were powerless to fight back. I understand. Fong Chen nodded. I'll go with you in 3 days. Master, it's been 30 years. The news should have reached here by now, right? Fong Chen asked. What news? Kong Jiu was a little confused. But soon, his eyes widened as he stared at his master and asked, could it be that Master is really the person who shocked the Chaos Void 30 years ago? Oh, the news has indeed reached here. But if the evil demon ancestor knows that you're my disciple, will he still dare to attack the Kong family? Fong Chen asked. Kong Jiu's heart was in a state of shock. He could not imagine that the expert who shocked the Chaos Void and fought against the great clans was actually his master. It was as if he was dreaming. 3 days passed in a flash. In the Bai family's territory, Bai Lai and the Ling family's clan leader stood in front of a black-haired elder. Senior, it's time. Bai Lai reminded. Is the Kong family here? The evil demon ancestor sat on the bronze throne, his eyes closed as he asked indifferently. Not yet. Just as the Ling family's clan leader finished his words, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. The Kong family had arrived. How is it? Have you thought it through? Bai Lai asked on behalf of the evil demon ancestor. My Kong family. Just as Father Kong was about to speak, Kong Jiu took a step forward and spoke first. My Kong family does not agree. Presumptuous. Bai Lai and the Ling family's clan leader shouted as they took a step forward. The aura around them shook as they attacked Kong Jiu. Jiuer, be careful. Seeing that their attacks were about to land on Kong Jiu's body, bang. Suddenly, a pair of iron fists appeared out of nowhere, sending Bai Lai and the Ling family's clan leader flying. This sudden turn of events shocked everyone from the Kong clan. Isn't this Jiuer's master? At this moment, Father Kong realized that Kong Jiu's master had arrived. Kid, you're courting death. Bai Lai stood up and roared in anger, preparing to attack. Bai Lai. Fong Chen stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently. It looks like you've forgotten what I told you back then, right? Fong Chen asked. Bai Lai observed Fong Chen carefully and was shocked. You're Kong Jiu's master? Bai Lai couldn't help but take a few steps back. At the same time, his heart was filled with fear. Kid, don't be so arrogant. Back then, you relied on your strength to suppress the experts of Kungsu Impasse. Now that the evil demon ancestor is here, you're not allowed to be presumptuous. The Ling family's clan leader said coldly. Hearing his words, the fear in Bai Lai's heart disappeared and was replaced by a sinister smile. Kid, surrender now. Otherwise, when the evil demon ancestor takes action, your body and soul will be destroyed. From the beginning to the end, the evil demon ancestor didn't say a word. He didn't even open his eyes. In his opinion, these people in front of him were just ants. They weren't worth his time. Seems like you guys are used to being dogs. Since you can betray me once, you can betray me a second time. It's useless to keep people like you around. As soon as he finished speaking, Fong Chen threw out 2 punches. Courting death. Bai Lai and the Ling family's clan leader joined forces to resist. Crack! Fong Chen's fist easily smashed through the two's defenses and crashed into their bodies. Senior, Bai Lai and the Ling family's clan leader finally felt fear and shouted for help. Crack! Unfortunately, it was too late. Their bodies exploded, and a bloody mist sprayed out from their bodies. Splash! The evil demon ancestor who was sitting on the bronze throne suddenly opened his eyes. His scarlet eyes stared at Fong Chen. Even though the two of them are akin to ants, They are still the subordinates of I, the evil devil ancestor. You shouldn't have killed them. The evil devil ancestor said. The Kong family's members were shocked and had mixed feelings. As for Kong Jiao, he raised his fist and cheered for his master. Evil demon ancestor, ranked 11th on the honorable list. Fang Chen wasn't angry. Instead, he laughed. Is it fun for an honorable like you to threaten the Kong family? So, you're going to interfere? The evil demon ancestor said. Then, use your life as a substitute. With that, the evil demon ancestor waved his hand and a black ball whizzed out. Crack! Under everyone's gaze, Fang Chen stretched out his hand and gently grabbed the black ball. In your eyes they are ants. And in my eyes you are an ant too. Fang Chen's voice spread out. Crack! He squeezed hard and the black ball exploded. Seeing this, the evil demon ancestor's face turned gloomy. To be able to block his attack, one had to be at least an honorable. Who are you? The evil demon ancestor asked. Fang Chen. You are Kong Jiao's master. The evil demon ancestor's eyes flickered and his heart was filled with doubts. Was this person in front of him the genius who stirred up the chaos 30 years ago? It can't be so coincidental, right? The evil demon ancestor thought to himself. Soon, he sneered. I don't care who you are. You have to pay the price for offending me. With that, the evil demon ancestor's body flashed and left the bronze throne, rushing towards Fang Chen. Bang! The powerful evil demon ancestor was sent flying by Fang Chen's slap. Dong! His body smashed into the ground, creating a huge pit. Everyone's jaws dropped. They were shocked beyond words. Art! The evil demon ancestor roared into the sky and used his killer move. A black and white image appeared behind his head as his aura rose to its peak. I'm going to kill you. However, what greeted him was still a punch. Bang! The evil demon ancestor's body was sent flying again. At this moment, the evil demon ancestor even had the heart to die. To think that an elite who was ranked 11th on the honorable roll would be sent flying by a punch from a young martial artist. Bang! 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 No matter how the evil demon ancestor struggled, he could not resist Fang Chen's attack. Finally, after being sent flying, the evil demon ancestor lowered his head. Chapter 26-24. The evil demon ancestor, who was ranked 11th on the Venerable list, finally lowered his head and admitted defeat. Now, he finally knew who this terrifying demon in front of him was. He was the unparalleled expert whose name spread across the chaotic void 30 years ago. Damn it! The evil demon ancestor cursed in his heart. He was unwilling to accept this. He was an extreme expert who was just one step away from reaching the heavenly venerate realm. But in front of Fang Chen, he was powerless to fight back. Just how strong is he? The evil demon ancestor was sure that Fang Chen had not stepped into the ancient god realm. If he had not reached the heavenly venerate realm, then he was still an extreme expert. Even so, how could there be such a huge disparity between their strengths even though they were both supreme venerable ones? In the 100 family territory, all the martial artists were completely numb. There was actually such a powerful martial artist in the world? With a flip of his hand, he suppressed the evil demon ancestor. Too strong. Father Kong and the rest were incomparably excited as they cheered. Only Kong Jiao was relatively calm. He had long known that his master was a dragon among men. Especially after knowing that his master was the unparalleled expert from 30 years ago, he was full of confidence in his master. Now, seeing the evil demon ancestor suppressed, Kong Jiao was happy. One day, he would also become an unparalleled expert like his master and be respected by thousands. Evil demon ancestor, are you convinced? Fang Chen shouted. Convinced. The evil demon ancestor smiled bitterly and said helplessly. Good. From today onwards, you will be a consecrator of the Kong family and will never betray the Kong family. Are you willing? Fang Chen continued. The evil demon ancestor was stunned for a moment, seemingly unwilling. Don't worry, it's just a consecrator. The Kong family will not disturb your cultivation. As long as you help when the Kong family is in danger, Fong Chen explained. Hearing this, the evil demon ancestor nodded and swore a martial oath. Seeing this, the people of the Kong family were secretly delighted. With an expert like the evil demon ancestor holding down the fort, who would dare to provoke the Kong family in the entire Brilliant Void impasse? It would not be long before the Kong family would become the dominant force in the Brilliant Void impasse, and might even be famous in the Chaotic Void. At this moment, many people of the 100 family and Ling family were filled with helplessness. Especially the Ling family patriarch. After seeing Bai Lai fall, he was even more terrified. Senior Fong. The patriarch of the Ling family cautiously walked in front of Fong Chen and said apologetically, "My Ling family is willing to become a subordinate force of the Kong family. We will always obey the orders of the Kong family." Fong Chen ignored Patriarch Ling and turned to Father Kong. "I'll leave this to you." With that, he left the 100 clan territory with Kong Jiu. Behind him, the furious voice of the evil devil ancestor rang out, as well as the miserable shrieks of the Bai and Ling family members. This day would definitely be recorded in the annals of the Brilliant Void Extreme Ground. The Kong clan rose to power, while the Bai clan and the Ling clan declined. The Kong clan's territory. Fong Chen and Kong Jiu looked at each other. The latter's face was full of admiration for his master. "Master, you're too amazing." After seeing Master's fist suppressing the evil ancestor, he was even more shocked. "Jiu, how's your cultivation going?" Fong Chen asked aloud. "Master, after you left, I've been comprehending the sword principle, but I feel that I've reached a bottleneck recently." Then, Kong Jiu displayed the sword principle that he had comprehended. Fong Chen looked at it and nodded with satisfaction. "Your potential in the sword principle is not bad, and your comprehension of the sword principle is also not bad." Fong Chen commented, "Your problem with the sword principle is only a small problem. From today onwards, I'll teach you the Azura sword principle." Fong Chen used 3 days to teach the complete Azura sword principle to Kong Jiu. Kong Jiu was very talented and quickly accepted it. In the end, you have to rely on yourself in the path of cultivation. This is all that I can help you with. For the time being, the chaotic void is not peaceful. You can train in the Brilliant Void Extreme Ground. With the evil devil ancestor guarding, there shouldn't be any problems, Fong Chen said. "Master, are you leaving?" Kong Jiu asked reluctantly. Fong Chen gently stroked Kong Jiu's head and smiled. "I'm going to do something. We'll meet soon." The incident in the Brilliant Void Extreme Ground was just a small interlude. Fong Chen suppressed the evil devil ancestor with his absolute strength and made him the Kong family's consecrator to protect the Kong family. At the same time, Fong Chen also discovered that Kong Jiu's potential in the sword principle was becoming more and more outstanding. He had the demeanor of the Kong family's ancestor, the Thousand Sword Supremacy. In addition, he had imparted the Azura sword principle to Kong Jiu. It would not be long before Kong Jiu would become famous among the younger generation of the Chaotic Void. After leaving the Brilliant Void Extreme Ground, Fong Chen went to the Great Devil Sky. The current Great Devil Sky was no longer the same as before. Ever since they were overthrown by Fong Chen, the Sky Pillar Zong family had restrained themselves a lot. The Ancestor Pagoda had consumed too much energy and was still accumulating energy. The Zong family head had yet to come out of seclusion. The people of the Zong family did not dare to seek revenge on Fong Chen. Whoosh! In the sky above the Great Devil Sky, Fong Chen looked down at the earth. With his current cultivation, if he did not want to be discovered, no one could see him. Unless it was an expert above the heavenly venerable level. He glanced at the heart of the mysterious underworld hanging around his neck and waved his hand. Suddenly, a vast power whizzed out and condensed into an illusory long sword that pierced into the wilderness. Crack! A strong wind blew and a majestic black hole appeared instantly. The powerful force formed a black vortex that surged wildly in the black hole. Fang Chen took a step forward and his body disappeared into the black hole. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in the Blackstone prison. As expected, with the heart of the mysterious underworld as the foundation and his powerful strength, he was able to open the Blackstone prison. 30 years have passed. I wonder how the Blackstone prison has changed. Fang Chen stood on the ground and muttered to himself. Suddenly, countless deafening roars could be heard. Look, there's a human martial artist over there. Kill him! Foolish human, how dare you trespass into our territory? Kill him without mercy. Noises sounded and countless demonic beasts surrounded Fang Chen. Fang Chen looked around calmly. Kill. Countless demonic beasts roared at the sky as they charged at Fang Chen. Dong! A pair of iron fists punched out and a vast fist radiance hit the demonic beasts. Crack! One after another, the beasts exploded and died instantly. Die. In a flash, countless demonic beasts were killed by Fang Chen. He withdrew his fists and looked at the ground in the distance. Whoosh! Fang Chen cast the spacetime collapse skill and disappeared into the void. Since Fang Chen left, the 5 great kings had been gathering from time to time. I wonder how those 4 guys are doing now, the Demon King said to himself. Sigh, I wonder if they made it out of the passage alive. King Qing sighed. 30 years ago, Wu Tong rushed into the passage at the critical moment and caused the passage to collapse. All these years, King Wu had been remorseful and regretful. King Wu, you don't have to be like this. It's not your fault that Wu Tong betrayed us. King Zhan comforted him. King Wu sighed and shook his head. He stood with his hands behind his back and his back facing the 4 great kings. His face was old and his breath was weak. Maybe we're too pessimistic and those 4 guys will give us a surprise? King Qing stood up and said. Yeah, we've waited for so many years. Why would we care if we wait a little longer? That's right. If we fail, we can start all over again. As long as we don't die, we'll be able to leave the Blackstone prison one day. The words of the 4 great kings had undoubtedly made King Wu feel a little better. By the way, I've found a good seedling recently and I'm going to take him as my disciple. King Sword suddenly said, however, that guy is stubborn and refused to be my disciple. Who is he? Why did he refuse to be your disciple? King Qing asked curiously. In such a big Blackstone prison, there are countless people who want to be our disciple. This guy is a little strange, King Zhan said. He told me that he already has a master. Although he's not as strong as me now, he'll definitely surpass me in the future. King Sword was helpless. As one of the 5 great kings, he lowered his status to take in a disciple but was rejected. It was too embarrassing. Let's go. Take us to see him. If it doesn't work, we'll just force him to be your disciple. King Zhan didn't mind the drama. King Sword shook his head. There's no need for you to do that. I've already secretly sent someone to send him to a dangerous place to train. The 4 great kings shook their heads at the same time. It seemed that King Sword was determined to take that guy as his disciple. To read a novel, please visit Chapter 26-25. The 5 great kings were excited. Blackstone prison, in a certain forbidden land. Tian Xian waved the sword in his hand, and a sharp and domineering sword chi spread out, killing a few demonic beasts in front of him. Phew! Tian Xian heaved a sigh of relief, and his serious expression gradually relaxed. I already have a master, and I will not join another master, Tian Xian said. Although my master will not be able to reach the Sword King's level in a short time, I believe that he will surpass the 5 great kings in the future and stand at the peak of the Chaos Void. The reason why he was so confident in his master was that his master had never disappointed him. Continue. Although he was trapped in Blackstone prison, Tian Xin did not slack off, and he worked hard every day to cultivate. Now, his understanding of the sword principle had reached a certain level. In the void, Fang Chen looked down at Tian Xin, who was killing demonic beasts again and again to train himself, and he grinned. Tian Xin. Fang Chen called out, and he took a step forward, coming to Tian Xin's side. Tian Xin, who had just killed a demonic beast, vaguely heard someone calling out to him. Why is this voice so familiar? Tian Xin's heart jumped. Wasn't this his master's voice? He must have been in Blackstone prison for too long, and he was hallucinating. He did not stop, and he continued to kill. Tian Xin. A voice rang out, and this time, Tian Xin finally stopped. He felt his heart beating, and a complicated feeling arose in his heart. He turned his head, and he suddenly saw his master smiling at him. Master? Tian Xin was dumbfounded, and he could not believe it. Is it really you? Tian Xin's body froze on the spot. Fang Chen walked over slowly, patted Tian Xin's shoulder, and said, It's me. Ah! Tian Xin cried tears of joy, and he was very emotional. He gave his master a bear hug. I've let you suffer all these years. Looking at Tian Xin, who was like a child in front of him, Fang Chen sighed. I didn't suffer. Tian Xin wiped his tears and said emotionally. However, he soon felt that something was amiss and hurriedly asked, By the way, master, why are you in the Blackstone prison? Could it be? With such thoughts in mind, the joy in his heart vanished without a trace, replaced by worry. Don't worry, I came in by myself, said Fang Chen with a smile. Let's go. We'll talk as we walk. Fang Chen brought Tian Xin to the warlord's territory. The Battle King Palace stood tall on the ground, exuding a powerful and majestic aura. In front of the deserted War King Palace, there were only a few great generals standing on the ground. Voila! Suddenly, the Battle King appeared. Lord Warlord. The battle generals cupped their fists and called out. The Battle King nodded and walked into the Battle King Palace. The warlord is in a bad mood. They discussed in low voices as they prepared to leave. At this moment they saw a familiar figure. Why does that person look so familiar? The number 1 battle general, who was originally prepared to berate him, realized that something was wrong. Isn't that Fang Chen? The number 2 battle general recognized Fang Chen. It really is Fang Chen. Why is he here? Fang Chen walked over to the generals and said with a smile, Everyone, how have you been? Fang Chen, I'm here to see the Battle King. With that, before the battle generals could say anything, he disappeared into the void. Inside the Battle King Palace, the Battle King had just sat down on the throne. Battle King. A voice sounded and Fang Chen appeared out of thin air. Who is it? The Battle King frowned and looked around. Finally, his gaze landed in front of the main hall. When he saw Fang Chen's figure, he was also extremely shocked. Then, a look of shock appeared on his face. You walked out of the passage alive? Fang Chen nodded. Then, knowing what the Battle King wanted to ask, Fang Chen directly explained, When the passage was destroyed, the 4 of us were seriously injured, but we were lucky enough to survive. In the end, we recovered with the help of the medical saint. Fang Chen briefly explained what had happened in the past 30 years. The Battle King was in disbelief. Originally, they thought that even if they could succeed, it would be at least a few trillion years later. Who would have thought that Fang Chen would succeed in just 30 years? Although I haven't broken through to the ancient god realm, I obtained a secret treasure that can open the Blackstone prison, Fang Chen said. From his conversation with Fang Chen, the Battle King already knew that Fang Chen's strength was comparable to an ultimate Venerable. He was extremely shocked. I didn't misjudge you, the Battle King said. Then, he immediately summoned the other 4 great kings. A moment later, the 4 great kings arrived one after another. They were a little confused. The gathering had just ended, so why did the Battle King summon them to discuss something important? Battle King, what's the matter? Why did you summon us in such a hurry? King Qing asked. Yeah, why didn't you say anything when we were together just now? Demon King said. However, when the four great kings entered the Battle King Palace, they immediately noticed Fang Chen. The expressions on their faces were exactly the same as the Battle King's. Before Fang Chen could speak, the Battle King began to explain to the four great kings. I called you here this time to tell you a piece of good news. Fang Chen has succeeded. What? Succeeded? In just 30 years, he successfully entered the ancient god realm? Really? Obviously, the four great kings didn't believe it. The Battle King waved his hand and said, Fang Chen hasn't entered the ancient god realm, but his strength is comparable to an ultimate Venerable. Of course, that's not enough to open the Blackstone prison. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't keep us in suspense, the Sword King urged. Fang Chen obtained a secret treasure that can open the Blackstone prison at will. Really? The four great kings were wild with joy. They thought that they would fail and even give up. Who would have thought that the heavens would play such a big joke on them? After a while, the five great kings cheered and laughed in the Battle King Palace. I feel like I'm in a dream. Yeah, we can finally leave this damned place. The five great kings chatted happily, but the Sword King's gaze was fixed on Tian Xian. Ever since he found out that Tian Xian was Fang Chen's disciple, the Sword King was speechless. Fang Chen, I want to fight with you, the Sword King suddenly stood up and said. The other four great kings also knew what the Sword King was thinking. Okay, as you wish. Let's go outside, the Sword King said. No need. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, he suddenly punched out. This punch seemed simple, but it actually contained great power. Dong. The Sword King barely managed to block the attack and drew his sword. Whoosh. The sword slashed out, shocking even ghosts and gods. Kacha. The hidden star sword and the Sword King's sword collided, erupting with a deafening sound. The two of them each took a few steps back. After stabilizing themselves, the Sword King looked at Fang Chen with a burning gaze. Amazing! As a sword cultivator, the Sword King knew how terrifying Fang Chen was. In just 30 years, his progress had shocked the five great kings. No wonder you didn't want to take me as your master, the Sword King said to Tian Xian. Next, the five great kings discussed with Fang Chen about leaving the Blackstone prison. What do you think? The Martial King asked. The primal chaos void is filled with undercurrents, and the ancient god powerhouses have hidden themselves. What I mean is that we can't let them know that the Blackstone prison can be opened for the time being. Otherwise, we will become a thorn in their side. Fang Chen said. Being targeted by ancient god powerhouses was not a good feeling. For the time being, they did not have the power to fight against the five great clans. The five of you come with me first and wait for an opportunity to completely open the Blackstone prison. Fang Chen said, however, I have some enemies in the outside world. In fact, he wanted the five great kings to be his hired thugs. Before he finished speaking, the Martial King stopped him. You brought us out of here, so you are our benefactor. Moreover, with your current strength, you are qualified to be on equal footing with us. If you don't mind, the five of us are willing to call you brother, the Martial King said. That's right, you are our benefactor. We are willing to call you brother. The five great kings had been trapped in the Blackstone prison for too long. They had become numb to life here and longed for freedom. And Fang Chen was able to bring them out, so he was undoubtedly their benefactor. In addition, the latter's strength was comparable to theirs. It was not too much to call him brother. Chapter 26:26. The five great kings suppressed their excitement and listened carefully to Fang Chen's analysis of the situation in the chaotic void. As of now, my biggest enemies are the Dark Blood tribe and the Demon tribe. These two tribes are the most powerful tribes in the world and have a strong foundation. It is said that they have ancient god ancestors guarding them. Fang Chen said, moreover, the Blackstone prison is of great importance. Unless it is absolutely necessary, do not reveal your identities. Otherwise, he did not finish his sentence, but the 5 great kings knew what he was talking about. Don't worry, we know. Fang Chun stayed in the Blackstone prison for 3 days. After the 5 great kings arranged everything, they followed Fang Chun and quietly left the Blackstone prison. At the edge of the Blackstone prison, the boundary wall was a little weak. It was also where Fang Chun used to leave the Blackstone prison. Let's do it here. Fang Chun glanced ahead. It was a scene of chaos. With a thought, the heart of mysterious underworld on his neck emitted a gentle light. The connate E-wood continued to release its E-wood aura to envelop the heart of mysterious underworld. Good stuff. The 5 great kings were knowledgeable and could see the mysteries of the heart of mysterious underworld at a glance. The 5 great kings clenched their fists and were extremely excited. This was the first time in countless years that they were so close to leaving the Blackstone prison. They had been waiting for this day for a very long time. Crack! Fang Chun activated the heart of mysterious underworld and quickly opened a corner of the Blackstone prison. Let's go. Seeing a terrifying crack in front of him, Fang Chun shouted and took the lead to rush into the crack. Ha! The 5 great kings fought to be the first and laughed wildly. Crash! In a desolate plain in the great devil realm. Suddenly, a terrifying black hole appeared. Then, a majestic force formed a terrifying cyclone and spun rapidly in the black hole. Rip! The spinning chi vortex emitted a shocking power. 6 figures suddenly appeared. 1. After the 6 of them left the black hole, the vortex disappeared and the black hole closed up. The void returned to normal. From opening the Blackstone prison to appearing in the great devil sky, it had all happened in the blink of an eye. Moreover, with the help of the Xianming heart, it did not cause much of a commotion. Therefore, the great devil realm was still very peaceful, and there were no unusual movements. What is this place? He had been trapped in the Blackstone prison for countless years and had long forgotten the layout of the chaos void. This is the great devil realm. Fang Chun's eyes flickered with a cold, murderous intent as he said coldly. The great devil realm's sky pillar zone family was one of his mortal enemies. Back then, when he first came out of the Blackstone prison, he caused a ruckus in the sky pillar zone family. In the end, he was suppressed by the ancestor pagoda under the control of the great elder and escaped. Now, after 30 years, he was back. Fang Chun glanced at the 5 emperors and said, "Let's find a place to hide." In front of a very hidden mountain stream, the 5 emperors sat cross-legged on a bluestone. Their bodies were emitting a terrifying power. The 5 emperors' understanding of martial arts had long surpassed the level of an ultimate honorable. However, the Blackstone prison's environment was harsh, and it was impossible for them to break through. Now, after they came out, they felt the power in their bodies vibrating, as if they were about to break through. Fang Chun also thought of this, so he found a hidden place to let the 5 emperors break through first before going to destroy the Sky Pillar Zone family. What a strong pressure! Fang Chun could not help but sigh. He looked around vigilantly, guarding the 5 emperors. After sensing the powerful auras emitted by the 5 of them, Fang Chun's heart trembled. Fortunately, he had set up a peerless formation here before. Otherwise, just the auras emitted by the 5 of them would have alarmed the Tianqing Zone family. Crack! King Wu's body was filled with martial arts aura, and he suddenly opened his eyes. The power in his body vibrated, and a terrifying light burst out from his eyes. The power of the heavenly law in the void surged into his body. Dong! The mountain peak in the distance was directly raised to the ground by the power of his eyes. Phew! King Wu breathed a sigh of relief and slowly stood up. How is it? Fang Chun asked. King Wu shook his head, feeling a little regretful. We took it for granted. The current chaotic void, after countless years of evolution, is no longer the chaotic void we knew. King Wu said. I thought that without the suppression of the Blackstone prison, we could easily break through to the ancient god realm, but now it seems that we were thinking too much. King Wu said. The chaotic void was constantly changing, and their concept was still stuck in the endless years ago. The world has changed, and stepping into the ancient god realm is even more difficult. King Wu said. However, although we did not succeed, we have taken that crucial step. Fang Chen heard this and was slightly moved. Heavenly Honorable? Fang Chen murmured. The current King Wu was a true heavenly honorable, and a heavenly honorable expert who could sweep through everything. Rumble! A deafening sound rang out. After King Wu took that step, the other 4 kings broke through one after another. The Demon King's body was overflowing with demonic aura. It was very terrifying. Sword King's body was surrounded by sword aura. War King's body was overflowing with battle intent. As for Qing King, his body was faintly discernible as a gust of wind blew past. The 5 kings each had their own strengths, and when combined, their offensive power could be said to be heaven-defying. Congratulations to the 5 of you for becoming heavenly honorables. Fang Chen cupped his fists and congratulated them. The 5 of them were true heavenly honorables, and they were not heavenly honorables like the Dark Race Patriarch. With the 5 of them and himself, they could basically sweep through the Sky Pillar Zone family. Fang Chen, didn't you say that the Sky Pillar Zone family has a grudge with you? Can we kill a wave of them? Demon King's eyes flickered with cold killing intent. Fang Chen nodded. The 5 kings laughed. The Sky Pillar Zone family was the absolute dominant force in the Great Devil Realm. 30 years ago, the Sky Pillar Zone family was overthrown by Fang Chen, and the Zone family was completely silent after that. Until now, the Zone family patriarch still had not come out of seclusion. Some people even received news that the Zone family patriarch had a high chance of becoming a heavenly honorable. Everyone in the Zone family was celebrating. Humph, as long as the family patriarch breaks through to the heavenly honorable level, Fang Chen will be dead for sure. That's right, that guy not only offended the Sky Pillar Zone family, but also the Demon Race and the Dark Race. He's dead for sure. Idiot, the Sky Pillar Zone family has a deep foundation. How can he defeat us alone? In every corner of the Great Devil Realm, one could hear the topic of Fang Chen. However, everyone in the Zone family was confident that the Zone family was invincible. Fang Chen would not have a good ending for offending the Zone family. I can't take it anymore. Along the way, the other 4 kings had been holding back. Only the Demon King could not take it anymore. Whoosh! His figure flashed, and he swooped down, arriving in a city. Die! The Demon King waved his hand, and a monstrous demonic aura gathered in his palm. As he waved his hand, the terrifying demonic aura instantly enveloped the entire city. The demonic aura seeped into everyone's body, and they immediately bled from their 7 orifices, dying a violent death. Cries of agony could be heard coming from the city. The entire city was enveloped by the demonic aura. Who dares to provoke the Sky Pillar Zone family? The city lord of the city soared into the sky, glaring at the Demon King. The Sky Pillar Zone family? You all deserve to die. The Demon King sneered. How dare you? The city lord roared, and immediately used a thunderous attack to attack the Demon King. You're courting death. 2 terrifying rays of light shot out from the Demon King's eyes, directly piercing through the city lord's head. No, the city lord died without knowing how strong the Demon King was. Crack! Under the Demon King's attack, the entire city was completely overturned, and all the buildings were destroyed. In an instant, the city was turned into ruins. All the martial artists inside were dead. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen wanted to say something, but he stopped. Fang Chen, the path of martial arts is just this cruel. King Wu said from the side. Whoosh! The Demon King returned to the few of them and licked his dry lips. Great! Let's go. Fang Chen's mood was a little complicated. He said that and took the lead to leave. Soon, the news of the city being destroyed spread. Everyone was guessing who had done it. This news caused a great sensation in the great devil realm. Someone once said that they only saw a cloud of black aura suddenly appear in the sky, and the next moment, the entire city was turned into ruins. The demon god descended and destroyed the city. Chapter 26-27. In the core of the great devil sky, the territory of the Sky Pillar Zone family. The former reception residence still existed. However, the reception elder had been replaced by someone else. After Fang Chen had come out of the Blackstone prison, the first supremacy he had killed had been Supremacy Demon Celestial. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A few days later, the 6 of them arrived at the manor. The core members of the Sky Pillar Zone family are all in the independent space. Fang Chen said. Just destroy the independent space. Demon King said. Sword King nodded. Sword Chi surrounded him. If Fang Chen gave the order, he would slash the independent space without hesitation. Wait a moment. Previously, the Ancestor Pagoda had shocked him too much. As a superpower in the chaotic void, the Sky Pillar Zone family had a deep foundation. He couldn't be too careless. Who dares to cause trouble in my Zone family's territory? Suddenly, a deafening sound was heard. Then, a few elders flew out and floated in the air. They looked at Fang Chen and the others. It's you. One of the elders had witnessed the great battle 30 years ago and recognized Fang Chen. Not good. It's Fang Chen. He cried out involuntarily, and immediately notified the great elder. Kill. Fang Chen stepped out with the hidden star sword in his hand, and started a bloody massacre. Poochie. Wherever the hidden star sword passed, the Zone family's elders fell. In an instant, several elders were killed by Fang Chen. Whoosh. Fang Chen urged the strength in his entire body to converge on the hidden star sword, and then suddenly slashed out towards the reception mansion. Dong! The sky fell and the earth cracked. The whole earth shook. At this moment, the luxurious reception mansion collapsed. All the buildings were turned into ruins in an instant. Miserable cries could be heard coming from within the reception mansion. Countless clansmen died one after another. Stop! The void gate appeared, and the great elder led many of his clansmen out of the independent space in a grandiose manner. Fang Chen, you're courting death. The great elder knew how powerful Fang Chen was, so he waved his hand and summoned the Ancestor Pagoda. Many elders were enraged when they saw the ruins of the reception mansion. Great Elder, use the Ancestor Pagoda to kill him. Many elders roared loudly. 1. Above the Ancestor Pagoda, a violent power gushed out. This power was so strong that it made everyone tremble. I let you escape last time, but this time, you're dead for sure. A wild aura burst out from the Ancestor Pagoda in the first elder's hand. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into the Ancestor Pagoda that was hundreds of meters tall. The aura from the Ancestor Pagoda merged with the first elder's bloodline power, causing the sky to change color. The 5 kings were about to attack, but they were stopped by Fang Chen. A mere great elder was nothing in his eyes. What he truly cared about was the Zone clan's clan head, as well as the Zone clan's foundation. I can handle it. Fang Chen took a step forward and activated the space-time collapse technique to the extreme. His figure turned into an afterimage as he shuttled through the void and circled around the Great Elder. Poochie! The elders brought by the Great Elder fell into a pool of blood one by one. Fang Chen, I'm going to tear you to pieces. The Great Elder bared his teeth and roared at the sky. At the same time, he controlled the Ancestor Pagoda in his hand and blasted it at Fang Chen. Crack! In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, Fang Chen killed the 20-odd elders that the first elder had brought. The Great Elder's heart was bleeding. Those were more than 20 elders at the Venerable realm. They were the foundation of the Tianqing Zone family. 1. Just as Fang Chen killed the last elder, he suddenly felt a powerful force pressing down on him. He looked up and saw the enormous Ancestor Pagoda swooping down from the sky, bringing with it a power that made people tremble as it swept over. Ancestor Pagoda? Fang Chen muttered to himself before activating the Chaotic Origin Sword Body. The powerful Chaotic Origin Sword Body was activated, causing wild sword chi to surround Fang Chen's body tightly, forming the strongest defense around him. Not far away in the void, the 5 great kings stood side by side. Seeing this scene, they nodded in satisfaction. This fella is truly a monster. Sword King could not help but sigh. He recognized Fang Chen's Chaotic Origin Sword Body. This was a unique physique that sword cultivators yearned for. Even if he spent his entire life, he could not evolve this unique physique into the Chaotic Origin Sword Body. Even though the Ancestor Pagoda of the Tianqing Zong family is very strong, the Great Elder is too weak. With him controlling the Ancestor Pagoda, he can't do anything to Fang Chen. Martial King said. Battle King nodded. If the Zong family patriarch does not appear, there is no need for us to act. Fang Chen alone is enough. Xiao. With a slash, a vast sword light fused with the sword chi of the Chaotic Origin Sword Body. Like a storm, it revolved around the hidden star sword and pierced towards the Ancestor Pagoda. Kacha. In the blink of an eye, the hidden star sword pierced the Ancestor Pagoda. A deafening sound exploded. The hidden star sword was forced back, and the Ancestor Pagoda's strength was greatly weakened. But it still dived down. Dong. In the blink of an eye, the Ancestor Pagoda whizzed down with unparalleled strength and heavily bombarded Fang Chen's body. Hong long long. The sound of trembling could be heard continuously. The entire earth was shaking. All the buildings within 100 li of the Ancestor Pagoda were destroyed and turned into ruins. And the Chaotic Origin Sword Chi on Fang Chen's body formed an extremely strong defense, forcibly blocking the attack of the Ancestor Pagoda. Kacha. The body of the Ancestor Pagoda shook. In the end, it was forced back by Fang Chen. When the Ancestor Pagoda shrunk to the size of a palm and returned to the Great Elder's palm, the latter cried out involuntarily. How is this possible? 30 years ago, he was forced to flee pathetically under the attack of the Ancestor Pagoda. In just 30 years, his strength had risen to such a level? Could it be that he has already, thinking of this, the Great Elder was shocked. He kept the Ancestor Pagoda and his figure flashed, flying towards the independent space. Kacha. Behind him, the void shattered. Want to leave? Fang Chen sneered and punched out. The air trembled as the majestic fist light collided with the First Elder. With a pring, the Great Elder was sent flying like a kite. Die. Fang Chen took a step forward and sent the Great Elder's body flying again. Escape. At the crucial moment, the Great Elder forcibly activated the Ancestor Pagoda and hid within it. He then escaped into the independent space. You can't escape. Fang Chen waved his hand and set up an absolute great array, completely trapping the independent space within. Then, a bloody glint shot out from his ice-cold eyes. Sky Pillar Zong family, this is unforgivable. In the following time, Fang Chen began a merciless massacre. All the profound god clansmen of the Sky Pillar Zong family were slaughtered. Kacha. Sword light flashed. It was as if a demon god had descended. The entire Great Devil Sky and all the cities were destroyed by Fang Chen. Whoosh. 2 hours later, Fang Chen returned to the independent space. The current Great Devil Sky was in ruins. The scene after the battle was too shocking. All the profound god clansmen had been killed. Fang Chen's gaze fell on the independent space. Still not coming out? Fang Chen sneered. Rumble. Just as he finished speaking, the gate of the void appeared once again. Immediately after, a violent energy escaped from it. You're dead. A voice filled with killing intent came from the Zong family head. His aura rose to the peak as he walked out of the independent space step by step. Behind him was the Great Elder, who was battered and exhausted. "Family head, this guy has massacred our clansmen. We must tear him into pieces," the great elder roared. The Zong family head's pitch-black eyes stared fixedly at Fang Chen. His heart was also filled with shock. It was hard to imagine that the guy who had almost died at his hands hundreds of years ago had become so powerful now. "Back then, when you attacked me, did you think this day would come?" Fang Chen stopped his slaughter and asked coldly. "The Void Star Heaven's limitless sword sect is innocent. However, you ordered people to nearly destroy them. In the end, you even brought my wife, brothers, and others to the great devil sky and tortured them to your heart's content. In the end, you exiled them to the Blackstone prison." Every time Fang Chen said a word, the aura around him would increase a little. "You've successfully infuriated me," the Zong family patriarch said sinisterly. "Originally, I had intended to spare your life, as long as you swear a martial oath to become my servant. But now I've changed my mind. Even if you kneel and beg for mercy, I won't let you go. Even the destruction of my body and soul will not be enough to quench the hatred in my heart." For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 26-28. The Zong family head had been in seclusion all these years, because he had comprehended the martial Tao and was just a step away from becoming a heavenly venerate. In order to step into the ancient god realm and pursue the legendary peak of the martial Tao, he had given up everything. Even when Fang Chen had overturned the great devil sky and killed countless people, he had not come out of seclusion, because that was the most critical moment. But it was different now. Not long ago, he had taken that step and reached the heavenly venerate realm. Now, his strength was so strong that it made people despair. He did not fear even the top 5 heavenly venerates on the Venerable list. When he saw the devastation and the destruction of the city, his heart was filled with rage. How many years had it been since he had been so angry? This was killing his clan and destroying his root. This was an irreconcilable hatred. "I admit that you have great potential, and your strength is close to that of a heavenly venerate. But you will never know how terrifying a heavenly venerate is until you become one." The clan head of the Zong clan enunciated each and every word. Every word was laced with a biting cold killing intent. The Zhan Wang and the other 4 stood behind Fang Chen, their auras restrained. The Zong family head ignored them, thinking that they were helpers that Fang Chen had found. "I will shatter your body and imprison your primordial spirit in the Ancestor Pagoda. You will be tortured day and night, and you will be in so much pain that you will wish you were dead. Finally, I will refine you into a puppet to guard my Tianqing Zong family." The Zong family head opened his palm, and the Ancestor Pagoda flew out from the Grand Elder's hand and landed in his palm. Activating the Ancestor Pagoda, his aura rose to the peak. "Kid, you are dead meat." The Grand Elder stood behind the Zong family head and shouted. Fang Chen frowned, very displeased. "Do you think that I can't kill you just because he is protecting you?" Fang Chen sneered. "In my eyes, you are not even comparable to an ant. If I want to kill you, even the Heavenly Emperor can't stop me." "Interesting." The Zong family head grinned and played with the Ancestor Pagoda. Whoosh! Suddenly, Fang Chen's figure flashed and disappeared into the void. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen disappeared without a trace. Even the 5 great kings couldn't catch a trace of him. What an exquisite space-time technique. The more they interacted with Fang Chen, the more they realized how terrifying he was. The Zong family head's eyes flickered. Soon after, he stretched out his hand and pressed downward. In an instant, the space within 100 miles was completely shattered. "Show yourself." The clan leader of the Zong clan roared in a low voice. A thick stench of blood gushed out from his palms as he blasted it towards the shattered void. Stellar transposition. Fang Chen executed the highest level of the spacetime collapse art. His figure instantly shifted 180 degrees, easily appearing behind the Zong clan head. "I've said it before. If I want to kill you, no one can stop me. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, his palm pierced through the first elder's chest. Crack! The first elder's eyes widened. He opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but no words came out. His vitality rapidly disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he was completely dead. Bang! When Fang Chen retracted his palm, the first elder's body exploded, turning into a bloody mist. Voila! When the Zone clan head came to his senses, Fang Chen executed stellar transposition again and returned to his original spot. Seeing the bloody mist behind him, the Zone clan head roared in anger. The Zone clan head clenched his fist and punched out. Dong! A fist radiance that looked like it had been poured with gold suddenly appeared in the void. After it spun wildly, it carried a powerful heavenly energy and blasted towards Fang Chen. Azura Sword Technique. Fang Chen executed the Azura Sword Technique. A resplendent sword light collided with the fist light. Crack! The sword light shattered and the fist light dimmed a little. However, it still continued to dive down. Dong! Fang Chen dodged, but the fist light exploded in the void. A terrifying shockwave blasted Fang Chen away. Worthy of being a heavenly exalt. Fang Chen grinned. However, with just these methods, they won't be able to do anything to me. Seeing that Fang Chen had blocked his attack, the Zone family head was stunned for a moment. Shortly after, he stomped his foot and unleashed a thunderous attack. Hong Long Long! Fang Chen blocked the attack with ease. Heaven Sect Divine Technique. The Zone clan head roared. Numerous silver needles appeared in his hand. With a flick of his wrist, the silver needles carried a powerful force and whizzed out. Like a storm of silver needles, the silver needles rushed towards Fang Chen. The power contained in each of the silver needles could easily kill an extreme Venerable one. Fang Chen quickly retreated. At the same time, he was thinking of a way to break free. Dong! The chaotic origin sword body circulated perfectly. At the same time, Fang Chen executed the Tao of Weapon Controlling. 1. Under the interference of the Tao of Weapon Controlling, the speed of those silver needles decreased sharply. Some of them even fell to the ground. Mn. The Zone clan head also discovered the Tao of Weapon Controlling. His face turned gloomy. Die. Before the silver needle attack ended, he stepped on the countless silver needles and arrived in front of Fang Chen. Suppress. The clan head of the Zone clan unleashed his trump card. From the center of his palm, a golden ray of light shot out. This light was too strong. It directly suppressed Fang Chen. Deng deng deng. Fang Chen's body retreated step by step. His blood and qi were tumbling in his body. His face was pale. The Zone clan head looked down at Fang Chen and sneered. Today you will die. Hong. The Zone clan head executed his trump card once again. But this time it was the Battle King. Battle intent overflowed. His fleshly body's defense was raised to the maximum. He fiercely punched the golden light. Dong! A trembling sound could be heard. The Battle King stood proudly while the Zone clan head's body swayed. The Zone clan head's face changed when he saw the Battle King. Heavenly Venerate? But soon, he sneered. You think you can destroy my Zone clan just because you invited a Heavenly Venerate? What a joke. 1. A vast sword light broke through the clouds. The Sword King's body was like a peerless sword. He took a step forward and stood shoulder to shoulder with the Battle King. What if you include me? The Sword King asked. The Zone clan head's face changed drastically. 2 Heavenly Venerates? At this moment, he finally understood why Fang Chen was so confident even though he knew he was no match for him. So what if there are 2? My Sky Pillar Zone clan's foundation is not something you can imagine. The Zone clan head said crazily. He held the Ancestor Pagoda in his hand and circles of power spread out. Formation rise. As the Zone clan head's voice faded, the independent space opened up and turned into a peerless formation that enveloped everyone. This is my Zone clan's strongest foundation, the Sky Sect Killing Formation. It was left behind by the first-generation old ancestor. Unless one is an ancient god expert, no one can resist its killing power. The Zone clan head said coldly, "Originally, I did not intend to use this foundation, but you forced me to." Once the Sky Sect Killing Formation was activated, everyone would die. Voila! The Ancestor Pagoda flashed and drilled into the ground, forming the core of the Sky Sect Killing Formation. Instantly, the power of the Sky Sect Killing Formation rose again. Even a heavenly Venerate could not resist the terrifying power of the Sky Sect Killing Formation. This was the Sky Pillar Zone clan's strongest trump card, and also their greatest foundation. It was the foundation of the Zone clan's foothold in the Great Devil Sky. Today, the Zone clan head released it out of anger, determined to kill Fang Chen. No one can be presumptuous in my Great Devil Sky. The Zone clan head sneered, not even a heavenly Venerate. Hoo. Within the Sky Sect Killing Formation, waves of killing aura whizzed out. The chaotic origin sword body was fully activated and barely blocked. "Aren't you celebrating too early?" the Battle King said emotionlessly. "Humph, what's a mere Sky Sect Killing Formation? Watch how we break it open," the Sword King said. "In your dreams," the Zone clan head said. Hong, King Wu, King Qing, and King Mo, who originally did not have any aura, also released their powerful auras. "What if we are included?" the three of them said in unison. "What?" the Zone clan head cried out. 5 heavenly Venerates? How is this possible?" His heart was in chaos and his head was buzzing. He could not accept the reality before him. Fang Chen could actually get 5 heavenly Venerates to act for him? "Do you really want to fight to the death with my Sky Pillar Zone clan?" the Zone clan head asked. "Didn't we already fight to the death?" the Battle King shrugged. The Zone clan head's eyes flickered with madness. "Fine, you forced me to do this. Even if I have to destroy the Great Devil Sky, I will tear you to pieces." The moment he said that, the Sky Sect Killing Formation began to operate. For the latest novel to read, please visit. However, what made him furious was that even with the help of the Tianzong Killing Formation, he was still unable to kill Fang Chen. Damned guy. After fighting for a while, the Zone clan head finally could not hold back. He forcibly activated the Tianzong Killing Formation, and all the killing power gathered around Fang Chen. Die. The clan head of the Zone clan executed his strongest attack, wanting to kill Fang Chen. "Here's our chance." The 5 great kings' eyes lit up. They activated all their power and attacked the weakest point of the Tianzong Killing Formation. Too strong. Fang Chen's scalp went numb, but he still had to resist. Gotcha! The wild killing power squeezed his bones, and the sound of them shattering could be heard. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, but the chaotic origin sword body shone brilliantly and helped him resist. "Hold on for a while longer," the Battle King said. "It's useless. You're all going to die." The Zone clan head laughed crazily. But at this moment, the 5 great kings formed a joint attack formation. Hong. An ancient and unsophisticated power emanated from their bodies. "What's going on?" Suddenly, the Zone clan head cried out, because he felt the aura of an ancient god. "Impossible. They're clearly just Empyreans." The clan leader of the Zone clan consoled himself. What he felt was definitely an illusion, it wasn't real. Open. The strongest attack of the 5 great kings exploded with a dazzling light. See La. The strongest foundation of the Sky Pillar Zone clan, the Tianzong Killing Formation, was broken. No! The Zone clan head's expression changed drastically. He shook his head crazily, unable to accept this reality. The ancestral teachings left behind by the old ancestors stated that the Sky Sect Killing Array was the #1 killing array in the primal chaos void. No one below the ancient god realm could stop it. It could only be used when the clan was at a critical moment of life and death. The sky sect killing array that the Zone clan was so proud of was actually broken by the 5 great kings? This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Zone clan head said crazily. How could he know that the 5 great kings were not ordinary Empyreans? They were the strongest Empyreans. They were not Empyreans on the Venerable list could compare to them. Hong. The sky sect killing array was completely shattered. The Zone clan head suffered a backlash and was sent flying like a cannonball. Selah. The ancestor pagoda floated out from the ground and tried to enter the independent space, but it was trapped by the 5 great kings. Suppress. The sword king slashed out, leaving a sword mark on the ancestor pagoda. The demon king waved his hand, and a monstrous demonic aura poured into the ancestor pagoda, corroding it. The martial king and the battle king looked at each other and punched out together, attacking the ancestor pagoda from both sides. The sword mark on the ancestor pagoda instantly enlarged. Xiao. The Qing king appeared in front of the ancestor pagoda at an exquisite speed and held it in his hand. 1. Under the joint attack of the 5 great kings, the ancestor pagoda was completely destroyed. You want to stop the 5 of us with such a broken thing? The Qing king played with the ancestor pagoda in his hand and laughed. Fang Qin gently wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth, after which, he took a step forward and chased after the Zone clan head. That guy escaped into the independent space, the battle king said. Destroy the independent space directly. The martial king nodded. The group of 6 arrived at the entrance of the independent space. 6 shocking forces landed on the independent space. Kacha. The void collapsed and the independent space appeared. Cracks appeared one after another. The independent space could not withstand the force and was shattering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Once it shattered, everyone in the Sky Pillar Zone clan would die. Forget it. Just as the independent space was about to shatter, an ancient sigh came from within. Huff huff huff. Then, the sky changed color and a phantom slowly appeared. Ancient God imprint? The 6 of them were shocked. They did not expect that there would be an ancient God imprint in the independent space. The Sky Pillar Zone clan is my clan after all. You all have committed a capital offense by destroying it. The phantom spoke slowly. The ancient God imprint emitted a powerful aura, and the 6 of them felt an extremely strong pressure. Ancestor. The defeated patriarch of the Zone family shouted loudly. It's just an ancient God imprint. The 6 of us can join forces and destroy it, the demon king said. That's right. No matter how strong the ancient God imprint is, it can't be stronger than the ancient God himself. Moreover, it's just an imprint that has lived for God knows how long. The 6 of them went from panic to calmness and no longer feared the ancient God imprint. The Zone clan head panicked. The ancient God imprint was the final trump card left behind by the ancestor. If even the ancient God imprint was destroyed, the Sky Pillar Zone clan would really come to an end. Sigh. The ancient God imprint sighed and said, Cultivation is not easy. You all should understand that at this point, the worldly affairs of the world are nothing to be trifled with. The struggles between the powers of the mortal world are nothing. Only the pursuit of the peak of the martial Tao is the ultimate goal of our generation. Before the Zone clan's ancient god died, he left behind an imprint to protect his descendants. Those who are unjust are doomed to destruction. You should ask your descendants what good they have done. Fang Qin sneered, not giving the ancient god imprint any face. From today onwards, the Sky Pillar Zone clan would no longer exist in this world. Chapter 26:30. If it were anyone else, the ancient god imprint would be able to suppress them. However, the 6 people before him were no ordinary people. With the 6 of them working together, even if the ancient god himself came, they would probably be able to resist for a while. Not to mention a mere ancient god imprint. Not to mention Fang Qin, Just the strength of the 5 kings was already at the peak of the heavenly venerables. After the initial panic, the 5 of them gradually calmed down. They increasingly believed that the ancient god imprint before them was just putting on an act and did not possess any real combat strength. Hence, after exchanging glances, the 5 of them all looked at the ancient god imprint. "Ancestor, kill them!" The Zong family head shouted crazily, his face twisted. "So, you all are bent on destroying my Zong family?" the ancient god imprint asked. "That's right." The War King took the lead, his aura soaring to the sky. "Good, very good." The ancient god imprint said good twice, then turned into a ray of light and entered the Zong family head's forehead. 1. The Zong family head's aura suddenly soared. In an instant, the Zong family head's strength had reached the level of a peak heavenly venerate. "Kill!" At this moment, the Zong family head seemed to have changed into a different person. His body was no longer under his control, but under the control of the ancient god imprint. F***ck his mother. The demon king cursed, and the 5 kings attacked together. Rumble. The battle was very intense. At the start, the Zong family head could barely hold on. However, as time passed, the 5 kings displayed their absolute strength and suppressed the Zong family head. Kacha. The ancient god imprint hidden in the Zong family head's body instantly shattered. The violent energy spread out and affected the 5 great kings. However, it did not harm them. "Does the heavens want to destroy my Zong family?" An unresigned voice came from the sky. Boom! The Zong family head's body suddenly exploded, and blood spurted out. His last straw of hope was completely destroyed, and the Zong family head fell into despair, his face pale. Die. The 5 kings' combined attack had completely destroyed the Zong family head. His body and soul were destroyed. Hoo! In the void, a cold wind whistled and rustled. The entire great devil sky was filled with a gloomy aura. Destroy the independent space. Since he had decided to let go, he had to cut the weeds and eliminate the root. The 5 monarchs joined forces, destroying the isolated space in a single move. All the members of the Zong clan within died instantly. On that day, the great devil heaven was filled with the wailing of ghosts and the wailing of gods. Overnight, the Heaven Pillar Zong clan was reduced to ashes. In the great devil sky, all the cities of the Zong clan were completely destroyed. Even the independent dimension of the Zong clan was completely destroyed. This news shook the entire chaos void. The 5 great clans and superforces all came to investigate. When they found out the truth of the matter, they were all shocked. Fang Chen, who had disappeared for 30 years, resurfaced. Void race. What? The Sky Pillar Zong family was completely annihilated? The Void Race Patriarch asked in surprise. Not only that, the independent dimension of the Zong clan, as well as the ancient god imprint, were all completely destroyed. The Grand Elder added in a low voice. Moreover, it said that even the Tianzong's killing array was shattered. One could imagine how desperate that battle was. The great devil realm was filled with devastation. The aftermath of the war was a shocking sight. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe it as a living hell. Who did it? The Void Race Patriarch muttered. Although the Sky Pillar Zong clan couldn't be compared to the great clans of the current era, it was still considered a superclan. Its foundation was so deep that even the great clans of the current era wouldn't be able to destroy it so easily. Unless an ancient god expert took action. Was that possible? Obviously not. In the Chaos Void, there were only a few ancient god experts. They were the final trump cards of the great clans of the current era. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't make a move easily. Could it be a heavenly venerate? The Void Race Patriarch thought of a possibility. That was, several heavenly venerates working together might be able to accomplish this. Not only the Void Race, but the Thunder Punishment Race, the Monster Race, the Dark Blood Race, the Holy War Race, and so on were also paying close attention to the Great Devil Realm. All the martialists in the entire primal chaos void were discussing this matter. As for the main character, Fang Chen, he quietly returned to the Blackstone prison with the 5 kings. Now, the strength of the 6 of them was enough to contend against an ancient god. This time, when they returned to the Blackstone prison, the first was to destroy the Wind Thunder Beast. The second was to bring all the experts in the Blackstone prison to the Great Devil Realm. Fang Chen was preparing to establish his own force in the Great Devil Realm. Whether it was the Void Star Sky or Emotion. After all, they were just inferior heavens, while the Great Devil Realm was one of the 10 super heavens. With their current strength, in addition to the 5 forces in the Blackstone prison, it was enough to establish a super force. Only then could they contend against the Dark Blood race and the Monster race. Blackstone prison, one-line sky, wind, thunder platform. From the conversation of the 5 kings, Fang Chen learned about the Wind Thunder Beast's past. At the same time, he also learned that it was King Wu's disciple, Wu Tong, who had destroyed the passageway. The Wind Thunder Beast is very strong. He reached the heavenly Venerate realm a long time ago. Now that so many years have passed, his strength must have skyrocketed. You must be careful, King Wu reminded. Don't be careless, King Wu said. It turned out that they had been trapped in the Blackstone prison all this time, and it didn't matter. But now it was different. They had been reborn and were about to establish a super force to contend against the great clans. They didn't want to miss out on such a wonderful and magnificent life. Fang Chen, when we take action later, use the supreme formation to trap the Wind Thunder Beast. Leave the rest to us, King Wu said. Fang Chen suddenly asked, with the strength of the 6 of us, can we suppress the Wind Thunder Beast? Hearing his words, the 5 kings looked at each other and understood what he meant. King Wu shook his head and said, the Wind Thunder Beast is too strong and destructive. If we are careless, the entire Blackstone prison will be destroyed. It will be difficult to subdue it. Fang Chen felt that it was a pity. If they could suppress the Wind Thunder Beast and make it acknowledge them as its master, their strength would skyrocket again. Master, the mysterious Heaven Cone Nail said, they are right. The Wind Thunder Beast is not an ordinary demon beast. Its attack power is too strong. Even an ancient god won't be able to make it acknowledge them as its master. You can't do anything? Fang Chen asked the demon tiger and beast in the demon ceiling tower. The latter shook his head. What could he do? Now, his strength was equivalent to an ultimate Venerable. He couldn't even defeat Fang Chen, let alone the Wind Thunder Beast. Oh right, master, I thought of a possibility, the demon tiger and beast suddenly said. Tell me, Fang Chen asked hurriedly. Mount Dongming. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart trembled. Right, how could he have forgotten about Mount Dongming? The Rhinoceros Horn clan was completely suppressed in Mount Dongming. Even the Rhinoceros Horn clan leader was trapped and couldn't escape for the time being. If the 6 of them joined forces, could they force the Rhinoceros Horn clan leader to submit? Thinking of this, Fang Chen was secretly delighted. If they could really make the Rhinoceros Horn clan leader submit, then they would have another ancient godmaster. In that case, their chances of winning against the Dark Blood clan and the Demon clan would be greater. Everyone, Fang Chen said. Why? Do you want to try? Warlord asked. Fang Chen shook his head and said, if the 6 of us join forces, can we suppress an ancient godmaster? If it's an ancient god himself, it'll be too difficult to suppress. King Qing shook his head. That's right. Even if we're top-tier celestial venerables, it'll be difficult. After all, an ancient god won't be suppressed by us, Demon King said. Fang Chen pondered and said, what if there's a pinnacle true treasure that can restrain an ancient god? Hearing this, the 5 great kings' expressions changed, and they waited for him to continue. Fang Chen said bluntly, you should have heard of Mount Dongming, right? Of course. There's the celestial Venerable Sea in the south and Mount Dongming in the north. There are 2 forbidden lands in the chaotic void, King Wu said. The other 4 great kings nodded one after another. Actually, Mount Dongming isn't a forbidden land at all. It's a pinnacle true treasure. Fang Chun revealed the secret of Mount Dongming. What? The 5 great kings' expressions changed drastically, and they cried out involuntarily. For countless years, Mount Dongming had been a forbidden land in their hearts and minds. Everyone had accepted this fact. But now, Fang Chun said that Mount Dongming was a pinnacle true treasure. What would the 5 great kings think? To read a novel, please visit Chapter 2631. Brother Fang, don't deceive us. Although we have been trapped in the Blackstone prison for countless years, we know that Immortal Cave Mountain is one of the 2 most dangerous places in the chaotic void, King Wu said with a smile. The other 4 kings nodded in succession. Obviously, they did not believe in the legend that Immortal Cave Mountain was a pinnacle true treasure. Fang Chun shrugged. I'll bring you to a place. You'll know when you get there. They entered Immortal Cave Mountain again. This time, Fang Chun was even more skilled. Across the endless void, in the Blackstone prison, the heart of Xianming was activated, and the 6 of them were sucked into Immortal Cave Mountain. Are you familiar with this place? Fang Chun asked. The 5 kings were surprised by the change in the environment. They were just in the Blackstone prison. How did they appear here? What is this place? Why is the aura here so unique? The 5 emperors scanned their surroundings, but they did not discover where Fang Chun had brought them. This is Immortal Cave Mountain, Fang Chun said. What? The 5 kings were shocked. They immediately leaped into the air, and floated in the air, looking down at the ground. It feels so familiar. King Wu murmured. Look, there's a mountain there. It seems to be called Void Mountain, King Qing shouted. That's right. This is really Immortal Cave Mountain. I was lucky enough to be here once, King Imo said. The 5 kings were excited. They could not imagine what method Fang Chun had used to teleport them from the Blackstone prison to Immortal Cave Mountain. Brother Fang, after a long time, the 5 of them suppressed the shock in their hearts and looked at Fang Chun with burning eyes. Fang Chun pointed to his neck. The 5 kings recognized the Khanate E-Wood. This is the Khanate E-Wood? The Khanate E-Wood could release the E-Wood aura. The wearer had a strong healing ability. Even a heavenly Venerable could not resist the temptation. The innate E-Wood is nothing but a rope that wears the heart of Xianming. Fang Chun said, The one I want you to see is this guy. Holding the heart of the mysterious underworld between his fingers, he waved it in front of the 5 people. What is this? Everyone's hearts trembled. Just what kind of precious item was this? It actually used innate E-Wood as a rope. Wasn't this too extravagant? This is a dark nether heart, Fang Chun said, not hiding anything. It's the core of Dark Cave Mountain. I refined it and took control of the entire mountain. Now they were on the same side, and they had to rely on the 5 of them to fight against the current era's great clans. Therefore, he informed the 5 great kings of the situation at Dark Cave Mountain. Really? The 5 kings were still in disbelief. It was not until Fang Chun used the Xianming heart to control the inner world of Dongming Mountain that they finally believed what Fang Chun had said. Unbelievable! I never expected Immortal Cave Mountain to be a treasure. How powerful is its owner? Frogs in a well. We are the real frogs in a well. The 5 great kings sighed. At the same time, they were even more curious about Fang Chun. What kind of guy was he that he could control Immortal Cave Mountain? The reason why I asked everyone to come to Immortal Cave Mountain is to deal with an ancient god. Fang Chun said, There is a foreign tribe in Immortal Cave Mountain called the Rhinoceros tribe. Their patriarch is an ancient god expert, and I can only barely use Immortal Cave Mountain to suppress him. There's no way to deal with him. Fang Chun told the 5 great kings his idea. After the 5 of them heard it, they fell into deep thought. They had never fought with an ancient god before, so they had to plan carefully. After a long time, King Wu said, Brother Fang, We want to know the true power of Immortal Cave Mountain and the greatest power you can control. Only by figuring this out could they be sure if they could force an ancient god to bow his head. Okay. Rumble. Fang Chen activated the dark cave mountain. A vast amount of energy gushed forth, and the entire sky seemed like it was about to shatter. The 5 great kings were imprisoned, unable to move. They even felt like they were about to shatter. Stop. Finally, the 5 great kings couldn't take it anymore and roared. Fang Chen hurriedly stopped, and Immortal Cave Mountain returned to calm. However, cries of agony could be heard coming from the distance. These cries came from the mouths of the suppressed members of the rhinoceros tribe. Roar. The miserable cries were mixed with a furious roar. This was the voice of the rhinoceros tribe's patriarch. Fang Chen had used the power of Immortal Cave Mountain to forcibly trap him in seclusion and make it impossible for him to escape. Over the years, he had been constantly searching for a way to escape. Too strong. The 5 great kings trembled. For the first time, they felt that death was approaching. With Immortal Cave Mountain in hand, even an ancient god expert has nothing to fear, the Sword King said. However, an ancient god expert wouldn't be so foolish as to let you suck them in. Thus, in summary, Immortal Cave Mountain can only barely be used to save one's life. It can't threaten a true ancient god, the Demon King analyzed. Even so, no one below the ancient god level could resist the pressure of Immortal Cave Mountain. With Immortal Cave Mountain suppressing an ancient god of the rhinoceros tribe, the 6 of us have a much greater chance of success, the War King said. No matter what, it's always good to try. Even if we can't beat them, with Immortal Cave Mountain backing us, the ancient gods won't be able to kill us. After witnessing the power of Immortal Cave Mountain, the 5 great kings were filled with confidence. Fang Chen led them to the place where the rhinoceros tribe's patriarch was in seclusion. Through the mountain, they saw the rhinoceros tribe's patriarch trapped within. His 2 horns exuded a berserk energy that constantly struck the mountain. The mountain's wild energy tightly wrapped around him, making it impossible for him to succeed. Seeing the rhinoceros tribe's patriarch counterattack, the 5 great kings felt their scalps go numb. Fortunately, we have Immortal Cave Mountain. Otherwise, if an ancient god were to rage, blood would flow for 1,000 miles. Without Immortal Cave Mountain, no one dared to imagine how powerful an ancient god expert would be. Rhinoceros tribe's patriarch. Fang Chen loudly called out. Brat, don't think that just because you control Immortal Cave Mountain, you can destroy my tribe. The rhinoceros tribe's patriarch furiously roared. One day, I will charge out and tear you to pieces. The 5 great kings glanced at each other. For a lofty ancient god expert to be forced into such a state by Fang Chen, one could imagine how crazy he was. I think that we can make a deal. Fang Chen spread out his hands and said, Your tribe has been suppressed by me in Immortal Cave Mountain. If I want to, I can kill them all with a single thought. You dare? The rhinoceros tribe's patriarch furiously roared. Why wouldn't I dare? You're a mighty ancient god, yet you've been suppressed by me. Do you think I'm afraid of them? Fang Chen sneered. The lives of our tribe are in your hands. It all depends on what you think. Scram! The rhinoceros tribe's patriarch roared in rage. As an ancient god, he had never suffered such humiliation. Attack! According to the plan, the 5 great kings would enter the mountain and engage in a fierce battle with the ancient god expert. Meanwhile, Fang Chen would remain outside, controlling Immortal Cave Mountain and suppressing the rhinoceros tribe's patriarch. Whoosh! 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 The 5 great kings entered the mountain and engaged in a direct confrontation with the rhinoceros tribe's patriarch. Bang! A deafening explosion resounded through the heavens. With the help of Immortal Cave Mountain, the 5 great kings were able to block the rhinoceros tribe's patriarch's attack. 5 ants die. The rhinoceros tribe's patriarch's 2 horns expanded, exuding vast energy as he charged at the 5 great kings. The 5 great kings quickly spread out and formed a battle formation, unleashing their strongest attacks. Just as the rhinoceros tribe's 2 horns were about to touch the 5 great kings, Fang Chun activated Immortal Cave Mountain. The wild energy of the heavenly Tao howled and forcefully pushed the rhinoceros tribe's patriarch away. The rhinoceros tribe's 2 horns changed direction and stabbed into the mountain. Hiss, 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 hiss. The heavenly Tao corroded his 2 horns, and a furious roar came from his mouth. Rhinoceros tribe's patriarch, with Immortal Cave Mountain here, you can't defeat us, Fang Chun said. One day, I will break through the suppression of Immortal Cave Mountain and kill all of you. The rhinoceros tribe's patriarch descended into madness. Rip! A primordial spirit appeared in front of Fang Chun. The rhinoceros tribe's young master appeared. He looked at the savage patriarch and bitterly said, Patriarch, our rhinoceros tribe can cooperate with them. You betrayed the rhinoceros tribe? The rhinoceros tribe's patriarch sinisterly said. Patriarch, why have you cultivated until now? The young master asked. Isn't it to protect the tribe? Now that the tribe is in trouble, you could have protected them, but you refused. How is this different from destroying the tribe? Chapter 26:32. During this period of time, the Rhinoceros Horn clan's young master clearly saw the actions of Fang Chun and the others. He was shocked and sad. It was unwise for the Rhinoceros Horn tribe to make an enemy out of him. Even if they had an ancient god expert, they were under the control of others in Dark Cave Mountain. Therefore, after communicating with Fang Chun, the young master of the Rhinoceros Horn tribe decided to persuade the tribe leader. Boom! The battle between the 5 kings and the tribe leader had reached its climax. It should have been a one-sided battle, but because of Dark Cave Mountain's interference, the 5 kings and the tribe leader were evenly matched. Damn it! The tribe leader was furious. 5 celestial venerables dared to show off in front of him. He wanted to slap them to death, but reality told him that he could not do it. Dark Cave Mountain. If not for Dark Cave Mountain, how could he, an ancient god, end up like this? At the thought of this, the Rhinoceros Horn clan chief hated Fang Chun to the core. Rumble. The battle in the mountain was exceptionally fierce. The 5 kings were cautious at the beginning, but in the end, they let loose and fought with all their might. As time passed, they became bolder and bolder. The facts proved that Dark Cave Mountain was far more powerful than they had imagined. They were ancient gods, but they had no place to use their strength. This gave the 5 kings an opportunity. The 5 of them joined forces and formed a battle formation. Their attack power was off the charts. At some point, they forced the tribe leader to retreat. Crash! The 5 kings retreated from the mountain and returned to Fang Chun's side. With Dark Cave Mountain, the 5 of them can replenish their energy endlessly, but you can't. If you continue to fight like this, one day you will exhaust your energy and lose, Fang Chun said slowly. He pointed at the young master of the Rhinoceros Horn tribe and said, Therefore, our cooperation is a win-win situation. Hasn't the Rhinoceros Horn tribe always wanted to return to the Celestial Venerate Sea? I can help you. Hearing this, the tribe leader's expression changed, but he remained silent. Now, I'm building a super force to fight against the current era's great clans. If your Rhinoceros Horn clan is willing to cooperate with me and help me gain a foothold in the primal chaos void, when I'm done here, I can bring Immortal Cave Mountain to the Celestial Venerate Sea to help you. Fang Chun said. Moreover, the 5 of them can break through to the ancient god realm at any time. Once they break through, there will be 5 ancient gods. Fang Chun explained step by step. The young master of the Rhinoceros Horn clan was also trying to persuade him. Only by cooperating with Fang Chun could the Rhinoceros Horn clan continue to survive. Otherwise, they would become the dust of history. From the moment Fang Chun refined the heart of the mysterious underworld, the Rhinoceros Horn tribe had lost. He had lost so thoroughly that he didn't even have a chance to salvage the situation. The rhinoceros horn chief stared at the Xuanming's heart on Fang Chen's neck. This should have been his, but now it had become someone else's. Moreover, the other party had used the heart of the mysterious underworld to deal with him. For the race. The young master of the rhinoceros horn clan said with emotion. At the level of ancient god, their state of mind was completely different from that of ordinary people. What they wanted was to carry forward the race and pass on their incense. Think about it carefully, Fang Chen said. After that, he left Immortal Cave Mountain with the 5 kings. Brother Fang, do you think the rhinoceros horn chief will agree? King Wu asked. The other 4 kings also looked at Fang Chen with burning eyes. Fang Chen shook his head. The rhinoceros horn chief is an ancient god expert after all. He has his pride. It will be very difficult to make him lower his head. Then what should we do? Wait. Because of the matter with the rhinoceros horn chief, Fang Chen and the others waited for half a year. One day, after half a year, the young master of the rhinoceros horn clan sent a message to Fang Chen. The latter appeared in Immortal Cave Mountain with the 5 kings. What's wrong? Fang Chen looked at the rhinoceros horn chief. The latter said directly, I can agree to cooperate with you, but you have to guarantee the safety of my clansmen. If your clansmen are in Immortal Cave Mountain, I can guarantee their safety. Fang Chen nodded in agreement. Within 100 years, you have to take Immortal Cave Mountain and enter the celestial worthy sea with me. During this time, I will be in seclusion in Immortal Cave Mountain. If there is nothing important, do not disturb me. Of course, since we are cooperating, I will naturally help you. I can help you 3 times within 100 years. No matter when or where, as long as you need me, I will help. After 3 times, even if you die, I will not help you. This was the rhinoceros horn chief's bottom line. He yielded only because of his race. Otherwise, who could make him lower his head? Thinking of the celestial worthy sea, the rhinoceros horn chief's eyes burned even more. That was his final stage. Okay, no problem. Both sides made a martial oath. Soon after, Fang Chen activated Immortal Cave Mountain and removed the seal, allowing the rhinoceros horn chief to come out. Under the gaze of the rhinoceros horn chief, Fang Chen waved his hand and the huge Immortal Cave Mountain was completely restored to normal. The suppressed clansmen of the rhinoceros horn clan also regained their freedom. The rhinoceros horn chief leaped to the place where his clan was and communicated with his clansmen. After completely settling his clansmen, the rhinoceros horn chief returned to Fang Chen's side. Rip! With a flick of his finger, a ray of light enveloped the young master of the rhinoceros horn clan. In a flash, the primordial spirit of the young master of the rhinoceros horn clan disappeared and was replaced by a perfect body. Reconstruct the body. The 5 great kings were shocked. Only an ancient god expert could reconstruct the body so casually. Crash! In the blink of an eye, the body of the young master of the rhinoceros horn clan was completely reconstructed and his strength was restored to its peak. Thank you, Patriarch. The young master cupped his fists in gratitude. The rhinoceros horn chief nodded and waved his hand. Finally, his gaze fell on Fang Chen. He carefully sized up Fang Chen. His heart was very calm. My greatest regret in life is that I couldn't kill you, the rhinoceros horn chief said. Fang Chen grinned. I'm afraid you won't have another chance. The rhinoceros horn chief did not say anything else and turned to leave. Remember our agreement. You have 100 years. Seeing the rhinoceros horn chief turn around, Fang Chen called out, Rhinoceros horn chief, I need your help now. Hearing this, the rhinoceros horn chief stopped and asked, What is it? He had promised to help Fang Chen 3 times within 100 years, no matter when or where. Therefore, after hearing Fang Chen's request, he did not refuse. After personally experiencing the horror of Immortal Cave Mountain, he was even more eager to obtain the support of Immortal Cave Mountain and return to the Celestial Master Sea. Do you know about the Wind Thunder Beast? Fang Chen asked. The rhinoceros horn chief's expression changed, and he immediately asked, "Why do you ask? Have you seen the wind thunder beast?" Fang Chen nodded and told the rhinoceros horn chief what he had seen and heard in the Blackstone prison. The rhinoceros horn chief suddenly understood. "You want me to suppress the wind thunder beast? You want it to recognize you as its master?" "Yes, it would be great if I could get a fighter like the wind thunder beast," Fang Chen said. The rhinoceros horn chief shook his head. "You don't understand the wind thunder beast at all. Its internal structure is very special. Even if I were to act, the most I could do is suppress it. It is impossible for it to recognize you as its master." "Why?" Fang Chen asked, puzzled. "You will know when the time comes." After solving the matter of Immortal Cave Mountain, Fang Chen felt very good. No matter what, he had gained an ancient god ally. In this way, he would have the support of an ancient god expert after he had fully established his force. The Blackstone Prison and the Rhinoceros Horn clan were not weaker than any of the major clans. With the two of them working together with the 5 great kings, Fang Chen, and the Rhinoceros Horn chief, such a huge force was enough to challenge the major clans. By then, Fang Chen would have a firm foothold in the chaotic void. Now, the biggest problem was the wind thunder beast. The group came to the Blackstone prison. At the same time, in a dark corner of the chaotic void, a man in black had bloodthirsty eyes. He opened his eyes, and the void around him instantly became dark. Kill all the enemies in the world." Wu Tong's face was ferocious as he recalled the voice of the wind thunder beast. His consciousness was a little blurry, and he was vaguely under the control of the wind thunder beast. "All the enemies in my way must be killed. Only I am the king of the world," Wu Tong murmured to himself as his body emitted a violent aura. While Wu Tong was mutating, the wind thunder beast in the Blackstone prison also began to stir. To read the latest novel, please visit Chapter 2633. In the Blackstone prison. Not long ago, the wind thunder beast had come out of seclusion and was crazily killing all the martial artists in the Blackstone prison. In just a few days, the Blackstone prison was filled with blood and people were in a terrible situation. However, the wind thunder beast did not give up. Everywhere he went, he would wipe out everything. On a mountain peak in the warlord's territory, the wind thunder wild beast's body was leaning against the green rock. Its claws were clutching tightly packed balls of primordial spirit light. These balls of origin spirit light came from the martial artists whose bodies he had destroyed. Delicious origin spirit light. The wind thunder beast laughed sinisterly. Then, he opened his mouth and absorbed all the balls of origin spirit light into his body. Buzz. After absorbing the balls of origin spirit light, the wind thunder beast's aura became even stronger. After a while, he felt extremely carefree. "My strength is already comparable to a top heavenly venerate. I am almost invincible under the ancient god realm. If I can absorb the power of 10 billion origin spirits, I will definitely be able to step into the ancient god realm," said the wind thunder beast. This time, he had hidden himself in seclusion and unlocked the inherited memories in his mind. He learned of an incredible method that used the power of the origin spirits of human martial artists to evolve and transform. After absorbing the power of 10 billion origin spirits, his body would be able to completely evolve into the body of an ancient god. At that time, he would truly become an invincible ancient god realm elite. Thinking of this, the wind thunder beast felt extremely carefree. Continue the slaughter. His huge body swooped down and came to the plains to continue searching for human martial artists. On this day, he found the Warlord Palace. There are many human martial artists in the Warlord Palace. The wind thunder beast said sinisterly. Back then, the Warlord was also involved in the joint attack of the 5 great kings. Let's destroy his nest first. As soon as he finished speaking, the wind thunder beast opened his mouth, and a wild suction force surged out. Immediately, the entire warlord palace was enveloped in it. Countless human race martialists were sucked into his mouth one after another. Miserable cries rang out incessantly. The warlord's generals immediately tried to stop him. Who dares to cause trouble in the warlord's territory? The first general shouted. Ant, the wild beast of wind and thunder, extended its claws and crushed the head of the first general in an instant. Then, it absorbed his primordial spirit. First battle general. The other battle generals stared angrily at the wind thunder beast and swore to protect Warlord Palace. At that instant, the Battle Emperor Palace was filled with the smell of blood, as cries of ghosts and howls of wolves could be heard. I found the Tempest Beast. As soon as they entered the Blackstone prison, the Rhinoceros Horn Patriarch said in a low voice. Then, with a flick of his sleeve, he enveloped Fong Chen and the others. In an instant, he shot through space and arrived above the Warlord Palace. Wind Thunder Beast? Seeing the bloody scene below, the warlord grit his teeth and almost charged down to fight the Wind Thunder Beast. Damn you! King Wu and the others were completely enraged. Fong Chen looked at the Rhinoceros Horn Patriarch. The latter nodded and took a step forward, arriving before the Battle King Palace. Buzz! The Rhinoceros Horn Tribe Chief waved his hand. Instantly, a violent force crashed into the Wind Thunder Beast. Bang! The Wind Thunder Beast was sent flying and smashed into the ground, creating a large pit. It got up from the ground and glared at the Rhinoceros Horn Tribe Chief. Ancient God! The Wind Thunder Beast felt a trace of fear. Since when did an ancient god expert appear in the Blackstone prison? It turned its head and saw the 6 people in the sky. Immediately, the Wind Thunder Beast wanted to retreat. Whoosh! With a wave of its claws, the void shattered. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Wind Thunder Beast fled. Come back! The Rhinoceros Horn Tribe Chief roared. A terrifying force burst out and grabbed the Wind Thunder Beast, who had escaped far away. Crack! The powerful Wind Thunder Beast was instantly suppressed by the Rhinoceros Horn Tribe Chief. An ancient god is lowering his status to deal with a venerable? The Wind Thunder Beast was not convinced. Slap! With a crisp sound, the Rhinoceros Horn Tribe Chief slapped the Wind Thunder Beast. The Wind Thunder Beast was in so much pain that its teeth were about to crack. It was furious, but there was nothing it could do. No matter how strong it was no match for an ancient god. Damn it, why did they find an ancient god expert? The Wind Thunder Ferocious Beast immediately became anxious. Wind Thunder Beast, are you willing to acknowledge me as your master? Fong Chen slowly walked over and asked in a deep voice. Bah! The Wind Thunder Beast sneered, his face full of sarcasm. You want me to acknowledge you as my master? What a joke! Rip! Fong Chen bit his finger and dripped a drop of essence blood on the Wind Thunder Beast. Hiss! In the blink of an eye, the Wind Thunder Beast absorbed the essence blood, but there was no reaction. Ha ha ha, don't waste your energy. If I don't agree, you won't be able to force me to acknowledge you as my master. The Wind Thunder Beast laughed wantonly. Fong Chen frowned and stared at the Wind Thunder Beast. There is no blood in the Wind Thunder Beast's body. The Rhinoceros Horn Tribe Chief said. What? No blood? The warlord was shocked. How can he survive without blood? Be it demonic beasts, human race martial artists, or foreign races, the most important thing was blood. How could one survive without blood? The Rhinoceros Horn Tribe Chief shook his head. You are too ignorant. You will know when you go to the Heavenly Sovereign Sea. Then, without blood flowing in the body, there was no way to force him to acknowledge them as his master. Thinking of this, the 6 of them looked a little lonely. Wind Thunder Beast, are you willing to join the Rhinoceros Horn Tribe? The Rhinoceros Horn Tribe Chief said, If you join us, you will be a consecrator, second only to me. After 100 years, I will bring you to the Heavenly Sovereign Sea. Hearing the words Heavenly Sovereign Sea, the Wind Thunder Beast's expression finally changed. Humph, how can I believe you? The Wind Thunder Beast sneered. "You are an ancient god, but you are in cahoots with a few humans. I can help you reach the ancient god realm, but you have to be a consecrator of our tribe and enter the heavenly sovereign sea with me," the Rhinoceros Horn tribe chief said simply. It was obvious that the Wind Thunder Beast wanted to enter the heavenly sovereign sea. However, he did not believe the Rhinoceros Horn tribe chief. "You have two choices now. Die or become a consecrator of the Rhinoceros Horn tribe." The Rhinoceros Horn tribe chief gave him two choices. The strength of an ancient god expert was monstrous, and they could do anything they wanted. Facing an ancient god, the Wind Thunder Beast had no temper. After thinking for a long time, the Wind Thunder Beast agreed. "Okay, I promise you. In order to enter the heavenly sovereign sea and become an ancient god," the Wind Thunder Beast agreed after weighing the pros and cons. Just like that, the danger of the Blackstone prison was easily resolved. Perhaps even Fong Chen and the others did not expect this. The Rhinoceros Horn tribe chief looked at Fong Chen and the others mockingly. His meaning was obvious. They were still too inexperienced. "I will temporarily cultivate in the dark cave mountain. You and the others will establish a superforce in the great devil sky. After 100 years, we will enter the heavenly sovereign sea together." This was the order of the Rhinoceros Horn tribe chief before he left. Although the Wind Thunder Beast was unwilling, he still accepted. Humph. The Wind Thunder Beast was not convinced by Fong Chen and the others. "I have long been unhappy with you." The Demon King had a bad temper and was the first to attack. When the other four kings saw this, they were afraid that the Demon King would be at a disadvantage and attack together. Rumble. The battle was on the verge of breaking out. It was unprecedentedly intense. After a while, the Wind Thunder Beast was panting and stopped attacking. "I'm not fighting anymore." The Wind Thunder Beast's face was bitter. He was very unhappy. The Wind Thunder Beast was speechless that the five of them were able to fight him to a standstill even when they joined forces. "How is it, big guy? Are you convinced now?" Fong Chen asked. "Humph." The five kings returned to their respective territories to consolidate their forces. 3 months later, the five kings led all the Venerables under their banner to gather in front of the Warlord Palace. Looking at the dense crowd, Fong Chen sighed in his heart. "Let's go." The vast crowd left the Blackstone prison and appeared in the great devil sky. At the same time, the dark cave mountain that had existed for countless years suddenly disappeared from the billowing waves lake. Dong. Fong Chen placed the huge dark cave mountain at the core of the great devil sky. The news spread very quickly, and it was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. The entire primal chaos void was in an uproar, and the major clans were shocked. Dark Cave Mountain, one of the two most dangerous places in the primal chaos void, had actually appeared in the great devil sky. What was going on? Perhaps even an ancient god expert did not have such means. For a moment all eyes fell on the great devil sky. After gathering the Rhinoceros Horn tribe and many Venerables from the Blackstone prison, Fong Chen's forces had taken shape. Chapter 2634. In the vast primal chaos void, all the top experts focused their attention on the great devil sky. They were shocked that Immortal Cave Mountain had disappeared from Ripple Lake and appeared in the great devil sky. They were also shocked to find that the Sky Pillar Zong family had been wiped out overnight by a mysterious expert. Who was it that wiped out the Sky Pillar Zong family in one night? The Zong family is a superfamily in the primal chaos void with a strong foundation. How could they be wiped out? Could it be that some hidden expert broke through to the ancient god realm and came out to take revenge? Many people were guessing, and some even thought of Fong Chen. But soon, these people denied it. In their opinion, Fong Chen was strong, but it was too difficult for him to wipe out the Sky Pillar Zong family alone. The patriarchs of the 5 great clans hovered in the dark void outside the great devil realm, separated by endless space. They looked at each other, their faces full of shock. Even an ancient god expert doesn't have such means, right? The Yao race patriarch said. It seems that Immortal Cave Mountain has been forcibly moved to the Great Devil Sky. The Dark Race Patriarch said, if I'm not wrong, there must be an ancient god expert behind this. An ancient god? Are they going to go back on their original agreement? The Thunder-Punishing Race Patriarch said. Ancient gods stood at the peak of the primal chaos void. Their strength had reached an unimaginable level. They could wipe out a super heaven with a wave of their hand. Therefore, in ancient times, the ancient gods of the human race had set a rule that ancient god experts couldn't casually attack the weak. Otherwise, it would break the balance of the primal chaos void. But the ancient gods of the 5 great clans were in seclusion. Could a new ancient god have appeared in the primal chaos void? For a moment, everyone was guessing. Great Devil Sky, core area. Fang Chun had placed the huge Immortal Cave Mountain here. There was a powerful aura around Immortal Cave Mountain. Looking at it from afar, it gave people a very shocking feeling. In a luxurious mansion, in the meeting hall, Fang Chun sat at the head of the table. His gaze swept across the many experts below. The 5 kings of the Blackstone prison and the many experts of the Rhinoceros clan. Now, after our Blackstone prison and the Rhinoceros Horn clan are integrated, we have 3,000 venerables, said King Wu. We have 7 celestial venerables. The Heaven Highnesses he was referring to were the 5 emperors and the Wind Lightning Frenzied Beast. The Wind Thunder Beast naturally represented the Rhinoceros Horn clan. Fang Chen's strength was also at the level of an Empyrean. Of course, the most important thing was that they had an ancient god behind them. Such a powerful force was completely comparable to the great clans of the present age. Brother Fang, since we are going to establish a brand new force, we need to come up with a name, Warlord said with a smile. Fang Chen nodded and asked, everyone, do you have any good ideas? Just call it Great Demonic Palace. The Wind Thunder Beast curled his lips. Simple and direct. Once our force is established, we will truly be the strongest force in the Chaos Void. It's better to give it a nice name. Sword King said. Fang Chen pondered for a moment and quickly came up with an idea in his mind. He had started out with the Sword Dao and reached his current level from then on. No matter what, he could not forget his root. Then, let's call it Shura Sword Sect. Fang Chen murmured. The dark cave mountain was so huge that one could not see the end of it. In the sky above the dark cave mountain, Fang Chen took a step forward and appeared there. His body exuded a powerful aura. Whoosh! He clenched his fist and a flag suddenly appeared in the void. The words Shura Sword Sect were written on it. At the same time, Fang Chen's vast voice spread rapidly. From now on, the great demonic sky no longer has any Zong family. The Shura Sword Sect is officially established today. He was announcing the establishment of the Shura Sword Sect to the many experts in the Chaos Void. His voice was vast and rumbling like thunder and soon spread throughout the entire Chaos Void. The 5 clan leaders who were standing outside the great demonic sky frowned when they heard the voice. Shura Sword Sect? The 5 clan leaders murmured. Suddenly, the clan leader of the Holy War tribe exclaimed, "Look, there's someone at the top of the dark cave mountain." Immediately, the 5 clan leaders' gazes fell on the top of the dark cave mountain. They saw a colorful flagpole with the words Shura Sword Sect written on it. At the same time, they also saw Fang Chen. That's Fang Chen? The clan leader of the Void tribe exclaimed, his face instantly turning serious. How is that possible? The clan leader of the demon tribe roared angrily. Damn it! The clan leader of the dark tribe took a step forward and tore through the void, arriving at the foot of the dark cave mountain in an instant. Fang Chen. The clan leader of the dark tribe let out a low growl, and immediately, a thick black aura spread out from his body. Bang! He threw out a punch, and a majestic fist radiance shot out with a whistling sound. Rumble! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. Wherever the fist radiance passed, the void collapsed. In an instant, the terrifying fist radiance appeared in front of Fang Chen. Humph! Things were different now. Seeing this, Fang Chen snorted coldly and punched back. Crack! The two fist radiances collided and instantly exploded. A powerful shockwave swept through the entire world. Crash! At this moment, the other four clan leaders also arrived. Fang Chen, did you side with the foreign tribes in the Dark Cave Mountain? The clan leader of the monster race berated loudly. They had entered the Dark Cave Mountain to look for Fang Chen, but they did not find him. Instead, they found the existence of an ancient god expert. Now, thinking of all the things that had happened before, he guessed that Fang Chen had betrayed the human race. Fang Chen, what's going on? Were you the one who destroyed the Tianqing clan? Are you going to establish the Shura sword sect here? For a moment, the five clan leaders questioned Fang Chen. Fang Chen put away the flag and stood with his hands behind his back. He glanced at the five clan leaders and said, "The Tianqing clan has a grudge with me, so it's not wrong for me to destroy it. As for establishing a force, it's also after careful consideration. Why? Are the five clan leaders going to stop me?" Hearing Fang Chen's answer, the five clan leaders frowned slightly. "Boy, give me back my sword of darkness." The clan leader of the Dark Tribe could not help but attack. He leaped to the peak of the Dark Cave Mountain and fought fiercely with Fang Chen. Dong! The battle between the two was extremely fierce and entered a white-hot stage in a moment. How is this possible? The other four clan leaders were shocked. Fang Chen was too strong, wasn't he? It's only been 30 years, and he's already able to fight against a celestial master? The five clan leaders present were all celestial masters. If the ancient gods did not appear, they were basically the top experts in the chaotic void. However, they could not do anything to a newly ascended supremacy. Get lost. After a moment of fierce battle, Fang Chen roared and flicked his wrist, throwing out a sword. Crack! The sword flashed and forced the clan leader of the Dark Tribe to retreat. Kill him! The clan leader of the monster race roared and attacked at lightning speed. Immediately, the two celestial masters joined forces to fight against Fang Chen. Buzz! Fang Chen formed a complicated seal with his hands, and a peerless formation instantly appeared between him and the two celestial masters, separating them. "Do you want to die?" Fang Chen asked in a deep voice. "Humph, you want to kill us?" The clan leader of the Dark Tribe sneered. "Today you will definitely die," the clan leader of the monster race said. Fang Chen looked at the other three clan leaders and asked, "What about the three of you?" The three of them pondered for a moment, and then the clan leader of the Void Tribe said, "You need to give us a reason to destroy the human race." "A reason?" Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded lightly. Then, he waved his hand and immediately withdrew the peerless formation. Whoosh! All of a sudden, the five emperors appeared beside him. Is this reason enough? The five kings released their auras at the same time, and the clan leader of the Void Tribe and the others were instantly stunned. 5 celestial masters. Fang Chen actually had 5 celestial masters behind him. No wonder he dared to be so unscrupulous. No wonder he could destroy the Tianqing Zong family. The expressions of the 5 of them kept changing. At first, they were panicked, but then they gradually calmed down. Do you think you can do whatever you want with the support of 5 celestial masters? After a short moment of surprise, the 5 clan leaders calmed down. Obviously, the 5 celestial masters were not enough to make the Dark Tribe afraid. After all, there were ancient gods in the Dark Tribe. What if I join in? Buzz! Monstrous demonic chi shot into the sky. Thunder rumbled in the clouds, and the aura shook the sky. A behemoth suddenly appeared at the peak of Dark Cave Mountain. Its body was huge, and its face was ferocious. Lightning patterns flickered on its body, and the lightning in the sky bombarded its body mercilessly. Wind Thunder Beast. Chapter 2635. The wind thunder beast was bathed in thunder and lightning. Its aura shook the sky. It was a peerless existence that had almost destroyed the chaotic void. Although it had yet to step into the ancient god realm, none of the heavenly venerables dared to underestimate it. Boom! The wind-lightning frenzied beast looked at the 5 clan leaders with its gong-sized eyes as a shocking aura surged toward them. It stood there like a peerless god of thunder. "It's you." The dark clan leader widened his eyes in disbelief. The monstrous race patriarch's body was trembling. "Ancestor Wind Thunder, you get lost." Before the monster clan leader could finish his words, he was interrupted by the wind thunder beast. It waved its claws and the void shattered. The monster clan leader was forced to take a few steps back. "Who's your ancestor?" The wind thunder beast was a little angry. Although he was from the monster clan, he never thought of himself as their ancestor. This was especially true for the days he had spent in the Blackstone prison over the countless years. It made him even more bitterly disappointed. The monster clan kept calling him their ancestor, but no one saved him. "I'm the Rhinoceros clan's consecrator." The wind thunder beast's vast voice entered everyone's ears. The Void clan leader and the others smiled bitterly. They looked at Fong Chen with burning eyes. At this moment, they regarded Fong Chen as their opponent from the bottom of their hearts. A few hundred years ago, he was only an ordinary profound god. A few hundred years later, he broke out of the Blackstone prison and his strength soared. He rose to the sky in a single step and fought against an ultimate venerable. However, at that time, he was not too strong. He remembered that the great elder of the Tianqing clan had chased him away with the Ancestor Pagoda. But now, 30 years later, today, he could fight against a heavenly venerable by himself. Most importantly, there were 6 heavenly venerables standing behind him. "Ancestor Wind Thunder, don't forget that you're a member of the Monster Clan. Now that you've betrayed the Monster Clan and are with our enemy, we won't let you go." Hearing the Wind Thunder Beast's words, the Monster Clan leader threatened. "You're courting death." The Wind Thunder Beast roared and stretched out his claws, fighting fiercely with the Monster Clan leader. Bang! The battle was extremely intense. If not for the powerful energy around Immortal Cave Mountain, the entire Great Devil Sky would have sunk in an instant. A moment later, a loud noise was heard. The Wind Thunder Beast's aura fluctuated as it bathed in lightning. The monstrous race clan leader couldn't help but take a few steps back. His face was gloomy, and the blood in his body was boiling as he forcefully suppressed the blood in his throat. The Dark Patriarch looked at Fong Chen with eyes full of cold, killing intent. However, he knew that there was no way he could kill this damned fellow today. "Now, are you satisfied?" Fong Chen shrugged and asked. This time, he showed the world the powerful strength of Shura Sword Sect. What he wanted was for everyone to fear Shura Sword Sect. The Void Tribe Patriarch shook his head. Although the Azura Sword Sect has 7 celestial venerables, they still don't have the power to contend with the 5 great clans. "You should know that we all have ancient gods behind us. Although Tianqing Zong family has a grudge against you, they shouldn't have been completely slaughtered by you. You're destroying the balance of the chaotic void," the Void Tribe Patriarch said. His words had made his attitude clear. As the leader of the human race in the chaotic void, he needed to maintain the peace of the chaotic void. His gaze fell on Fong Chen as he waited for Fong Chen's answer. Fong Chen chuckled and looked at the 5 tribe patriarchs with interest. "In the end, in your eyes, you still think that I'm not strong enough to fight against the great clans. Therefore, everything I've done is wrong. If my strength can make your great clans fear me, and even make you give in, at that time, will you still say that Tianqing Zong family shouldn't be destroyed?" Fong Chen's voice was extremely sharp. His body exuded a vast aura as he looked at the 5 tribe patriarchs with his pitch-black eyes. "Kid, don't be arrogant," the Dark Patriarch said gloomily. Fong Chen sneered and looked at the blue sky. Buzz. All of a sudden, A vast amount of energy appeared in the sky. When the 5 clan leaders felt this energy, their expressions changed drastically. Ancient God Aura? The 5 of them widened their eyes and cried out involuntarily. Rumble! The deafening sound was endless. In the sky, rolling thunder condensed into a thunder dragon that swooped down and exploded in front of the 5 tribe patriarchs. The power of the explosion was extremely strong. Even a heavenly venerate would find it difficult to resist. However, the power of the explosion was reduced to a certain range by an invisible force and did not affect the 5 tribe patriarchs. Crack! When the power of the explosion completely dissipated, the 5 tribe patriarchs' faces finally darkened completely. Forget it, forget it. The Void tribe patriarch sighed. I didn't expect Azura Sword Sect to have an ancient god expert behind them. Senior, we didn't mean to offend you. The Thunder Punishment tribe patriarch cupped his fists and said, an ancient god could not be insulted. Even if they were the tribe patriarchs of the great clans, they could not afford to anger an ancient god. Otherwise, if an ancient god attacked and killed them, their clans would not say anything. After all, in the vast primal chaos void there were only a few ancient gods. Buzz. In the sky, the ancient god aura dissipated. From the beginning to the end, no ancient god expert appeared. However, the 5 tribe patriarchs did not doubt that there was an ancient god behind Azura Sword Sect. Even if they racked their brains, they could not figure out which ancient god it was. However, they still had the intention to retreat. The 6th great clan, the Thunder Punishment tribe patriarch said. From today onwards, Azura Sword Sect will be the 6th great clan in the primal chaos void, the Holy War tribe patriarch said. The 5 tribe patriarchs lowered their heads and acknowledged Fong Chen and Azura Sword Sect. After today, the name Azura Sword Sect was destined to spread throughout the entire primal chaos void. Although the Dark Tribe Patriarch and the Monstrous Tribe Patriarch were furious, they did not dare to say anything. Fellow Taoist Fong, I hope you can put the human race first. After saying this, the Void Tribe Patriarch left. See you again. After a while, the 5 tribe patriarchs all left. However, before the Monstrous Tribe Patriarch and the Dark Tribe Patriarch left, their eyes emitted cold, murderous intent. Fong Chen did not care about this at all. When he established Azura Sword Sect, it meant that he had the strength to contend with the great clans of the current era. Now, he used the name of Azura Sword Sect to announce it to the world. Humph, a bunch of guys who bully the weak and fear the strong. The Demon King was helpless. He had thought that he could fight freely, but who would have thought that the end result would be like this? Fong Chen stood with his hands behind his back and stood at the peak of Immortal Cave Mountain to announce it to the world. 3 months later, Azura Sword Sect officially opened. The news from the great devil heavens spread like a tide. Countless warriors were dumbfounded. They were all shocked that Azura Sword Sect was so powerful. As soon as it appeared, it made the great clans of the current era bow their heads and acknowledge its position. There were even rumors that Azura Sword Sect had the support of an ancient god expert. Of course, those who knew the details were the super forces. After the Li family of the Divine Sword Heaven heard the news, the entire family was shocked. How is that possible? That guy was only a limit Venerable 30 years ago, the Li family patriarch said in surprise. Patriarch, the news is absolutely true. It has been completely spread among the great clans. The 5 patriarchs came to force Fong Chen, but they all failed in the end. They acknowledged Azura Sword Sect as the 6th great clan. Damn it, it's all Li Ruohong's fault. If Fong Chen wants to avenge Li Ruohong, who in the Li family can stop him? For a moment, the entire Li family was in a state of panic. At the same time, in the Xiu family of Azure Gauze Heaven, after the Xiu family patriarch and Venerable He Qi heard the news, they could not recover from the shock for a long time. Fong Chen? One of the Xiu family's 5 feudal lords, Fong Chen, has been dormant for 30 years. Then, He came out to fight against the celestial venerables and established Azura Sword Sect, forcing the great clans to bow their heads and acknowledge Azura Sword Sect's position? The Xiao family patriarch felt like his head was about to explode. Patriarch, it's true. Fang Chen's strength has reached the level of a celestial venerable, and he has 6 celestial venerables and an ancient god expert behind him. Azura Sword Sect has become the 6th great clan with peerless talent, Venerable Hei Qi said excitedly. After a long while, the Xiao family patriarch said, "Amazing, really amazing. It seems that the Xiao family's decision back then was right. When the sect officially opens in 3 months, the Xiao family must attend and send a big gift." Yes, Patriarch. For the latest novel to read, please visit Chapter 2636. The Void Race. Patriarch. Many elders came to the garden side by side and looked at the Void Race's patriarch with burning eyes. The latter knew what they were here for. He shook his head and sighed. "Don't you understand? Fang Chen's wings are strong enough. The forces behind him are enough to fight against the major clans. The 5 major clans did their own things and didn't interfere with each other. Only when there was a major crisis in the Chaos Void would they join forces to take action. Moreover, 2 of them didn't belong to the human race. No matter what, Fang Chen belonged to the human race. The stronger the Shura Sword Sect was, the better it was for the human race. Although that's the case, Clan Chief, have you ever considered where the heavenly venerate behind Fang Chen came from? Where did the ancient god expert come from?" The first elder asked. "Also, why did he establish the Shura Sword Sect? Is he really thinking for the human race? All the problems needed to be solved." The Void Race's patriarch shrugged. "It's useless to talk about this now. If the Shura Sword Sect dares to do anything harmful to the chaos, the major clans won't let them go. As for what you're thinking, I think those heavenly venerables should come from Dark Cave Mountain," the Void Race's patriarch continued. 30 years ago, the Yao clan's patriarch and the Dark clan's patriarch had entered Dark Cave Mountain personally. After they came out, there was a piece of news. There was an ancient god in Dark Cave Mountain. I wonder who that ancient god is and why he supported Fang Chen to establish the Shura Sword Sect, the first elder said. In the end, he still didn't trust Fang Chen. However, things had already come to this. The major clans had already lowered their heads and acknowledged the Shura Sword Sect. It was useless for them to say anything more. In 3 months, the Shura Sword Sect will officially open. You will represent the Void Race to send a congratulatory gift, the Void Race's patriarch said and disappeared. Within the Void Race, Su Zichen's heart was filled with complicated emotions when he heard about Fang Chen. He kept shaking his head, unable to believe the facts in front of him. The guy who had gone to Dark Cave Mountain with him had actually grown to such a level. He thought that he was the first of the younger generation to step into the profound god realm on the profound ranking. Now, however, he realized that he could not catch up to Fang Chen no matter how hard he tried. This made him pale in comparison. Resisting the Empyrean and establishing the 6th great clan. Every piece of news was like a thunderbolt that struck his heart heavily. "Why must you do this?" Suddenly, a voice sounded, followed by the sound of footsteps. Su Zichen didn't even need to turn his head to know it was the family head. "Your talent isn't weak. It's just that you're not confident in yourself," the Void Tribe leader said. In the past, Su Zichen had been very confident, but ever since Fang Chen stood out from the crowd, his confidence had waned. "Your Tao is different from his. You walk the Void Tao. In the future, you are destined to become a supreme expert of the primal chaos void." When he saw that Su Zichen was still confused, the Void Race's head continued, "Fang Chen's potential is immense. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he's the strongest genius of all time. If you compare yourself to him, you'll naturally suffer a setback. However, that doesn't mean anything. If your Tao of the Void is perfected, your name will definitely shake the entire primal chaos void. You might even become an ancient god. Suzichen's eyes flashed. Isn't the goal of our cultivation to become an ancient god? Said the Void Race's head. He's the head of a sect and has a lofty status, but that doesn't mean he'll definitely become an ancient god. If you want to make up for the gap between you two, then work hard on your cultivation. The day you become an ancient god, you can look down on the world and look back on your past. Wouldn't that be wonderful? When he heard the family head's words, Suzichen's dim, lifeless eyes clearly lit up with excitement. His heartbeat quickened and he radiated confidence. His aura continued to soar. That's right. Why should I care about what others do? Can't I just do my best? What's a temporary failure? I have to be far-sighted. If we're going to compete, let's see who can become an ancient god first. When he thought of that, Suzichen grinned. His thoughts underwent a massive change. He suddenly understood. Ah! Suzichen laughed heartily. He was delighted to have such a powerful opponent in the same generation as him. Every time he thought of him, he was constantly motivated to move forward. Thank you for your guidance, family head. Suzichen cupped his fists in thanks, a sweet smile on his face. Have you thought things through? Asked the Void Race's head. I've already thought things through. Since things have already turned out this way, why should I feel conflicted? Said Suzichen. I'll treat him as an opponent to spur myself on and work hard to move forward. The Void Race's head nodded in satisfaction. It's good that you can think that way. Go on. Read up on the Void Scripture in the library. The Void Scripture. When he heard that, Suzichen turned pale with fright, then wild with joy. Is that true? When he saw the family head nod, Suzichen cried out in excitement. Then, his figure flashed and he charged into the library. This is a golden age. Geniuses are emerging in large numbers. I hope you can reach the peak and look down on the world, muttered the Void Race's head. At the same time, the Thunder Punishment Race and the Holy War Race experienced the same thing as the Void Race. The Thunder Punishment Race, the Holy War Race, the Sky Warrior, and the other experts of the profound ranking who'd been in the same generation as Fong Chen were greatly impacted. However, they were still the most dazzling geniuses of the primal chaos void. After a short period of guidance, they quickly pulled themselves together. With surpassing Fong Chen as their goal, they cultivated even more diligently. As for the Dark Blood Race and the Yao Race, the atmosphere was completely different. Darkness, deathly stillness, and blood. These were the main themes of the two great races. The two great races were mortal enemies of Fong Chen. No matter what, they weren't willing to let Fong Chen continue living. However, given the current situation, it wasn't too realistic to openly deal with Fong Chen. Thus, the two great family heads met to discuss countermeasures. Void Star Sky. With Qing Ho's help, the Wuji Sword sect grew increasingly prosperous and powerful. They'd truly become the overlord of the Void Star Sky. No one could shake them. Brother Qing, you're incredible. Jian Wuji sighed. Qing Ho had just refined a sword puppet and handed it to him. Sect Master, after I've improved this sword puppet, it has the combat power of the Mystic Star Realm, Qing Ho said. This precious sword puppet can be used as the Wuji Sword sect's most precious treasure. Ah! Jian Wuji laughed. After the two of them chatted for a while, Jian Wuji said, By the way, have you heard the news? Sect Master, are you talking about my brother Fong Chen? Qing Ho asked. Jian Wuji's expression was solemn. If the rumors are true and the Shura Sword sect master is really Fong Chen, then it's too shocking. It's true, Qing Ho said with certainty. No one knew his brother better than him. After the news of the Sky Pillar sect's destruction spread, Qing Ho was certain that it was Fong Chen who did it. Really? Jian Wuji's heart trembled. The corners of Qing Ho's mouth curled up into a smile. His brother was finally standing at the peak of the primal chaos void. At the same time, Emotiation's barbarian jumped up and down in excitement when he heard the news. Ha ha ha, I knew that my brother would definitely do something spectacular. 3 months later, I'll pay my brother a visit personally. Barbarian waved his war hammer and said excitedly. Everyone in the primal chaos void was talking about the Shura sword sect. As the sect master of the sword sect, Fang Chen came to the Li family of the divine sword heaven alone. Buzz. The void tore open and Fang Chen walked out. His pitch-black eyes looked into the distance. This was the divine sword heaven, the territory of the Li family. It was also the place where his good brother Li Ruohong grew up. Thinking of Li Ruohong, Fang Chen sighed in his heart. Thinking back to the time when he was with Li Ruohong, his expression became more serious. He opened his palm and a finger bone appeared in his palm. This was the only thing that Li Ruohong had left behind at the place where he had died. Fang Chen carried the finger bone with him. Brotherly, you always said that a fallen leaf should return to its root. You hoped that after you died, your soul could return to its hometown. When you were expelled from the Li family by Li Ruochu, although you didn't care on the surface, you were very disappointed. You were afraid that you would become a lonely ghost one day. Fang Chen muttered. Now, I want the Li family to beg you to come home. To read the latest novel, please visit Chapter 2637. Thump, thump. Fang Chen felt that his footsteps were unusually heavy as he walked on the ground of the divine sword sky. The air was filled with sorrow. The death of Li Ruohong in the past had greatly affected Fang Chen. Now, he was fulfilling his promise to bring Li Ruohong back to the divine sword sky. How would the Li family react? Fang Chen did not conceal his aura. He was discovered by the Li family as soon as he set foot in the divine sword sky. Family head, the Azura sword sect master, Fang Chen, has arrived at the divine sword sky. An elder hurried over to report. He's finally here? The Li family head smiled bitterly and shook his head. What will come will come. Come, let's go and welcome Heavenly Master Azura. Ever since Fang Chen had defied the Heavenly Masters and established the Azura sword sect, many martialists in the Chaos Void had given him a nickname, Heavenly Master Azura. Fang Chen walked forward step by step on the wasteland. He could feel the ground shaking with every step he took. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Fang Chen looked up and saw the Li family head and many elders. Greetings, Heavenly Master Azura. The Li family head led the group to greet Fang Chen with cupped fists. It was no exaggeration to say that although the Li family was a superfamily, there was still a big gap between them and the Xiu family and the Sky Pillar ancestral family. Even the Sky Pillar ancestral family had been destroyed by the man before them. The Li family did not dare to provoke him. It's an honor for Heavenly Master Azura to come to the Divine Sword Sky, the Li family head said with a smile. May I know why Heavenly Master Azura is here? As long as the Li family can do it, we will do our best. You know why I'm here, Fang Chen said. The Li family members looked at each other and bitterly smiled. In the end, the Li family patriarch stepped forward and personally said, Honorable Empyrean Azura, I know that you have a good relationship with my family's Li Ruohong. Li Ruohong was a prodigy of our Li clan. Li Ruochu was young and immature, so she expelled him in a fit of anger, causing his death. Our Li clan has always remembered this, said the Li clan patriarch. Fang Chen waved his hand to stop him and said, After Brother Li died, I promised him that one day, I would take him back to his roots and enter the Li family's ancestral shrine. Although Fang Chen's voice was soft, it caused the expressions of the Li family members to change. The ancestral hall was the most sacred place in the Li family. Under normal circumstances, even if the elders had fallen, they were not qualified to enter the ancestral shrine, let alone a martial artist of the younger generation. Although they didn't say anything, their eyes said it all. They did not agree that Li Ruohong should enter the ancestral shrine. Fang Chen swept his gaze across the crowd and grinned. He didn't need to care about the Li clan's mood. He was Empyrean Azura, A powerhouse who could fight against Empyreans. Why should he care about a mere Li clan? If you don't agree, then I'll beat you until you agree. Back then, Li Ruochu made the wrong decision to expel Li Ruohong from the Li clan. Now, on behalf of the Li clan, I retract Li Ruochu's decision. The Li clan patriarch pondered and said, no matter what, Li Ruohong was a prodigy of our Li clan's younger generation. Now that he's fallen, our Li clan will take care of his branch. That's all? Fang Chen calmly asked. The Li clan patriarch revealed a difficult expression. The many elders behind him finally couldn't hold back. Empyrean Azura, don't go too far. The patriarch has already made the biggest concession by retracting Li Ruochu's decision. That's right. Our Li clan is a super clan of the primal chaos void, the ruler of the divine sword heaven. You came alone and forced our Li clan into a corner. We'll fight to the death with you. The ancestral shrine is the most sacred place of our Li clan. It's the ancestral hall of our ancestors. How can a mere clansman enter it as he pleases? No, absolutely not. Many of the elders were a little extreme when it came to the ancestral shrine. So, you don't agree? Fang Chen grinned, a brilliant smile appearing on his face. He gently shook his head and muttered to himself, I originally thought that your Li clan would turn over a new leaf. Now, it seems that I was thinking too much. There's no need for me to inform your Li clan. What's wrong with placing Brother Li in the ancestral shrine? As he spoke, Fang Chen's body released a domineering power. Our Li clan swears to protect our dignity. One of the elders angrily said. Whoosh! Fang Chen lightly punched out, and instantly, the elder who had just spoken was killed. Crack! The elder at the profound god realm couldn't withstand the power of Fang Chen's punch. When his head exploded, the others were shocked. Fang Chen, how dare you kill a member of the Li clan of the divine sword heaven? Some of the elders were blinded by hatred and shouted loudly. Fang Chen's face completely darkened. He squinted his eyes and scanned the crowd. Seeing this, the Li clan leader's heart raced. He opened his mouth and was about to say something, but it was too late. Boom! Punch after punch, Fang Chen used his absolute strength to suppress the many elders of the Li family. Crack! Every time an elder fell to the ground, the Li clan leader's face would twitch. Stop! When the fifth elder was killed, the Li clan leader finally couldn't hold back and shouted. Boom! Fang Chen withdrew his fist and looked at the Li clan leader quietly. The Li clan agrees to your request. Clan leader, you can't. There were still some stubborn elders who tried to stop the Li clan leader. However, Fang Chen's strength was too shocking. In a few breaths' time, he had killed 5 elders of the Li clan. This was a devastating blow to the Li clan. On behalf of the Li clan of the divine sword heaven, I ask Heavenly Sovereign Azura to place Li Ruohong in the Li clan ancestral hall. The Li clan leader lowered his head. Wouldn't it be better if you did this from the start? Fang Chen said calmly. Only Heavenly Sovereign Azura could suppress an entire clan by himself. Under the lead of the Li clan leader, Fang Chen arrived in front of the Li clan ancestral hall. A shocking aura surrounded the ancestral hall. Heavenly Sovereign Azura, please wait a moment. I will open the restriction. The Li clan leader said carefully. No need. Fang Chen waved his hand and a bright light burst out. Immediately, the restriction disappeared. Everyone was dumbfounded. Fang Chen placed Li Ruohong's finger bone in the Li clan ancestral hall. Brother Li, rest in peace. After saying that, Fang Chen turned and left. Li Ruohong was also a profound god expert. If he wanted to be resurrected, it involved the operation of the heavenly law. At least, with Fang Chen's current strength, it was impossible to do so. Therefore, he could only place Li Ruohong in the Li clan ancestral hall. After a long while, everyone in the Li clan breathed a sigh of relief. The killing god was finally gone. The Li clan leader's face was a little pale. Losing 5 supremacies in one battle was a huge blow to the Li clan. Recalling Fong Chen's decisiveness, the Li clan leader's forehead was full of sweat. Fortunately, Fong Chen didn't have any excessive requests. Otherwise, the Li clan would have shed a layer of skin even if it didn't die. Clan leader. An elder called out in a low voice. From today onwards, Li Ruahong's lineage is the main lineage of the Li clan. His position is second only to the elder council. The Li clan leader said. Hearing this, many elders' faces changed. Compared to forcing the major clans to lower their heads and admit that the Shura Sword sect was the sixth major clan, a merely clan of the godly sword heaven was nothing. When the news spread, it didn't cause much of a stir. On the contrary, people were still immersed in the shock of the establishment of the Shura Sword sect. They were eagerly waiting for the opening ceremony in 3 months. The structure of the Chaos Void had existed for countless years. The relationship between the 5 major clans of the current era was subtle. There had been countless experts who wanted to establish a force to fight against the major clans of the current era, but without exception they all failed. But now Fong Chen had succeeded. Especially when people learned that Fong Chen came from the miniature universe, countless people were amazed. There was actually such a heaven-defying monster in the miniature universe. His achievements far surpassed the natives of the Chaos Void. Many people were analyzing Fong Chen's various encounters and events along the way, hoping to discover something. But in the end, they were still in the dark. After leaving the godly sword heaven, Fong Chen picked up many acquaintances from the Su Xing heaven, including Qing Ho and Barbarian from the Mo Shatian. Finally, he went to the Xingchen heaven and brought his wife, Star and Moon, and daughter, Fong Shi, to the Great Devil heaven. As time passed, the opening ceremony in March was getting closer and closer. However, Fong Chen's mood was getting more and more irritable. What's going on? Why do they seem to have disappeared into thin air? At the peak of the Dongming Mountain, Fong Chen was sitting. Chapter 2638. After searching the entire primal chaos void, he still couldn't find his brothers. Where did Xiao Huang, Xiao Hai, Pangolin, and the old faker go? Fong Chen had mixed feelings. Kid. The Wind Thunder Beast suddenly appeared. In the beginning, the Wind Thunder Beast was not willing to help Fong Chen. However, he was pressured by the Rhinoceros Horn clan leader to follow him to the Great Devil Sky. However, the more he interacted with Zhou Donghuang, the more he felt that Zhou Donghuang was powerful. I heard some news. The Wind Thunder Beast said, your brothers went to one of the demon clan's subordinate forces. Fong Chen's expression changed slightly, and he looked at the Wind Thunder Beast eagerly. Although the Rat clan is a subordinate force of the Demon clan, one of their experts offended a branch of the Demon clan, causing them to be persecuted. The entire Rat clan was relocated to a continent outside of the Buter Heaven, the Wind Thunder Beast said slowly. However, your brothers are not in the Rat clan now. As for the details, you can ask them yourself. Thank you. Fong Chen cupped his fists and thanked the Wind Thunder Beast. No matter what, the Wind Thunder Beast was once the ancestor of the Demon clan, even though he had joined the Rhinoceros clan. Although he had joined the Rhinoceros Horn clan, his ability to gather information was still very powerful. The Rat clan? Fong Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately left the Great Devil Sky. The Buddha Sky was one of the 10 great heavenly regions, and the ruler here was the Demon clan. The Demon clan was a general term, but it was actually made up of countless clans. The Rat clan was one of them, but because their overall strength was too weak, they were persecuted and relocated. There were countless continents around the Buddha Sky, and a branch of the Demon clan lived on each of them. However, the branch of the Demon clan that lived on the continents were the lowest of the Demon clan. Cultivation resources were scarce here, and they were often bullied by the powerful clans in the Buddha Sky. In short, their lives were not good. The Rat clan's continents were very small, and many of the Rat clan members lived there. The strongest person in the Rat clan was only an ordinary honorable one. In a certain city, The clan leader of the Rat clan stood with his hands behind his back. Behind him stood an old man. The elder was the one who had brought the little mouse back from Demon City. Clan leader, I'm afraid the Flood Dragon clan won't let this matter rest. The plain-clothed elder said with a bitter expression. I heard that the Horned Dragon's old monster's strength has reached the level of a supreme Venerable one. It's not something that our Hamster clan can resist at all. The Flood Dragon clan was one of the more powerful clans of the Demon clan. The reason why the Rat clan was reduced to such a state was because they were persecuted by the Flood Dragon clan. Damn it! Could it be that the Flood Dragon clan wants to force us to our deaths? The Rat clan leader said coldly. The Flood Dragon clan clearly took a fancy to the few little fellows we brought back and wanted us to hand them over. We refused, so they kept forcing us. The plain-clothed elder said. Just as the two of them were talking, a mighty aura suddenly came over. A loud and clear voice came from the sky. The expressions of the Rat clan leader and the plain-clothed elder changed greatly. The Flood Dragon clan had arrived. Have you made your decision? The Flood Dragon clan's leader arrived personally. His body emitted a terrifying aura as his sharp eyes stared at the Rat clan's leader. Every year, 500 clansmen will come to the Flood Dragon clan as slaves. Not a single one of them can be missing. The Flood Dragon clan's leader was very domineering. Otherwise, your clan can just wait for death. For a moment, everyone in the Rat clan was extremely anxious. Crack. Seeing that the Rat clan's leader was unmoved, the Flood Dragon clan's leader began to make his move. Not a single person was able to withstand his attack. The Rat clan's clansmen fell into a pool of blood one by one. Enough! The Rat clan's leader closed his eyes in pain and roared loudly. The Flood Dragon clan's leader stopped attacking and grinned. What? Have you finally thought it through? In the sky, Fong Chun had just appeared when he saw this scene. Civil war. Fong Chun muttered. He did not expect that the Demon clan was not united and had internal strife. He was not in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he watched. If you had handed over that heaven-devouring divine rat and his companions back then, your Rat clan would not have fallen to such a state. The Flood Dragon clan's leader sneered. You are the greatest sinner of the Rat clan's current state. Every word of the Flood Dragon clan's leader pierced the Rat clan's leader's heart deeply. The heaven-devouring divine rat is the hope of our clan. If you take him away, it's tantamount to destroying our clan's future. How can we agree? The plain-clothed elder said angrily. My patience is limited. The Flood Dragon clan's leader urged. Whoosh! The void flickered and Fong Chun appeared. Is this the heaven-devouring divine rat you're talking about? Fong Chun waved his hand casually, and the image of the little mouse appeared in the void. After the plain-clothed elder recovered from his shock, he immediately nodded heavily and said, Who are you? What do you have to do with it? Didn't it die in the Demon City? Why would it appear here? Fong Chun was very puzzled and excited at the same time. So you're an old friend of his. Indeed, when he was in the Demon City, he was in the greatest danger. Everyone thought he was dead, but I happened to pass by and saved him. Then, I brought him back to the clan. Because he's a heaven-devouring divine rat and has outstanding talent, our clan focused on nurturing him. Later, he even went to Emotion and brought a few of his companions. The plain-clothed elder did not say a word, but it made Fong Chun's heart tremble. At the same time, he was wild with joy. Little Mouse isn't dead. Fong Chun's face revealed an excited smile. All along, he had been very guilty in his heart. He was responsible for the death of Little Mouse. Back then, he violated the rules of the Demon City and was expelled from the Demon City, which led to the crisis of Little Mouse and the others. Now that he heard that Little Mouse was not dead, he was too excited. Ha ha, I knew it. Fong Chun lost his composure and laughed maniacally. The Flood Dragon clan's leader frowned and was a little unhappy. As for the Rat clan, they were a little curious. Who was this person? Where did they go after that? After a long time, Fang Chen tried hard to suppress the excitement in his heart and hurriedly asked. The brothers were very talented and their cultivation progress was very fast. They went out together to hone their skills, but unexpectedly, they were swept into the heavenly Venerate Sea by accident. At the end, the plain-clothed elder's face completely darkened. Originally, the Rat clan had hopes of rising, but Little Mouse and the others were swept into the heavenly Venerate Sea, causing their hopes to be instantly dashed. In addition, the Flood Dragon clan was pressuring them step by step, causing the Rat clan to be even more miserable. Fang Chen's face changed slightly, but he quickly calmed down. Little Mouse and the others were not dead, but they were accidentally swept into the heavenly Venerate Sea. Thinking that he would fulfill his promise in 100 years and enter the heavenly Venerate Sea, he might be able to meet his brothers. They will definitely be fine. Fang Chen comforted himself in his heart. Get lost. The Flood Dragon clan's leader suddenly punched out and shouted, "Don't be an eyesore here." Bang! Fang Chen's figure drifted and dodged the Flood Dragon clan's leader's punch. His eyes flickered and his mood had already calmed down. "I thank you for saving my brothers' lives." Fang Chen cupped his fists and thanked the plain-clothed elder. "Young friend, you don't have to do this. Hurry up and leave. Our Rat clan is facing a crisis now and can't receive you," the plain-clothed elder said helplessly. The Rat clan's leader stared at the Flood Dragon clan's leader, as if he was facing a great enemy. Fang Chen grinned when he heard that. "Are you talking about these little earthworms?" Fang Chen's words completely angered the Flood Dragon clan's people. What they hated the most was others calling them little earthworms. Fang Chen had undoubtedly angered them. "Brat, you're courting death." An elder of the Flood Dragon clan attacked at lightning speed. Crack! Fang Chen stood motionless, allowing him to attack as he pleased. However, the result was beyond everyone's expectations. When the elder of the Flood Dragon clan came into contact with Fang Chen, his body exploded with a bang, and a bloody mist spewed out. The Flood Dragon clan's leader stared at Fang Chen with a solemn expression. "Who exactly are you? Does it matter?" Fang Chen shrugged and said, "All right, I'd like to see who you are." The Flood Dragon clan's leader attacked with a thunderous attack. The Rat clan's people shook their heads, worried for Fang Chen. Little earthworm. Under everyone's gaze, Fang Chen slapped the Flood Dragon clan's leader away. Whoosh! As the Flood Dragon clan's leader was sent flying, he transformed into his original form. A thick flood dragon floated in the sky and roared at the sky. Swoosh! Before the Flood Dragon clan's leader could make a move, Fang Chen reached out his hand and enveloped him. Then, he grabbed his tail and hung him up. Everyone was speechless and shocked.